Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running.
Another day has come, and that means more awesome LPL action. Welcome one, welcome all back into the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we continue through the gauntlet of a bracket that the LPL brings us with two more matches today. This time we'll be looking at one Group Nirvana game and one Group Ascend game. But to take us through it, it'll be, of course, myself, Slayer, joined by, as I always like to coin him, the encyclopedia of competitive League of Legends, K-Man. Super K-Man rocks, whatever you'd like to call him. K-Man, excited to be back on a cast with you again. It's been, what'd you say, two and a half months? 2 months? I don't know.
Something like that. Playoff length. You know, we got
exactly.
a playoff cast in last time we were around, but, you know, stakes maybe not quite the same today. Still pretty important, though, for both of these teams. Even though it's early, still got a lot to work on.
A lot to work on when it comes to those standings as well with all the games we're going to have to play. Let's take a look at how Group Ascend and Group Nirvana are currently suited up. And K-Man, as you are the all-knowledgeable, and I know you're caught up on the many games over the last week, what stands out to you? One for Group Ascend, one team for Group Ascend, one team for Group Nirvana. Hit me with them.
Well, from Group Ascend, honestly, I'm not going to go for the obvious one. Top Esports, I think, is really standing out to everybody. It was Weibo Gaming in Week 1 and Week 2 that really stood out to me. I think their performances were really, really solid, and that 3-1 start was really interesting to take a look at. Invictus very close behind them. And then how can you not talk about the surprise of Week 2 here with Edward Gaming? But it's really the bottom of Group Nirvana that is of interest to me, because top 4 spots, they all get a play-in shot. They all get a chance to play their way into playoffs. It's those bottom 2 seeds that do not get that opportunity. Being one of the teams outside that 0 and 3 zone, very important right now for Nirvana.
Okay, man, I'm very glad that you mentioned Edward Gaming, considering that last split we talked about the play-in games between Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. Everybody was, you know, on the same page of, okay, Group Nirvana teams may take one of those best-of-5 games, but none of them are going to get into the playoffs. A lot of rumblings already that EDG may be a team to actually get Group Nirvana their first playoff spot of 2025. But that is a long ways down the road. Let's talk about some of those superstar players that you heard K-Man already mention their teams some. It's the team of the week we have through weeks 1 and 2. And yes, if you have just joined into the LPL a little bit late, those are some different teams next to some players you may remember. BLG Shadow, Shot Caller Shadow, we heard from interviews, K-Man, showing up on the team of the week through the first 2 weeks on his new team.
Yeah, Shadow was incredible in his first couple starts for Billy Gaming. The carousel continues to go round and round for BLG with them attempting to find some stability in the jungle. But Shadow has shown so many traits in previous stops that have, you know, shown that he can be a top-tier jungler in the LPL if given the opportunity. He looked incredible in his first stint. But how can I not also point out Palkia in the support position here for Edward Gaming, the rookie coming in to replace Wink, who goes over to JD Gaming. Week number 1, 3 MVPs and a team of the week spot for a player who had never played in Tier 1 before.
So trade-offs to the LPL, folks. You got jungler issues abound, but we've got too many supports to really handle if Palkia comes onto the same stage. We've already been talking about guys like Kyle and Jouet, who took over Split 2. But the one name that we haven't mentioned on this team of the week is our player of the week that we will get up shortly. One more, you know, wipe of the lens. We got there. It's Jackie Love, and this may be the scariest thing of all, K-Man, if we get vintage Jackie Love back that we desperately missed in Split 2.
You can say vintage Jackie Love again, because this guy was popping off in weeks 1 and 2, really at the beginning of the split. When everything was still up in flux, Top Esports struggled a bit in their mid games. They were going to game 3 against a lot of their opponents. Who was bailing them out in the late game there? It was Jackie Love, who was stepping up and pumping out damage. You can see it with the stats up on your screen. Number 1 in damage per minute, number 1 in damage per gold. The effect that he was able to have on the later part of the game for TES, that's the kind of effect he had when this team won the LPL earlier on this year, and there's no reason to believe that if he steps it up again, they can't do the same.
Yeah, and it's AD carry is such a fun conversation when it comes to the top teams, because Split 2, a regular season, I mean, it was a marvel to watch Pays, but then you have, if we have Jackie Love coming back into form with Pays still hanging around, we saw some pretty good things from Elk for BLG, I think, on the international stage in particular. Light, I think, is a big portion of why Weibo is 3-1 by this point. Could be really fun, and yes, I'm going to push as much of my own marksman bias as I can as an AD carry player myself, K-Man. But enough about these teams that we're not going to be watching right now. It's time to dive into the amazing Group Nirvana action that I am personally so excited for. We'll start with Ultra Prime, a team still hunting for their first series win of Group Nirvana at 0-3. Roster is Zhang in the top side, Junhao in the jungle, Saber mid lane, Baya and Xiaosa to round out the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's been a tough start so far for Ultra Prime. Certainly not ideal, but it is worth noting that they've faced probably the 3 best teams in Group Nirvana so far in Edward Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Thunder Talk. This is really their opportunity to get on the board in terms of a series victory, and they've actually had a couple of really intriguing traits, and I'm excited to see if this team can step up now that they're maybe facing competition closer to their skill level.
And K-Man, when we talk about stepping up for Ultra Prime despite the many losses of their sample size, one player in particular really stood out to you in the top side here when it comes to Zhang, and in your vast wealth of knowledge, you have seen this type of play from him before in even a different league, and you're glad it's coming along now for Ultra Prime.
Absolutely. They saw something. Ultra Prime saw something in that Frank Esports team last year in the PCS. They looked top lane and they saw a solo kill king over in the PCS, and they wanted to bring him over and see what he could do in the LPL. It's not always been perfect. It's not always been clean from Zhang on the top side. He still struggles in team fights and can definitely struggle to consistently generate leads, but when it looks good, it looks incredibly good. You can see it on the screen, him 2v1ing the bot lane of OMG in the previous split. This was somebody who was consistently picking up double-digit kills over in a region that is now performing very well internationally against competition that has shown itself to perform on the international stage. I'm excited for Zhang's potential. He just needs to be able to unlock it a little bit more consistently.
Wait, hold on. Could that be one of the many PCS top laners that is bringing them international notoriety? Is that Driver getting shucked like an oyster by Zhang in the top side? Wow. CFO fans look away. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you pointed that out, K-Man. And when it comes down for Ultra Prime, and really, I'm going to say this with a bunch of Group Nirvana teams, it's really just this actually maybe except EDG by this point. It's just finding consistent play and executing consistent draft strategies to get some of these wins. And for Ultra Prime, why not give Zhang some more Gwen games? Why not give him some more carry potential on that top side? Because the other lanes, it's been hard to find that so far, to say the least.
Yeah, it's definitely not been consistent. I think that's the word you have to use with Ultra Prime, because the flashes are there, the talent is there. Junhao had some really incredible games on carries in split number 2 to be able to elevate this team almost to group ascend. It's the bot lane, it's mid lane that really need to show they belong here in the LPL.
Speaking of the other side of their matchup, though, and who's still trying to figure out if they belong in the top 4 of Group Nirvana, it is the team in the 4th slot so far in Group Nirvana, LGD Gaming. Xiaosa in the top side, Climber at the jungle position, XQW mid lane, Savior, recently renamed from Xiaoya, and then YCX, his very familiar support pairing. But, K-Man, we were talking about before we got on here a little bit, if we're talking LGD, it's got to start, end, resume, whatever adjective you want to throw out, moving word with Climber.
Absolutely. This was the player for this LGD team in the LDL that completely overperformed expectations last year and won the entire league. This is a player that was really hyped up coming into the beginning of 2025, and things obviously did not work out in Split 1 or Split 2. Nio obviously coming in to replace him for a majority of Split 2, but I think if he can get his feet under him, he can be a really talented player at this level.
We got Climber, and then we talked about the rename for Xiaoya, who is also a player in the marksman realm that has shown a lot of proficiency, especially with some unique champions. I know we got some clips to show off with how Savior's been doing so far. Still waiting for that vintage Draven game from him, but LGD really want to see them establish some tempo with Savior and Climber as the mainstays if they want to compete at the top 4 of Group Nirvana.
Yeah, ironically enough, for Savior in particular, it's been his laning phase that's been more of a question mark, which was not the scouting report on him coming into this year, but the 2v2 has definitely been a lot more volatile for him individually. The team fights have actually looked pretty good, especially when he is able to establish a lead. Him and YCX have very nice chemistry together. I think they're growing as a duo very quickly for LGD, and if they can continue to kind of rise up the standings in terms of bot lanes in Group Nirvana, where there are quite a few beatable bot lanes in Group Nirvana, then who's to say this team can't continue to outperform expectations like LGD has done so consistently over the past couple of years.
I'm glad, K-Man, you really were able to highlight and emphasize past games and past what you saw from LGD, especially this last one, because I think what makes Xiaoya such a unique Group Nirvana AD carry. I'm not going to try and compare him to other guys in Group Ascend that I know have his champion pool, but a guy that can go on to the Caitlyn and play that dominant lane, like you mentioned, with his chemistry with YCX. Go on his Pan and Draven. When he's confident against them, he should be confident against a lot of these Group Nirvana bottom lanes, that he can slam lane, get consistent leads, and snowball, because that is where Savior was at his peak. That is where Savior earned the ability to come up and play in the LPL. And yeah, sure, there are a bunch of scaling threats in the current meta. Like, we've seen a ton of Smolder, we've seen a ton of Senna really come up recently, but I want to see him in this series in particular, if there's an angle for it, slam that Caitlyn. Maybe even slam the Draven, because I want him confident. That's how LGD can get the job done.
You gotta pick it if it's up. So many teams have learned the hard way that you kind of have to ban Savior's Draven. It was a really common ban against LGD last split. It's gotten through a few more picks and bans across the beginning of Split 3 so far. Very small sample size, but definitely something worth noting. If he gets his Draven here today, I think we can expect some fireworks at the very least.
Yeah, certainly. And hey, you're up against a guy, Baya, who is still trying to establish some of his own tempo as well. Really has been relegated to some of those super scalar, safe farming champions. I think the champion he's played the most so far, even in Fearless, has been the Sivir. So that's a perfect lane to try and maybe slam the Caitlyn or slam the Draven. Hopefully we're hoping for that sort of chemistry out of LGD. But as we get ready to get into that Game 1 draft, K-Man, get into these walkouts to see our players hit the stage in Shanghai, are there certain champions on this meta, on this patch that you've recognized in the LPL that you'd like to see prioritized by these teams, or ones that you think fit their unique play styles as they try to scramble to figure those out in Group Nirvana still?
I think you highlighted it really well when we were talking about Ultra Prime. I want to see some carries on the top side for Jung. I don't want to see this team play super slow and stable around the bot side. I want to see him be given the tools that he needs to unlock his full potential. Sasa is a very good player who's in very good form. On the other side of this matchup for LGD, he's had a great start to Split 3. I want to see these two top laners go head-to-head, whether that's Gwen, whether that's, Rumble, or even something maybe outside of the box. Both of these top laners have shown they can play a lot of these bruisers and a lot of these fighters on the top side. I just want to see something that, quite frankly, isn't your Scions and your, Orns on the top side. I want to see some chaos there.
That's the campaign I want to push the most with Group Nirvana, and why it can be so fun is that, yes, I understand for these Group Nirvana teams that if you do well in this group, you will be playing Group Ascend teams down the line for a playoff spot. Yes. But I still don't believe that means you have to play Group Ascend drafts, if that makes sense. Have some fun in Group Nirvana, try and catch your opponents off guard, and just execute those comps. They don't need to be the Orange Scion-based comps, the super scaling comps you're seeing from all these 80 carries in Group Ascend. Let's have a bit more fun with Group Nirvana, because that is what Group Nirvana is all about. And speaking a bit more on the standings, as we do get into those, the walk-ins coming. Oh, I think we're going to go. Hey, we're going right back through the Savior clips. But my point came in. I want to stress. There we go. We got it. We got it there. we're back on stage. Is that with four spots for Group Nirvana to get a playoff series, 0-3 is not a death sentence, and especially if you're Ultra Prime. The way Group Nirvana is looking, I already don't think NIP and EG are really going to be knocked off that top 2 spot. So you need to start taking games against LGD and Thunder Talk if you're UP looking to climb back into a playoff spot or play-in spot.
Absolutely. I think that there is a cluster right now near the bottom of Group Nirvana. Whoever breaks through from there is actually going to be in a pretty good spot, and it can be either of these two teams. Neither of them are out of the question for taking that spot by any stretch of the imagination. They're both good enough to be able to make that happen. It's all really just about which version of them is showing up. This is kind of a must-win for Ultra Prime specifically, though, with them being 0-3. LGD obviously lucky enough to have faced LNG already at the start of this split, and so they've been able to pick up a win there, but you don't want to be starting 0-4. That is a confidence breaker. That is a momentum killer, and that's something that you want to break here today. Both of these teams want to carve their path at the very least into the top 4.
Thankfully for Ultra Prime, 0-4 doesn't mean that you are done playing in Group Nirvana like it did in Split 2, basically, at 0-4 with that double round robin. Giving us more Group Nirvana games that certain fruit-based play-by-play casters are very disingenuous about the fact that's happening. I will stand here tall and say that I am happy that we get more Group Nirvana action, especially how the top of the table has looked. But we get set here for Game 1 draft. Ultra Prime taking on LGD. Both teams on the stage, and I believe Ultra Prime will be the ones to start out on blue side. So we can already start thinking about what B1 picks do Ultra Prime like. Do we want to see, what K-Man's talking about? If Gwen gets left up, do you slam that one for Zhang? Or where else would you like to see them go with this B1 pick, K-Man?
I think, obviously, the Gwen, if it's up, I'd love to see it. Pantheon's going to be permabanned, so I'm not expecting that to get through. One thing they've really prioritized at the beginning of this split has been Wukong early on in drafts. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go pretty early on into something like that, more teamfight-oriented comp. But really, they can go in a lot of different directions. I think that's honestly the benefit of not having players that have played a ton in the LPL, is you can kind of mix up your drafts and go in a couple different directions. Saber really likes those more active, movable mid laners, things like Ryze and Galio and Talia. If those are up, I expect them to prioritize that as well.
Oh, here we go. Game 1 draft on your screen. Interesting to see Ultra Prime banning away the Varus. That's usually a auto red side ban that you have to take. Makes it clear that they have an idea of what they want to do with their bottom lane for Baya. There's the Gwen ban coming through, so Zhang won't have access to that super carry-based champion. But still some pretty tasty B1 picks that are going to be left up, already knowing that Jax ban comes across for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, no real surprises here. The Mbessa is actually going to get banned out from Sasa. He's had a couple of really incredible games on that champion, so not particularly surprised to see that come out. It's just kind of leaning more into that teamfight direction for me, taking away things like Jackson and Mbessa that really kind of exist in their own space early on in the game. You want to try and get into a position where you can stall out the game, typically taking away those champs, but it will be the Rumble, taking away, again, these aggressive top laners, unfortunately, that I was pushing for, taken off the board, but like I said earlier, Saber really likes those mobile, aggressive, shove and roam type of mid laners, especially in the current meta, and there's definitely none better than Talia, who we've seen a lot on B1. Wouldn't be surprised to see them pivot in a different direction, but certainly not surprised to see this at all.
Glad you outlined the Talia playstyle already, though. This is Ultra Prime signaling that they should have some more priority on the map pretty early on. So without the Pantheon pairing, very interested to see what the Talia pairing will be. Maybe a Xin Zhao. That's if it gets through on Climber's side, as he will also have access to that as we continue to talk about how LGD need to run through, pun intended here, the spear that Climber can bring to the team with Xin Zhao. The Yorick, though, is going to come through, and Climber going to hover this very popular Trundle, locks that one in. So that's already signaling to Ultra Prime. You got to be wary of any tanks in the top side for Zhang or Xiaoxia.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of just calling out Zhang, quite frankly, saying like, hey, they're going to play Talia. We know you want to play a more active and skirmish-oriented jungler. We don't want that, weak side top laner coming in. We want to be able to punish that if that's going to be the case, or put you on something that has to deal with the Yorick. Vi is going to be the answer, something very classic here, Vi Talia, something we've seen all year long. A lot of people are going to be very familiar with it. I'm interested to see what the answer to the Yorick will be. Yorick's kind of fallen out of popularity a bit moving into Split 3 in comparison to Split 2. Certainly doesn't have the same kind of combat power that he did previously, but still can do a lot, and I think it's really going to be telling if they want to go for something more passive or something more aggressive.
I keep falling asleep every time he hovers Scion. All right, there we go, Zhang. Okay. All right, good. Let's not fall for the Scion trap. I understand it's a great pick, all right, guys, but that's not what Group Nirvana is about, all right? I actually want to remove tanks from Group Nirvana. That make the games more fun. So that's the agenda I'm going to continue to push every Nirvana series I'm on. Renekton fits into the Bruiser category, so that's more fun for Zhang. LGD, I'm now realizing already before we get on the map, Ultra Prime, just sack First Dragon for Grubs, because you cannot give a Trundle Yorick comp Grubs, or your turrets are going to turn into paper. Especially now that you have XQW, who brings in a good split push threat with those Grubs, and the fact he can put a turret up where one was just, recently cut down. Like, the lane priority across the map for LGD is screaming loudly through these first picks.
Yeah, it's very clear where the priority is going for both of these teams. Ultra Prime going for your standard shove and roam skirmish-oriented early draft, especially with something like Renekton on the top side. But you have LGD inversely, on the other side, Azir and Yorick and even Trundle, who can really deal a lot of damage in the late game. I expect there to be an AD carry coming through from Ultra Prime that can still really stress out LGD. If this game goes a bit longer, you need a bit more damage, in my opinion, coming in. But we do see them banning out things like Sivir as the Rakan comes in as well. Playmakers also make sense to take off the board for Ultra Prime. You just want to try and stall the game if possible for LGD, because this Azir is going to be a bit of a problem if Talia is not allowed to get out and move around.
Wonder if this might be a Alistar. I'd love this to be an Alistar ban here for Ultra Prime, especially knowing that you now can't threaten a Sylas pick to just steal Alistar ultimate, and there's a lot of, like you mentioned, engage flying in with this Vi and this Renekton. So getting that, extra bit of peel if you're going to pick a hyperscaler for Savior would look nice, but instead, Ultra Prime will leave that up, get rid of the Xayah. And I'm curious where Savior's head's at, because I do think this comp so far, K-Man, is drafted against what we want to see from him. Early aggressive bottom lane might not fit as well, but hey, if you want an early lane to play for LGD, Savior got the Lucian, and now you get any enchanter you want next to it.
I think this is kind of calling the shot, saying that Ultra Prime is likely not going to try to win 2v2 early on with all of the pressure they have on the top side of the map, understanding that we can probably just get a really good lane for Lucian and get Savior into a spot where, as we noted on the pre-show, he loves to snowball games. He can sometimes struggle when he's down in resources, but when he is ahead, he can be a really dangerous player. Lucian absolutely offers that as a potential for Savior, but it's going to be the Corki as the answer for Baya. Again, something he's played quite a bit, at least in his limited time here in the LPL. Obviously not a lot of games to go off of, but as you mentioned before, Slayer as well, the Alistar as a big playmaking tool, very much prioritized for Ultra Prime, and they're probably very happy it came through.
Very happy indeed. Enchanters now going to be the hover for YCX. I do think this isn't a terrible Braum angle if you want it either, so we'll see if they want that extra beefiness on the front side instead of buffing up Savior for the 2v2, and that one will come through. Play-by-plays can, in fact, analyze drafts sometimes, folks. So that's going to complete both of our drafts, and like you talked about, Cayman, I really want to punch this even further home. Opposite playstyles on the map, and that really sets up for this game to be one-sided depending on how far we go into it, in my mind.
I mean, that's really what it is, right? You're looking at Ultra Prime with Talia and Vi wanting to skirmish a lot early. You're looking at LGD with things like Yorick and Azir feeling a lot more comfortable the later this goes. However, I do want to highlight some similarities here as well, notably the fact that both of these comps want to be able to side lane effectively, and they really need to be able to get ahead, or at least be in a position to be, able to 1v1 and push forward to be able to do that effectively. I think it's going to put a lot more pressure on Ultra Prime to really keep their foot on the gas, but LGD certainly can't just let the game come to them. If you allow Talia, Corki, and Renekton to all be able to push forward and generate their own leads, that's still going to be a pretty big problem for them.
Lots of problems, lots of very fun matchups as we get set to go into the Rift for our first game of the night or day, wherever you join us here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. But it's fun to see that some of the stuff we talked about on the pre-show is coming to fruition, especially with Savior on this Lucian. I know I talked about how, Azir, Trundle, and a Yorick really want to play a ton of space around the map. Maybe you want somebody that can really just delete waves and then join the team. But I'm glad that we've kind of reversed that logic, knowing that Savior wants to be the one lane that they can rely on to snowball in this matchup, because you're not getting that in mid lane with two mages, and you definitely aren't getting that top side early for this Yorick. So a ton of pressure on Savior. We'll see if Climber can be that facilitator for LGD as they try to establish themselves in that middle pool of Group Nirvana comfortably that would get themselves a play-in game down the line in the split 3. But we are on to the Rift, K-Man, and that means no matter how, unfortunately, quiet they may be, we need to bring in some Jayos for this matchup. All right, or we don't. That is disappointing.
Who needs them anyways, I guess.
I needed them. I wanted them, but okay. The Group Nirvana trend. I expect that to get better as the split goes on. Maybe that's only going to get better for NIP and EDG because they're NIP and EDG, but that's a whole separate issue that we'll take analysis from as we go forward. Right now, we see LGD looking to get a bit crafty to get a late ward down. Good sweeper there. Comes across from YCX, so they will clear out the defensive vision from Ultra Prime. And Climber's in a pretty pristine spot, especially knowing how great Trundle is as a skirmisher, to maybe just force a vertical jungle here, okay, man?
Yeah, this is a pretty good spot for Trundle to be able to start off in. You know, you expect the late invade coming in from Lucian Braum. It's something you're going to see pretty consistently out of them at level 1, but we'll see how Junhao ends up reacting. If he does end up taking this vertical jungle, that could be a bit of a problem for the Yorick early on in terms of being able to generate that pressure. You know, again, alternatively, the Lucian was the lane you wanted to play for if you were LGD, so, you know, not really going entirely against the plan. He is going to be spotted on the ward, so they will have knowledge that this is a split vertical jungle, but I don't think there's going to be much changing about that. I think both junglers are going to be all right with this.
Glad to see that our newest producer, my man Adam, Rare Adam, joining in and already getting the lower thirds going. You, Adam, have as much fun with those as you're. I don't think I have to tell you this, but I'm just going to say it out loud because you can't respond to me. Okay, he's already told me he will. So yeah, you'll be seeing some very funny lower thirds, I'm sure. Even flaming myself, I hope those come through. We'll have some fun with those as the minions have less fun crashing into these bottom lanes. They're just continuing to clear them out for the classic XP and gold gains we all know. YCX and Savior just keeping the Corki a little bit away from the wave for now as Junhao does complete almost his vertical jungle here a bit faster than we're seeing Climber, as he does have his blue buff and his wolves to go for, but don't believe they'll cross paths. Just trade. Crabs likely came in and then reset and get back onto the map.
Yeah, not going to be any action here, unfortunately, for these two junglers. You love to see them fight early on, but with that vertical jungle, it's just not going to be the case. Pretty standard setups, I would say, overall, in terms of what we expected for these two teams, but it's going to be about how early you want to move your bot lane in this case if you're Ultra Prime, and that really determines exactly what the game plan is going to be. You really highlighted it. You don't want to give a team of Yorick, Azir, or even really like Renekton, Taliyah, Corki, Grubs. This is going to be a really important game for that objective in particular, and we've already seen so many LPL teams flip the entire game at Grubs, you know, and
it's a staple.
They don't have comps quite like this, so I'm interested to see exactly who's going to establish priority there first and what exactly the setup's going to look like.
Yeah, what really compounds the Grubs even further is this is the least scale-heavy game I've seen from two teams in a while. Like, York is the real only clear-cut super scaling champion on the map right now. Like, Corki and Lucian, yes, they're very dangerous at 6 items, but we're not talking a Senna, a Smolder, a Jinx, or a Sivir. This is a very different matchup. So Grub's big highlight is Climber is going to jump onto those enemy chickens on spawn here. Good ward though to spot Junhao first. Neither mid laner has really moved over from their wave just yet, but XQW is going to have to wave to answer for first. So Saber's going to be able to get down here, and off that alone, Climber is going to have to succeed his advances and give over the chickens he stole from Junhao just a minute ago.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward timer for Climber in particular because those Raptors were taken so late by Junhao. He's not actually going to be able to get some extra XP here. He's just kind of going to be wandering around. He's going to have to back here.
He's like, he's like, all right, I'm out of here then, I guess.
Certainly not ideal for the LGD jungler, but nice play there by Junhao, all really created by the fact that Saber has lane pressure. That is essential for the Taliyah here. If you're not able to push out that Azir and make his life a lot more difficult in the early laning phase, then things just get entirely difficult. But I love this matchup for Taliyah in particular. So we'll see how Saber is able to operate that as we continue to go along. But again, still just regular lane setups. You know, sometimes you see these early lane swaps here in the LPL. No such case here at 5 minutes. We do see top laners backing. We'll have to see the direction they want to go from here.
Bottom lanes don't look like they're going to budge anytime soon. Maybe LGDs will look for a reset here once they get these caster minions taken away. So they should have first move, but as I say that, both top laners TP right back to their same lanes. So we are not going to get the Australian lane assignments, as I like to call them sometimes. And that does mean that it's a little bit more treacherous for Sasa going forward, because once this Renekton ticks over to level 6, things will get dangerous, just like Junhao is getting dangerous with those enemy chickens, able to steal away some from Climber, so a small XP lead. But on the top side, K-Man, Zhang has access to that dominance, which makes Sasa a threat for an all-in at any point, and Zhang is certainly looking to go for it here. Slice of Dice is out of the play cage, drops the dominance right on cue, has the Yorick ult turning and burning his health bar, but doesn't matter. Sasa just cannot compete with this Renekton with dominance popped and has to burn his flash.
Yeah, it's greedy by Sasa to be so far up in the laning phase. He has to understand that this is not positive for Yorick. Even with Maiden, I think he just overestimates his ability to tank things with that Bramble Vest, but it's an Executioner's build for Zhong early on in this game to cut that healing as much as possible. So, really like the play from Zhong to be able to burn that flash early. Yes, it is technically ult for ult, but definitely a positive for the Renekton. Climber, obviously, with that knowledge on the top side, Zhong obviously showing so much aggression is just going to take that dragon on the bot side. But with that pressure, Zhong can very easily proxy the wave and really cut up Sasa's attempts to be able to try and farm this easily.
We talked about in the pre-show, Zhong is starting to show that form he had in the PCS when he was solo boloing up everybody in that league. And he's already got himself a pretty nice spot, especially like you mentioned, that proxy wave is going to really afford him no real XP missed by this point, because 2 waves virtually crash into Sasa's tower. He has to answer both of those, and even though he's trying to get up on this next wave, Zhong will be there in time to catch it. So going to have himself a decent CS lead to build on top of the fact he comes back with a Phage, which really outputs the defensive measures Sasa has taken so far in this lane. So as we expected, Zhong still in form here in Group Nirvana, threatening on the top side on a carry champion.
Yeah, no surprise there, at least in this particular matchup, but I think more notably, you do have a small lead for Junhao in the jungle as well. That is going to matter as we continue to play out this early mid game. If you are going to be able to get early priority over a lot of these objectives, it could be pretty difficult for LGD's comp to walk in and actually contest, with Talia being such a space eater early on and Vi being such a threat to dive onto anybody who oversteps. We do see YCX making his way up. It is just Savior down in the bot lane now as we see Baya coming back from base and heading straight to the mid lane. It will be a contest over Grubs here as they spawn in 5 seconds.
Yep, we're going to need a full 5v5. This is Group Nirvana. We are full coin flipping the game. 5v5 at 8 minutes with the Grub spawn. You can see it's already happening. Savior's running down towards that top river. Ultra Prime's bottom lane's in the mid lane. Saber's coming up right behind Junhao. So everybody's attention is going to go on to these Grubs, knowing how important they are to both of these compositions. But as I say that, I might have just caster cursed this entire play from LGD, because they don't feel comfortable at all trying to even work their way into the river. XQW is going bot to try and catch a wave, so we'll force Ultra Prime to at least drop 1 wave for these Grubs. But this is a huge win for very little if you're Ultra Prime.
Yeah, this was the exact point I was making. How do you walk into this Ultra Prime comp and feel confident that you're not just going to walk into a death trap with Talia, with Vi, even Renekton at this point in the game can be so scary, because Baya was first on the move. They were able to get up there, but now Sasa's in trouble.
Sausa gets the flash headbutt. They get it into the seismic shove. Sasu's trying to survive under his turret. How long can he thrive for? A while is definitely the answer, but Climber here will trade back Sausa, even through the Unbreakable will. So Climber's hover definitely makes it a 1-for-1, but Ultra Primer just further accelerating this Renekton as much as possible in the early phase.
Yeah, continues to be quite a bad moment there for the Yorick. 5v5 around Grubs. We are kicking it off early, Slayer. I am excited for the rest of these lower thirds. I promise you that. I will be anticipating them the rest of this cast. But overall, a pretty neutral play for LGD, all things considered. Yes, they lose the First Blood and the Grubs, which is not ideal. But you do get quite a bit of gold on the XQW on the bottom side, which is a generally okay trade with how important the Azir is moving forward. It's just what you can do to play around him the rest of this mid game that really is going to determine what this play looks like.
That's where we're definitely looking for a lot of improvement from between both these teams. I think XQW's been better in the mid lane compared to Saber's side, but as much as we've talked about, the jungle matchup in some aspects, the top lane matchup, the early game AD carry focus of Savior, not a lot of attention has been paid towards these mid laners, and that's partly because of Group Nirvana. They haven't given us a lot to really talk about. But as you mentioned, XQW in a good spot. Sasa not in a good spot. Once again, 1v1 with Zhong with Dominus pop, just getting his health bar chunked through. Luckily, he's got enough HP of his own to survive, but it's another positive trade for Zhong, and he's going to try and threaten another plate off this turret, or maybe just proxy another wave, or the third option, which is dive even without Dominus, and he's got more than enough damage to slice through Sasa. Zhong, right back to form from his last series, gets the first kill, solo bolo, up against LGD.
Oh, it's classic Zhong in the top lane. It's everything we wanted to see out of him. I'm so glad we highlighted him in the pre-show, Slayer, because this is the version of him that we have been waiting to see in the LPL. No ultimate, no problem for that Renekton. He's able to pick it up super easily. This Yorick is so far behind. 1.5k gold already as a gold advantage for Zhong. That is going to be where every bit of advantage that Ultra Prime has is going to be landed. That being said, Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds, and Zhong will have to make his way there in order to be as relevant relevant. He is walking down. He will not have to burn his teleport to do so. Sasa teleporting to the top side just to try to catch up in terms of gold. And so this should be an objective that at the very least in the short term favors Ultra Prime.
Saber, I like matching up against the weaker Yorick. Weaver's Wall doesn't mean he get all the way down to Dragon, but does mean he can affect any of those mid lane plays. Junhao is set up shop. He's offering discounts by this point on topside enemy camps. Takes away the Krugs again. Do want to point out that Climber's done a good job kind of reacting to this cross map by just slamming these dragons, as Sasa is going to keep himself safe for now. Junhao, maybe not the best vault breaker forward. You don't have a companion to follow you up just yet. The Weaver's Wall not being called on for Saber, but now they might try for the redive. There's the Weaver's Wall down, separates the Maiden and Sasa, but also unfortunately keeps Junhao away, and now he's got to walk out before the minion wave clears out. Sasa and Baya not close enough to really help this, as the flash has to come out from Saber. The Glacial Fissure forcing that one out, in Ultra Prime a little wonky trying to play through their topside lead.
Very sloppy play from the mid-jungle duo of Ultra Prime. You just wanted to see a bit more coming out of them in terms of the coordination. Jung is the power point on the map right now for Ultra Prime, and instead of trying to fight around the dragon and trying to take the, strong side of the map where Jung is, you want to try and capitalize on putting Sasa even further behind, but the Vi, the Talia, they're really not in the place where they can take down a Yorick under tower by themselves at this point, especially when you get the Weaver's Wall separating. So a bit of a miscommunicated play there, but as we can see, Jung still in a really, really great spot. I will say he is really the only part of the map that is strong right now.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see how much it matters, though.
He DP's on a ward because he wants to get Sasa's flash again and might look for more. The stun lands. One more spin of the blade. Doesn't find the kill on the Sasa, but definite big reminder that Zhang is the big dog when it comes to top laners in game one.
Yeah, that's flash gone once again. It's on cooldown here for Sasa, which is never really a good place to be for a Yorick, but this is what you want to see. You want to see the top side of Ultra Prime continue to stay aggressive. It's all well and good to be able to get that 1.5k gold lead on the top side of the map, but you got to be able to pressure it over and over again. If Junhao and Saber aren't going to play around that top side, then Zhang will do it himself. He definitely will separate himself. But we have some objectives coming up. Herald will be spawning in about a minute and a half on the top side of the map here. We will see who exactly wants to prioritize that heavily, because we do have a small gold lead for Ultra Prime, but a lot of places on the map are actually LGD favored. The Azir and the Lucian have been farming up, so it's certainly not a guaranteed fight win either way if one team can set up further than the other.
And you would definitely favor, especially in the AD carry spot, where what Savior can get done with one item compared to Baya's Corki. Trinity Force, very valuable, is the most expensive item, but the Essence Reaver for the solution to be able to churn out those combos constantly. Savior, definitely the stronger mid-game AD carry right now, and you can see how many feats are up for grabs, knowing those objectives point out, but also we're still looking for that feat of warfare to be secured. And
Junhao?
On tout, Junhao jumps after Climber, wasn't expecting YCX, and now has to flashback over the wall. Baya and a Valkyrie as well, as Climber tries to run down Ultra Prime. South has to burn the flash into the culling from Savior. He's going to chase after him, dashes forward, gets the Qs down. Unbreakable Will, is it strong enough to withhold the damage from Savior? The pillar says no, neither does the light beam to the forehead. Savior grabs himself his first kill of the series.
It's another big mistake by Junhao. He just Vault Breakers in, just assuming that he's going to be able to punish YCX for stepping up, but just doesn't have the realization that the rest of LGD is in the area. He has to lose his flash and most of his health bar to make that play. It costs his support his life as well, throwing away a lot of pressure on the map. Jung is strong, but look at the player gold graph. You've got XQW and Savior and Climber all in really good positions. Oh, but XQW failing to go over the wall.
This is Group Nirvana. I love it. So there. We've seen some errant flashes from both sides by this point, and with XQW's down, the Rift Herald is going to be started up. And yes, this isn't the LCK. We're about CY here now, Adam. We're likely going to get a fight over the Herald as... Did I jinx it again? Okay. All right, I jinxed it again. Junhao gets the Herald, gets out. Here's the real fun we want to see. Sasa finally gets some space on this Yorick and doing what a Yorick does best, knocking down structures.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for Sasa to be able to get some gold and get back in the game. It's nice for Ultra Prime to pretty cleanly be able to secure that Herald. That should give them some map pressure, whether they want to use it mid lane or I guess they could use it top lane. I'm kind of expecting that to go towards the middle of the map when this dragon spawns in about a minute's time, but we're going to get a replay here of the XQW mistake. Unfortunately, this is a very sad play to highlight. It does, I guess, burn Saber's ultimate, so that's something you can take out of it at the very least, but certainly not a highlight play there for XQW.
So with that Herald, though, going over to Junhao, We're 2 for 2 on monster slaying feats. We're also 2 to 2 in kills. So Sasa gets extra benefit for getting that bot lane turret first. He gets the first turret over towards LGD's side. Feats just continuing to compound on these small little leads that both teams are definitely going to want to hang on to. Is XQW going to have to use the Emperor's Divide after he face checks Junhao in a brush. Classic Group Nirvana antics. Will this compound even further? Pillar says no from Climber. YCX going to be safe enough, but that does give control of the river to Ultra Prime, with that next big objective being the Hextech Drake in about a minute's time, or a 10 seconds time.
This is a very scary proposition for both of these teams. LGD's up in gold. They absolutely can fight here if Savior's in a good spot.
Just like that. Remember that vision I was talking about? Well, it all goes kaput. Climber runs right through it. Do not want to give Hextech soul point at 17 and a half minutes. Ultra Prime have a really tough decision to make. Like to see Junhao drops the Rift Herald. They're trying to get control of a mid lane. As Zhang has joined the fray with the teleport in. And LGD have to back off their position in the river. They don't want this crash to come through and threaten a tier 1 turret. So Shelly will just get a good bash into the mid-tier 1. Dragon is warded up by Climber, so he knows it's being started, but very treacherous to walk into a Talia. YCX is going to try and bridge the gap with the Glacial Fissure. Is going to get the knock-up onto Baya, but LGD, they don't pull the trigger just yet. Climber has to lead the charge here. There's low engage tools on this LGD comp, and you can see how much they just struggle to even try and walk their way in. Poke down onto Zhang. He's going to go in after Sasa with the Dominus Pop, but he gets chunked out way too low at first. It's Sousa's turn. Now try to step up on the front line as the Dragon is secured. Ultra Prime stopped the Dragon stacking, and now they can get out, and they're going to have to use Sausa to get out safely, sacrificing feats of warfare to shut down the LGD win con.
It's a huge ult from Saber throughout that entire exchange. The Weaver's Wall cutting off almost every member of LGD as that Dragon ends up going low. It was clear they wanted to try to get in to contest for a smite, but Saber not really allowing that. It's a really nice take from Ultra Prime. Very important to stop that Dragon stacking for a team that scales so well going into the late game, but still not an ideal set of circumstances. This gold lead that they felt they should have going into this later part of the game, it's gone. It's a 1K gold lead now for LGD, and we're going to see how this starts. Saber burning YCX's flash pretty early on in this fight, but really, it's the separation here as we see Saber drop the Weaver's Wall. Azir can't get in. The Braum also cannot get in. Savior's not allowed to step up and actually fight in this exchange. At this point, Xiaoxia realizes that it's probably his life that has to be traded in order to get out of this situation alive. Overall, it's an okay trade for Ultra Prime, but the gold is very much not in their favor, and there's 2 kills now on the Lucian.
Glad you pointed out. 2-item Lucian done. Flicker Blades completed, upgraded boots behind Savior into a comp that's really only threatening a majority through AD. Love that itemization coming out from Savior. We talked about how aggressive we like to see him in the early laning phase, but he can make up for that now, seeing how he comes through in this mid game. As I don't think our feed's very happy that Savior's in a great spot right now, K-Man.
Yeah, Savior, sometimes he snowballs the game so hard that it destroys the enemy team's mental. Right now it's destroying our latency a little bit, but that's all right. We'll be able to get that back. It looks like we're all good. We're solid, but
just keeping everybody awake out there, right? I know it's late hours for some of you.
Yeah, got to keep you on your toes. But the setups for the rest of the game are going to be very, very interesting because you properly pointed it out, Slayer. Like, the engage tools are really good for Ultra Prime. Not quite as good when you're behind. Like, a Vi dashing in and going on the backline is all well and good when she has gold. When she doesn't, she goes in and dies. And so it's really important to see where the setups come in for both of these teams and where the vision priority in particular will be. Otacon, of course, spawning here in 5 seconds. And we can see the vision on the top side definitely favoring Ultra Prime, at least for now, but that will not last for long as LGD is getting in the area.
The flip side of that, the shortcomings for LGD is, if they don't have enough map pressure with their Yorick on the flip side of wherever they're looking to make the play, i.e. right now, the Otacon, it's impossible for them to walk into Ultra Prime with the Weaver's Wall, and the fact they have really 0 engage tools except XQW going for a YOLO Shuriman Shuffle to throw some members back into the rest of these melees. So really interested to see how Ultra Prime prioritize stacking near these objectives and taking timers when they know Sasa can't threaten the other side of the map. They're trying to do that now with Zhang pushing waves into that bot tier 1 turret, but we're in a weird, awkward standstill where Junhao and Climber were just, face to face, but the Coley comes across, Junhao getting chunked down. The pillar stops Junhao from getting out and keeps Xiaoxia in place as well. What a position from Climber. Stops all of the Ultra Prime escape and sets them up for a huge Otacon take.
Absolutely gorgeous from Climber there. Not only is he completely blocking the escape from Junhao by stopping the Vault Breaker from going out, but the Pillar coming in after that to shut down not only Junhao, but Xiaoxia's escape pattern. It's incredible. It's a free Otacon now for LGD. And Slayer, quite frankly, LGD are just executing better in these small, close quarters fights. Ultra Prime have had some small moments where they've been able to generate leads, but for the most part, when you look at that gold graph, LGD is favored because in the big moments, they're the ones who have been able to step up. And unfortunately, for Ultra Prime, it's been Junhao and Xiaoxia that are the ones that are getting constantly caught out in this mid game.
They have to do so much of that heavy lifting, trying to put together such a makeshift front line, because like we talked about, Zhang is trying to make it hard for Sasa to get this Yorick going, but it comes at a price. He's going to replay, look back on the Freljordian cold making a difference in this team fight.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous positioning from Climber. Even after he burns the ult from Junhao, or the flash, I should say, from Junhao, the Pillar just completely takes away any escape pattern. The exhaust coming down on his Saber means there's no trading pattern to even happen there for Ultra Prime. There's no way for them to get out of it. That's a huge influx of gold going on to a Trundle, who's going to be able to steal some stats here from Alistar, from Renekton. It's going to be a bit of a problem to break through him in the back half of this game, so really nice transition there from LGD. Again, the gold lead continuing to grow for a team that we already talked about scaling well into the late game, and now the setup is happening around the middle of the map.
This is already panic mode for Ultra Prime, because like you talked about the scaling threat, now LGD can settle into their map situation. This Renekton's value is dwindling by the minute that goes down. He's going to have to become a wave bot answer, or Zhang does what he's doing right now with a deep TP flank that is not spotted out just yet. He's going to be a little too late for this Drake take. It is going to be secured by Climber. The Weaver's Wall comes down a bit early, but Zhang on the flank goes in right after XQW with the heal comes across. Can the melee stand up tall? Because Ultra Prime would try to run down Saber, flashes himself back out. Baya eats the stun. Saber goes back in. XQW Sand Soldiers stand up tall, and Ultra Prime fall flat on their face.
Oh, it looks so juicy. It looks so playable for them on a flank angle, but once again, it's Junhao who's completely separated from his team, going in way too early, getting blown up before the Renekton even is able to enter the fight. The 4v5 looks playable. Baya goes in to try and break things open. It just doesn't work out. That is a huge win for LGD. Any hope that Ultra Prime had of playing things out from neutral, that is gone at this point. LGD are in a commanding spot right now, especially with 4 kills on their jungle and on their AD carry.
Their lead is too much for us to try and handle by this point. Yeah, it's quite disgusting. But I think this is an apt. Yeah, what is going on? LGD is breaking our access to the LPL action. You know, I quite haven't seen this before, and I could say I've been on a lot of the a lot of these guys. Let's see. Let's play a fun game called How Many Seconds in Real Time Would It Take for Us to Get Through the Rest of This Game? At
okay.
What I consider 0.10 speed. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Wait, all right, we're back.
We're back. Okay. I was going to lose that game, so I'm really glad that we didn't have any sort of guessing measurement. I was going to have to do mental math on the spot. That's not a good place for me to be. But I think a worse place to be right now is where Xiaoxia is, level 7 on the Alistar. Not necessarily where you want to be at 25 minutes into the game.
Ultra Prime just not where they imagined ever being 25 minutes into the game. They're getting threatened by Hextech Soul. They've got a Yorick now that can survive against Zhang. You're seeing it now. They can even strong side him, and this is what we feared from draft. Watch this. Goodbye, turret. Yeah, that's a Yorick and a Trundle hitting any one of your turrets going forward, Ultra Prime.
Yeah, that's the double Triforce coming into action there, and you know, really showcasing the 4-kill Trundle that Climber has been able to accumulate over the course of this game. There are still avenues out for Ultra Prime. They're just very difficult from this point. You know, you talk about how difficult it is for them to engage, but there are some Miracle finds. It's going to have to start with the Baron that wasn't even started up.
Miracle needs to be on tap now for Ultra Prime. They spot up the Baron start. Climber feels comfortable just trying to turn and burn it. It's on YCX and XQW to kind of hold the line here, but they can buy so much space with this Braum and Azir, and the call looks like it's coming out. Junhao eyeing a steal, but he's too late to that party. Baron for free. LGD's map pressure is about to tick up about 5 notches from before.
Yeah, if you were scared of Yorick Trundle without Baron, well, I've got some bad news for you. It's not necessarily going to look better with that Baron buff. This is the biggest objective that this comp can get, and right now they're definitely going to be in a position to push it to its fullest extent, but really great gameplay here from LGD. They never got out of their wits in the early game, even when Zhang was incredibly strong. They stayed confident, they stayed cool, and here they are pushing towards the base.
And it's XQW and Savior making it clear, as many of us kind of predicted when it came to this matchup, that they are the much more potent damage threats on their team compared to the Ultra Prime side that we're still looking for consistency from. Is Zhang, he's going for a desperation play, pops the Dominus. Weaver's Wall doesn't really cut off too many LGD members, but Junhao on the back of the fight gets the decent assist down into the seismic shove. It's knock up City, and Savior goes down. Has the miracle come in here for Ultra Prime? No, XQW is churning and burning with too many Sand Soldiers to deal with. They're on all sides, and Ultra Prime can only see a fate sealed in a gray screen. XQW picking up the quadra kill. Game 1 is over, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, they felt like they found the perfect engage onto the Lucian, but they forgot this is a 26-minute Azir, and you cannot leave that champion alone. XQW doing a great job to space it. LGD playing the back half of this game incredibly well, so much so that they are going to be walking their way to a Game 1 victory.
Outside of a Zhang lead on the top side, LGD showing they're a cut above Ultra Prime in our opening game of the series. Doing what we asked all those Group Nirvana teams to do, K-Man. Draft a comp and execute said comp. We accomplished that through one game. Let's go, LGD.
We are 1 for 1 in terms of fun drafts that turn into fun games, because that was an enjoyable one. You had a lot of early action coming out from the top side. We saw Zhang play a carry. It was just LGD's, specifically jungle, mid, and bot, that ended up performing really well throughout that game. Climber had a really strong performance on the Trundle, being able to get the Lucian into a great spot, and how can you not point out XQW cleaning things up in the back half there?
And I want to give a little bit of unsung credit here as well to Sata on this Yorick, because he was enemy number 1 for Ultra Prime by nature of the vertical jungle that Climber forced, 2 minutes into this one. It was like, all right, well, my life's going to be hell. And for the most part, yes, he does get sold out once, but ever since he absorbed that top lane dive, that's what really just completely stalled out Ultra Prime's game plan that they really never recovered from after that game.
Yeah, it was really tough after that early part. I think the problem for Ultra Prime in particular is that they saw a top lane disadvantage, but in that top lane, they didn't see that Zhang was the strong one. They just saw that Sasa was the weak one, and so they kept trying to funnel resources into shutting down this Yorick while not really playing through the strong side of the map, the part where they had all the gold, because they were losing everywhere else, and eventually just ended up catching back up to them. I hope to see a bit more of a composed version of Ultra Prime, but again, it's just game 1. Maybe they can bounce back here.
Yeah, they've got the chance to do so. Unfortunately, they can't actually do that because I have predicted that this will be a 4-0 day for us here on the LPL English. Yeah, I've taken it away from the production curse. I'm saying it live on the stream. So that does, in fact, disappoint Ultra Prime fans. This is an LGD 2-0, unfortunately. Oh, Adam, we've got the wrong side. It's going to be an LGD 2-0. We can put that in already, actually. I'm that confident. There's no jinxing here.
Yeah, there could never be a caster curse of any kind. That's not how this works. That's not how this profession goes whatsoever. But I will say, for LGD, they've looked great in game 1. Like, if they play like that in game 2, Slayer, you might get your wish here today.
Yeah. It's the simplistic approach that we wanted to see for Group Nirvana teams that I will continue to echo is draft something somewhat fun, but simplistic enough to execute. And to be honest, what gives me, if we continue the LGD glaze here, that wasn't the easiest to execute comp. If you came out of that draft, you would feel more comfortable on the Vitalia team that can play around the map to Renekton to carry in the top side. Playing, map presence, 1-3-1 pressure is hard to do for a lot of teams in the LPL because usually the LPL is just a kill box in the early game, and you can't ever get to a spot where you're comfortable doing that. No, LGD, good job in the early game, cross-mapping, Climber taking Dragons, trading for the top side, and then they just got their timers lined up for mid-game and never looked back.
Absolutely. I don't want to highlight the negative too much. You know me, I like to stay positive here when we do these casts, but definitely something to point out. Baya doing less damage than almost every member of LGD that game. I believe every member except for YCX, he was below in terms of damage on the Corki. Really not allowed to happen here in this matchup going into Illusion, but you know, we just saw so much attention shown on the top side from Ultra Prime that kind of left Baya on an island, and you got to the point where you really needed that Corki. In a lot of these late game team fights, he just wasn't there. The execution, of course, wasn't there. We even saw when he tried to step up and play a lot more aggressive in these fights, when he tried to Valkyrie forward and actually, you know, play the game a little bit more, it just wasn't there. He didn't have the damage to ever break through. It just felt like Ultra Prime never really understood exactly what they wanted to be in this draft. They wanted to be a team that played early through Renekton, and then what? What do you do after that? I think that's where Ultra Prime really needs to find that second gear.
And going back to the draft even further, now that we have hindsight, that game plan was clear from draft, like you pointed out, like top-side focus, this Renekton into the Yorick. Why is Corki the pick is what my question becomes, especially knowing that you banned Sivir away, which I feel like would have been the perfect champion for Baya to play on that weak side. Even past that, right? Like a Senna maybe, an Ezreal, or a Jinx. I think all would have functioned a lot better in a shorter range composition going up against a Lucian. So the Corki, I think, is kind of a head-scratching pick now that we look back at it.
Yeah, it certainly didn't feel comfortable for Baya. That I'll definitely say. He didn't feel particularly relevant in that game, but you know, I think the issue really comes down to prioritization in draft, where it's clear that, oh, we want Saber and Junhao to be as comfortable as possible. Whatever bot lane does is what bot lane does. When I don't think you realize, like, Savior and YCX, they're a bot lane that when they win, when they snowball, they look really good. When they lose, look at their series against Ninjas in Pajamas earlier on, just a couple of days ago. They were getting 2v2'd left and right. This is a team that can be exploited in the bot lane early if you draft for it. It just didn't really seem to be a priority here. Hopefully it's more of a priority in game 2.
Time for our main priority here, K-Man, after game 1. I'm going to ask you the million-dollar question here post-game, which is, where's your head at here for player of the game? Because I think a lot of members do deserve praise in this LGD wipe.
Yeah, I think this is honestly a pretty tough one. It really is. How much stock do you want to put into a final fight? I think XQW looked so good in that last fight. You might see a lot of voters go his way. I would give it to Climber. I really thought he was the engine that really made LGD go in this game. The Trundle was excellent. You were seeing pillar after pillar and Space Eater after Space Eating, like, just setup overall around these objectives. I think Climber really was a big influencer. You can't go wrong with really any of the carries on the team. They all played really well in this game, but that's where my head would be at.
I would tend to agree with you, K-Man. And, you know, for the few LGD fans that we may have in chat, if you are in there, let us know. I want to hear you loud and proud, because there's a lot more Group Ascend teams that are being loud and mouthy, especially the top esports ones. I'm looking at you, DBT. No Jackie Love today, man. Let's keep those discussions off the board. But what we talked about for LGD was that Climber has the most pressure on him of many of these Group Nirvana junglers. I hear our MVP picked, and I heard a wow from our producer, so I'm envisioning, oh, you set me up, Adam. I thought we were getting disappointed. It's the exact person we were expecting. So Climber gets his second MVP of Group Nirvana. Well-deserved, knowing how much pressure is on this guy to perform.
Yeah, after the producer reaction, I was guaranteeing it was going to be Sasa that got player of the game, and I was just like, whoa,
yeah,
but
like
100% KP for Climber in that game. He was involved in everything that LGD did, and look at these setups. Again, this is really the big play where he blocks the escape from Junhao, pillars out Junhao's last escape, and Xiaoxia is caught in the crossfire as well. Don't forget that the first time Junhao overextends, it's Climber who ends up being the one to capitalize and pick up the Alistar in that kill. Again, the space eating of a lot of these fights, the objective secures. Climber had a really great game, and it's really nice to see that. Again, we set him up at the beginning of the day as somebody who really needed to be a big piece for the team. He did more than that in game number 1.
Climber deserving all the love for game 1. Congratulations to that player of the game, but I'm going to steal back the spotlight. We've seen enough Climber highlights, so we'll put myself and K-Man back in center stage, because we have one very important thing to do before we get to break here, and that is shout out some awesome coffee and YouTube supporters. We're extremely grateful to those two camps that I just mentioned who help level up our show, the coffee subscribers and YouTube subscribers. A lot of the initial payments go to upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So big shout out. You can see all the amazing coffee supporters we already have. It really helps run the engine that is the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So I'm going to give you guys some time to go check on out those unique perks if you want to subscribe to our coffee, because on the other side of this match, other side of this break, we're going to get into game 2 between Ultra Prime and LGD. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the Fiesta-oriented Group Nirvana matchup of the day. And that app description certainly levies what we saw in game number 1 between Ultra Prime and LGD for the most part, because outside of some mid-laner mishaps, it was a pretty convincing win for LGD as they continue to try and show that they are one of those teams in Group Nirvana that could contend with an EDG or an NIP down the line.
Yeah, I mean, LGD, again, as much as we want to clown on some of the individual plays that we saw over the course of game number 1, this is a team that's already picked up a win here in Group Nirvana and was a upper tier team in Group Nirvana last split, in split number 2. They did the same thing last year in summer of 2024, and so this is an org that's pretty consistently been able to overperform their supposed talent level, and you can't really count them out.
No, you can't. But Ultra Prime have all the chance in the world to run the series back. Just have to win back-to-back games, something they have yet to do in Split 3 so far. But speaking on, you're kind of leading into the developmental aspects a bit during the pre-show K-Man for both of these teams. But it's one thing that Ultra Prime can really hang their hats on, the fact that they are really hell-bent on developing their own talent to succeed on the LPL stage, unlike other teams who kind of pick and choose their favorite LDL players and bring them in.
Yeah, Ultra Prime will promote their LDL talent whether they have shown it at the LDL level or not. They are ready to let it roll in terms of their process. And you know what? You have to trust the coaches, right? These are the players, the guys that are seeing them day in and day out, work in scrims and work in practice. You're bringing in these imports to try and, smooth the transition. But whether it was obviously the start of the split with, players like Saber, players like Xiaoxia, or now obviously with Baya coming in, they trust their process, but they're going to have to trust it even more here in game number 2 with these bans coming out pretty standard.
Yeah, don't be like the Sixers and actually execute when you trust your process. And nonetheless, here for Ultra Prime is the tale that I would tell them. Let's trust whatever draft process that they go through here on that blue side once again. We're seeing very similar bans. The only switch up is the Yone takes the position of the Rumble, and that plays right into Ultra Prime's hands. They wanted the Varus on B1. Baya is going to get that one.
Yeah, I was shocked they banned it on blue side in game number 1. Certainly not surprised to see them pick it up here in game number 2. You wanted something more active for Baya to be able to play. This is the best AD carry in the game at the current moment. It certainly makes a lot of sense. And we are seeing the plague of Nirvana, as you rightly called it at the beginning of this broadcast. The tank top laner coming out here for Sasa. It will be the Sion as the lock-in. Don't want to take anything away from Sion. Very fun champ, very entertaining at times. We want to see some action here, and this looks like it might be incredibly standard as we see some hovers here that are very familiar to LGD.
Yeah, I will say for the anti-tank discourse of Group Nirvana, it makes sense for Sasa, because I think the best thing he did in that game 1, even on the Yorick, was just give away minimal leads weak siding. And Sion is the king of that sort of discussion. You can put this guy 2v1, it doesn't matter, because he just needs to stack his passive. Sion will be a threat no matter really how far behind he falls. So LGD are going to recognize, they're kind of asking Ultra Prime to once again play into that wheelhouse and dare them to try and win through their top side as the Orianna actually comes through instead of the Wukong. So XQW really wanted to prioritize this champion. I wonder what that means for the rest of the LGD composition.
Yeah, I would expect something like a Jarvan to come out, potentially alongside the Orianna. That would make the most sense not only with the combo, but also with Climber's playstyle. He loves to play those engage-style bruisers, but it's the Wukong answered for Junhao. That was the hover for LGD. This is Junhao's most played champion by a lot to start this year. He's played it 3 times already in their 3 series. That's 100% play rate. This is now 4 for 4 for Ultra Prime. So definitely preferring that Wukong coming in. It's all really about what they want to pair it with. We could be seeing something that is very familiar here for Saber in the mid lane. And it actually will be something a bit more aggressive. Maybe something a bit, kind of out of the comfort zone for at least what Saber has been so far with the Akali. I like the idea. Saber was much more of an aggressive melee player coming out of the LDL. And I like trying to answer the Orianna specifically with something that you can play aggro on. The Wukong Akali is terrifying going into the late game, especially if you get set up from Varus as well.
That makes Orianna's life living hell, even in the early game, to be honest with you, once those ultimates come around. And like we talked about, we want to see these group Nirvana players leave their mark in a Nirvana-style way. Akali gameplay, well, you will see it in Group Ascend, kind of meets the mark that I am levying for these group Nirvana teams. Xin Zhao going to be the pairing with Orianna, which I understand that it can be very powerful, but I always find it funny because these two champions' ultimates are diametrically opposed how they interact here, K-Man.
Yeah, it's really more for the other stuff that you end up drafting
Yeah,
them as a
not the
duo together.
ultimates.
Right, that's kind of just a bonus. Hopefully you get a Shockwave that can combo into a later Xin Zhao ultimate or something like that later
Yep.
on. But pretty standard bans coming out here with top lane already selected for LGD. They're just going to take away some of the other, kind of Scion beating options, something like Gnar that can really dominate it in lane and still be useful later. It will actually be the Poppy ban, though, coming out from the side of Ultra Prime. Definitely interested to see if they're going to index all of their bans into the bot side of the map, try to take things away that can stop the Varus early, but Poppy definitely a support ban in this context.
See Cassante come off the table, but I'm curious to see what the priority is here for Zhang, because Gnar, Cassante, those are more like kind of fight-oriented top laners later down the line. We saw a clip earlier of a very different Aatrox game from Zhang. He's already got that in the wheelhouse. Maybe that's what Ultra Prime go for, and they just kind of phase into this full damage, full run-at-you style comp. I think that would be fun, again, even if Ultra Prime kind of struggle to show that they can complete a game win with that kind of style of draft. Rel, the last ban to come off the board here for Ultra Prime. What do LGD want to do with their counter pick? Likely going to leave it up for YCX once more, and they're setting up for a Wombo type of ultimate composition here at K-Man for Game 2.
That really seems to be the direction for LGD. When you see Orianna, you have to kind of just go towards what are the other ultimates on the team that you can combo off that Shockwave, and Bullet Time is certainly one of the most consistent ones. Again, it doesn't necessarily pair perfectly with Xin Zhao, but alternatively, Xin Zhao actually pairs well with Misfortune in terms of early skirmish potential because MF is so strong in a lot of those early skirmishes. That could theoretically negate the pressure that Akali has over the Orianna, so I definitely understand the direction there. Savior has played quite a bit of Misfortune. We even talked about those lane-dominant AD carries definitely being more up his alley, but it will be the Rakan as the playmaker coming out to add even more setup here for Ultra Prime. You have so many different ways to get in as this Ultra Prime roster. Wukong Rakan is very difficult to shut down, for all intents and purposes. You can kind of just dash through. Misfortune's gonna have a pretty hard time, actually channeling that Bullet Time. Hey, you were falling asleep. We might need to wake up.
I saw an Ord hover. I was good. You know what? Hey. I need to get some color caster points. I don't know how we pull these ones in, but the Zhang Aatrox does come through, so he does fit into that sort of everybody's running at you, LGD. What are you going to do about it? We'll see where YCX wants to go with this counter pick. You have enough Scion front line that they feel like Nautilus is a reliable setup. You got non-committal engage with that ultimate, and obviously the Dredge line can really kick off these fights. So once again, K-Man, in a completely different way, we have two diametrically opposed compositions, but this time it's in approaching team fights.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better myself, Colorcaster. I do believe that we are looking at two very, very similar but different comps. Both of them have so much engage and so many ways to start off these fights, whether it be Nautilus and the Shockwave coming out, or any kind of setup coming in from LGD, a potential Xin Zhao diving in, or whether it be, of course, Rakan and Wukong on the other side. I do slightly favor Ultra Prime in this particular instance because I just love the Akali into Orianna matchup early, but man, if you can get that Misfortune going quickly, that's going to be a bit of a problem for Ultra Prime. So we'll see where the Varus ends up landing, and I'm excited about Zhang's Aatrox. We hyped it up on the pre-show. This is exactly what I wanted to see.
Tapping in to some champions that made him famous in a league much behind him now, but can he bring it to the LPL stage? That becomes the question, because Ultra Prime are still hunting their first series win of Split 3, and they're going to have to do it with back-to-back game wins, or LGD will solidify themselves in the middle of Group Nirvana with a 2-2 win scoreline. It all goes down on the very familiar battle arena you guys all know, love, and flame way too many randos on the internet, known as Summoner's Rift. So we will be heading there shortly to see who can really execute this early game to try and set up these fights, because we can talk as much as we want about the fun parts of these team fights, but all of that matters squat if you give away a giant lead in the early game. And K-Man, do you feel like the place you said LGD should worry most about the Akali Orianna matchup in that sense. What lane do you think fits that for LGD on the flip side?
I think you gotta get that Xin Zhao moving around the bottom side of the map. If this Misfortune is in a position to be able to skirmish, that could be huge.
I'm glad that you gave time for the Jayos. I appreciate.
I was really hopeful. I was really optimistic.
I know,
Slayer.
okay, man. I was about your hopeful optimism, but it's not gonna.
Oh wow! Now that's a statistic. That's
Boo.
beautiful.
Math. I don't like math. I went to journalism school for a reason. I don't do math on this. I'm a play-by-caster because I don't know. That's a very fun stat. That's a very fun stat.
Yeah,
Adam already making his impact.
That's got to be one of the
Statistician
more
as well,
fun
by the
lower
way.
thirds for sure that we've seen thrown up. I will quickly say you do have to look out a little bit for level 1s here. It doesn't look like anything's going to happen, but Nautilus and Rakan both on the Rift, both capable of at the very least invading. Things like Scion and Aatrox can be a bit dangerous as well. There is a bit of follow-up, but no aggressive tendencies here. Just going to be standard red side starts or red buff starts here for both junglers.
My King Sasa. He sees an Aatrox up against his Scion. He's like, man, I don't have a lane, so what can I do to help you? he's back to the classic Scion leashing the Xin Zhao.
Wow.
Okay.
We've got a lot coming out here. The prime numbers are flowing.
Now I'm starting to do math. So wait, if my 4-0 day doesn't land, I also still keep that going. Or wait, no, so, okay.
Yeah,
there's too much math going on with prime numbers. I like dredge lines to the forehead, and that's exactly what YCX is prescribing. And Xiao is going to eat that and the Ignite over top, but Baya does a good job trading some autos back, so it goes pretty neutral. And part of the reason why he was able to trade so many autos back, K-Man, is this will be the on-hit Varus from Baya.
Yeah, I really like that. With this comp that they have set up, they need consistent damage coming out. Akali is going to be able to break down anybody on the backline, whether it be Misfortune or the Orianna. You need a way to be able to actually shred through front to back if you do get those engages coming in from Rakan and Wukong. Makes a lot of sense coming out from Baya here, but we'll see what Saber can do in the mid lane. Again, I highlighted him in draft as somebody who really needed to step up in this game on the Akali. They drafted for him in a lot of ways here to be able to step up in the mid game. You know, we didn't see the cleanest of executions from either mid laner in game number 1. Really just going to be about who ends up, pushing forward. With some sums, though, burn bot lane, the Ignite, the Exhaust, and, of course, the heal from Xiaoxia burned. We could see some action there early.
Climber pathing that way. Wave not in the greatest state for him to do much but hover off this crab. Junhao completely content with how this jungle pathing is going. Wukong really just wants to power farm through these early levels because the Cyclone is where you can really be very impactful on the map. So he'll get done with his clear on the top side, take his free crab that he'll have no problem taking, mainly because Zhang is, as expected, pummeling waves into Sasa's turret, trying to build himself his own gold lead. A lot of this game relies on the ultimates on both sides, so expect kind of a snooze fest until at least the solo laners take over to level 6.
Yeah, it's really hard for Ultra Prime to play out any of these lanes pre-level 6. You just don't really have a lot of proactive tools at your disposal, and even going into something like Scion, like, yes, Aatrox is going to be a bit of an aggressive force there, although Zhang taking 2 tower shots,
yeah,
not
I thought he was
ideal.
going to take a third, by the way. I thought he didn't drop aggro for a second.
Certainly not ideal from Zhang to showcase the Aatrox that we highlighted so heavily here, but just not really a lot of tools to be able to create fights unless Xin Zhao wants to get really creative in the beginning part of this game. But one of the reasons I highlighted him, being on the bottom side of the map is because I think it's so important to show Misfortune some attention in this early phase. Obviously, you can see these early levels, and it's pretty MF favored, but you start to get to level 5, level 6, Rakan starts to move around a bit more. It gets a lot easier for Varus to play. There's a couple avenues to be able to take him out, but you got to do it early, in my opinion.
The flip side, though, of Baya's decision, which I'm also behind, I'm a big fan of lethal tempo Varus on hit Varus when you have the right spots for it. But it does mean that Baya isn't really going to be able to compete with that classic mid-game MF first item power spike that a lethality Varus would with those cheaper items. So Savior, once again in a spot, marksman v marksman, draft-wise, that he's going to have a lot more power if mid-game fights break out. And unlike Game 1, both teams are very content on fighting once we get into that mid-game, and definitely earlier than that, to be honest.
Yeah, we're already seeing YCX with the roam up here. You see both supports matching, but Xiaoxia is obviously a little behind after tempo goes in favor of LGD on the bot side. Some nice trades from Zhang. Really, the goal for Sasa is just to stack up and stay as relatively safe as possible here. Shouldn't be too big of a problem. We do see some pings coming down onto Dragon, though. Could be some worry from the side of Ultra Prime that could be taken early. Haven't really seen a lot of fights or contests over this objective, but Climber's going to be on it quickly here.
That's exactly what he did last game. Picked up that first Dragon right under our noses while the action was on the top side for Zhang. And on cue, he'll start that Dragon up himself on another champion that can definitely handle the first battle with the weakest Dragon the game has to offer. And yeah, there's no answer here from Junhao. On the other side of the map, I mean, he's got a Gromp to take. He can get a Crab not too far after. Is trying to pat down there now. Some pinks coming through, but with Savior and YCX making the roam first, think there's enough consistent damage to get through this Dragon before the mid-jungle duel of Ultra Prime can't get the way over. Shockwave going to try and hold Junhao in place, but the steal could be set up with the Trickster. This actually is turning into a very treacherous 50-50, but the knockup lands through the Trickster. They're going to try and turn. Junhao hops onto the Dragon. It's going to be the Dragon traded. Ultra Prime get it, but can Saber get out? Yes, with the perfect execution, gets back over the wall, and that was a heist coming out from UP.
Yeah, it's just terribly executed by LGD in terms of their setups. We continue to see a bit of a chase down here onto Xiaoxia, but everything's used just way too fast. The Dragon has not burned it nearly quickly enough for them to make the aggressive plays that they're making. The Shockwave comes out, but it only hits Saber, and so Junhao's not actually dissuaded from that play at all. It ends up kind of being a disaster for LGD. So many resources used in order to really get nothing on that play, and it's just a nice win overall for Ultra Prime.
Take those where you can get them right now, especially knowing that all the other lanes outside of this matchup is where we need to see improvement in Game 2 for Ultra Prime. Zhang having the most gold lead of anybody is to be expected right now with the CS lead has been able to accrue. Does also have TP advantage as well. So this is only going to get worse for Sasa, and I'm curious if a swap may come out here because Sion can definitely handle the 1v2, but YCX and Savior are in no place to try and make a recall because YCX is nearly chunked to death there. Piercing Arrow still has some bite, even if it isn't the lethality version of Varus coming out.
That is the problem with Varus, and the reason that he is banned for the most part on red side as we get through these games, just the sheer raw damage that he can put out, regardless of the items that he has at his disposal, but is going to start being in favor of that Varus Rakan bot lane as this continues to move forward. Junhao gonna look for a sneaky invade here on the Raptors, but Climber is here as well.
Oh, Junhao gets the big one. Junhao is, not doing great on a lot of stats in this series so far, but he's really commanded the Raptor pit through 2 games as he steals away another big chicken. Grand entrance and gaze coming across from Xiaoxia. By waiting on level 6, takes it over. Chain's Corruption has to be flashed there by YCX. But level 6 is also online for Savior, and Xiaoxia is pretty low. YCX no flash. He's desperately trying to make the stretch line angle work. But Baya gets bailed out by his minion wave that comes on in. So just the flash off the LGD support.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate ult burn there from Baya. I think if he ends up holding that just a little bit longer, the pressure generated by that play is massive, but again, kind of foregoing a lot of that pressure. And now he's shoved under tower. The teleport coming in to protect him from the dive, but still a lot of members here, and it is going to burn yet another resource here on the bottom side of the map. Grubs are up.
Grubs are up for the taking. Last game we saw, for at least a moment, all 10 players on that top river thinking about contesting. This game, a much different pace here. YCX going to take his recall and buddy up with Climber. That's what we like to see from LGD, knowing how important Climber is to all the tempo for this team. So they'll get out on the map there. As Xiaoxia is going to be able to match it with Junhao. Both parties making their way down towards the river, but this is where we see the Zhang lead really take effect. It's going to be hard for LGD to really even reason with trying to contest this grub take.
Yeah, with no swaps coming in, Zhang's ability to push in the lane and going into the Scion ends up being really beneficial for Ultra Prime. They already got the Dragon earlier on in this game. If they're able to secure all 3 of these grubs as well, that is a huge early lead to Ultra Prime, and that's reflected in the gold lead as well, pretty much entirely on the top side of the map, and now they've got the effective combat stats to back it up as well. It's a really nice early game for an Ultra Prime team that we really needed to see come out and push the tempo here.
And they're really not going to drop a lot of minions for this either. I like the swing up Saber matches, but here comes the fighting we were expecting. Charm into knockup, into Chains of Corruption, 3 ultimates to the noggin of YCX, and he's got 3 letters he's desperately whispering as he goes back to the fountain.
Yeah, unfortunately for YCX, he didn't quite get to move during that exchange at any point. It's a great proactive play made here by Ultra Prime. These were the plays that they were really messing up in game number 1. They were looking for a lot of these engages with Junhao and with Xiaoxia in the area, and they weren't quite finding them. If they're going to be more effective on those in the early mid-game here in game 2, we could perhaps see a different outcome, and it's a really nice lead to start generating because the kill does go over onto Baya as well, which is pretty massive.
Gosh,
goodness.
I pray that LGD wins this game so Ultra Prime can't be memed on any longer in this series. All right, Sion Ultimate back towards the top side. Sasa desperately trying to keep up with the wave tempo as the map play becomes a pretty big feature with no objective coming anytime soon, except for this Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds. But with no TP on Sasa and that ultimate used, Ultra Prime are going to be in a spot where they're going to have to use the 4-man to contest this Dragon K-Man. But as I say that, Zhang also going to walk his way back up, so neither top laner going to be able to get down here for this Drake take, no matter who starts it up.
Yeah, it is just going to be a 4v4. We see the teleport, though, coming in here from the Nautilus. It is the YCX coming in terms of the teleport. Just setting up around the area. It does look like it will be LGD first to these objectives. You know, as scary as Ultra Prime have been early on in this game, you don't really want to walk into Shockwave, bullet time, you know, shenanigans happening here for LGD. So the setup is really nice. We'll see what the response is as the Dragon has been started here.
Savior was breaking 80 carry rule number 1 right there, trying to clear vision. That's not your job, buddy. Luckily, not punished too heavily. Another 50-50 coming out. XQW says no, because this time the Shockwave lands on Junhao, and that's enough to get the second Drake of the game into the hands of LGD. But can they get back to their own bottom lane? Yes, they can, because Ultra Prime are sacking everything. There's nothing else to play for here anymore.
Well, that, you know, makes things even. LGD ends up sacking the Grubs for basically nothing, and then Ultra Prime pays them back in kind by doing the same for this second Dragon.
How kind of
another defensive ult used by XQW. You know, want to see maybe some more aggressive plays come out from him as a mid laner. We wanted to see him step up here in this game, but, you know, securing the objective is important, and so you do got to give him credit for that.
Am I out of my wits here saying that Sasa is starting to kind of swing this 1v1 already? He actually kind of came out healthier there in that last trade. I know Zhang still has the World Ender. Guess what, folks? He's about to have to use it because there is a Climber in a brush waiting to gank, and there is all 3 Qs out of Zhang. He's going to pop World Ender for the move speed. Knock up, not going to land the slow will. Slow starting to stack up, but Zhang is able to heal through with some nice sweet spots. And the gank fizzles out just like that.
Pretty difficult play to make for Climber. Always difficult to break through in Aatrox, but now it might be Climber and Sasa who are in some trouble. Saucia and Junhao on the top side.
This is a hard dive to sell, especially with Crescent Guard still up for Climber. So don't think this dive is really going to manifest. Instead, it's just going to be camp stolen, which is a win nonetheless here for Junhao. Does allow for Savior to get a lot of pressure onto this mid lane. He's going to push waves under this turret, tier 1 turret, but not really going to get himself a plate. So Ultra Prime, yeah, they don't make the dive work. Can they get out? Because Junhao is getting greedy trying to take camps. He's not going to be able to get away with that red buff. He walks himself right into Savior, but luckily he's a trickster with the Wukong, gets right over the wall. And still 1 kill on the board 13 minutes in.
I was almost getting some deja vu from game number 1, Slayer, where Junhao got caught in the exact same spot on the Vi, going a little bit too deep. Fortunately, he's able to get out of this one, so good on him for that. YCX still going to stay on the top side. We do see the teleport coming out from Saber to be able to catch the wave. Everything kind of equalizing out here as we, you know, await our next objectives. It's a little over a minute here until the Rift Herald ends up spawning here on the top side, but once again, we do see some trades down on the bot side coming in from these 2 top laners. It's really just about how much they want to commit in certain areas, and mid lane's going to commit on.
This game is all about layering ultimates. You just saw both bottom lane ults come out from the Ultra Prime and the flash forward for Baya. He is not messing around after he was quiet in game 1.
Yeah, now that is the aggressive play we were looking for. The Corki not really living up to the hype in game number 1 in terms of the damage. Baya was determined not to have that happen twice. 2-0 now on the Varus. It looked like this misfortune was going to generate at least a small lead. Not going to be the case anymore as Zhang and Sasa continue to duel down on the bottom side of the map. But that was a necessary play for Ultra Prime. You know, they're still in the lead here, at least in terms of gold, but the map pressure needs to stay in their favor as these objectives start to come up.
And I'm glad that Ultra Prime punished the summoner decision there from Savior. I know we haven't really got to talk about it, but this is the exhaust out of the misfortune to kind of deal with the Akali, the Wukong, the Aatrox. Got to think if he has Cleanse or Barrier, might survive that layering of ultimates. Oh, my. Oh. Oh, no. Our producer's lower third didn't update in time. What a shame. I'm sure it wasn't a prime number-based joke that was coming our way that have to do with the kind of kills of the game.
You underestimate Adam. There it is. There it is. That's what we were waiting on.
All right. Well, let's see how many prime numbers come into play with this Rift Herald take on the top side. YCX throws down the dredge line, gets the depth charge knock up, and they're just throwing South into the air, but the flank comes out from Zhang. He's getting onto the backline. Both members of LGD backline are trying to flash back out, but here comes Saber over the wall with the killer instinct. Will he be able to get the most damage down? Yes, the 5-finger strikes are just doling out punishments. LGD crumble. It's only Sasa left to tell the tale.
it looks pretty good for LGD at the start of that fight. They were able to catch Xiaoxia way too far forward on the recon, but they used so much to be able to break him down, and unfortunately for LGD, they all clump up into this little small area. And you know who loves to hear that? Aatrox, Wukong, Akali. They love to know that you are ripe for the picking right in the middle of this closed quarters. We're going to get a replay on this play. It's really aggressive engage here coming in from YCX, but it does land on the target. Xiaoxia is dead to rights here as the shockwave ends up coming down, but unfortunately they burned so much on that play, and look at the clump coming in for the rest of this. It is a beautiful engage from Junhao. Zhang ends up landing so much damage, and Saber is more than ready to clean up with everything going on the back end. Awesome stuff from Ultra Prime. We talked about Saber needing to step up in particular on this Akali. Getting some gold funneled into him in that fight is certainly going to help that.
Where's my boy's entourage there in the war room? All right, he needs some homies there to get him hyped up. All right, he's just clapping in a room alone watching his squad. That maybe we don't take the coach cam any longer. That there was some enthusiasm nonetheless. And Ultra Prime, a lot to be enthusiastic about. This lead is quietly ballooned to about over 3,000. They got the Herald to drop in the mid lane that will effortlessly set up this Drake take. There's not much for LGD to really do but clean up the pieces right now.
Yeah, Dragon is gone as this Rift Herald is going to be crashing into the mid lane. That tower is also dangerously close to being taken. Baya, with the amount of range that he has, is likely going to be able to get that relatively shortly. But again, no contest here on this Dragon. It's impossible to really get into the area. This should be free for Ultra Prime. That being said, it's only second Drake. It's not the end of the world or anything like that. I'm much more concerned about the gold lead that is in favor of Ultra Prime really being in the right spots. That's a 3-0 and 3 Varus. That is a 2-0 and 1 Akali. That is an Aatrox that is up almost 30 CS here. And you just got to be excited about where Ultra Prime is at, especially after a pretty rocky game number 1.
Got to be excited knowing this is what it looks like when Zhang gets help on the lead.
The flank.
We know LGD won't go quietly as you get the Scion ultimate into the double knockup, and they pick off Baya. The ultimate layering this time goes for the side of LGD as we do see Zhang fly in. Shockwave going to land on it too, but the knockups are coming through for the Aatrox. Saber goes into the backline, but he's struck in the shroud. He doesn't know what target to engage on until he eviscerates YCX. But that's the support down. Can Zhang use the one-ender to heal through this all? Cyclone off to the side from Zhuhao is going to hit absolutely nobody as Sasa starting to push out the damage on the front side. Grand Entrance gets the knockup. They're trying to hold Sasa at bay. Will the Scion fall before Zhang heals through? No! The World Ender provides pivotal, but Savior trying to kite back on the MF. Can't get enough damage down. The knockups fly through, and it's all left on XQW, but there's no cooldowns left, and there's an assassin on his back. Ace down over to Ultra Prime.
Oh, what a fight, Slayer. That was absolutely gorgeous from Ultra Prime. I didn't know they had it in them to be able to turn something like that. It looks disastrous at the start with a great catch early on. It's a nice combo from LGD, the flank coming in from Sasa to be able to set up for the bullet time. It's everything you want this combo to be and then some, but the teleport coming in from Zhang with how strong this Aatrox is and how slow this was played by Ultra Prime ends up being huge. Again, really nice engage by Climbers here as well here to set things up for the bullet time, but the moment that this Aatrox is in, you gotta be really scared. Unfortunately, the hook does not land from YCX, and so you don't have any lockdown onto this Akali. Saber just sits inside the shroud until it's time to execute this Nautilus, who cannot survive forever. And Zhang, look at the pressure he is eating up on the front line here. Everything going into him. His health bar is not even budging. A great re-engage from Xiaoxia, and again, the cleanup coming in from Saber, from Junhao, from Zhang. It's gorgeous stuff. Ultra Prime showing why they're in the lead in this game. They feel so comfortable on the champions that they ended up drafting, and that really is the big difference from game number 1. We felt like they didn't execute correctly on the comp that they had. Well, they're certainly doing so now.
Look at that damage chart. 5K thrown down by Zhang. Huge fundamental in that front line, because like you talked about, that looked great for LGD. The real win here for Ultra Prime is they just want to fight this game without their Varus available for all of it. So Ultra Prime continuing to roll forward as we now get Atakan spawning in mere seconds, and that's exactly where Ultra Prime really want to look to push their lead further, and more importantly, force LGD to come into their playhouse.
Yeah, this is getting tougher and tougher to find ways to be able to control the space for LGD. Again, we talked about this in draft. The amount of engage coming in from both sides is massive, but that is so terrifying. As we get Climber potentially in trouble during a lower third.
Shockwave. Baya has to burn Ghost and Flash, but that does get 2 ultimates off of the board here for LGD. As Zhang on the bot side does tank a turret shot, so he has to pop that World Ender. will keep him safe into Sasa, and the more important stuff happening on the topside river is the rest of Ultra Prime feel confident enough to start up this Otacon. How do LGD get in here? Because Climber took a reset through all this, so there's not even a fight to be had. This is just Otacon going over to Ultra Prime.
Oh, and this is such a close timer because look at the teleport cooldown on Sasa. It's up right now. If they were 5-10 seconds slower, they are not really able to make that play in the same kind of way with no teleport being available for Jung on the bottom side of the map. So really nice aggressiveness from Ultra Prime coming out to really push that tempo. And again, it's just pushing the lead. It's understanding where your strengths are. You know, we criticized this team pretty heavily for their macro decisions in game number 1. It feels like that's been a lot better in game 2. Obviously, things aren't closed out just yet. This still is a 4K gold lead. It honestly feels a bit larger in terms of how the last couple of fights have gone, but this is technically still playable if you can get a wombo combo off for LGD. I want to see Ultra Prime feel clean and closing this out.
Love this chase down, knowing there's no top turret or XUW to run towards. Phase Rush buys him a good amount of space, but Junhao just waiting on cooldowns, desperately trying to get close up for the dash. The Trickster's not going to get close enough. Hexgate isn't going to XUW taking it. No, he ignores it. He's at this point just trying to play the stall game. How long can XUW survive before he ultimately gives this kill over? Shockwave going to be dropped on the 2 damage dealers. I need a timer up on how long XUW is going to live. Finally, a knockup lands, some CC down, slow layered as well. Junhao, look how long he's waiting to desperately dash in here, and he finally will at the twilight hour. XQW falls as expected.
Honestly, not a terrible play overall for XQW. Look at the ward coverage that's been set up here on the bottom side of the map. It's actually fully in there for LGD, as this dragon will be spawning in 15 seconds. So Saber now could be in danger under this tower.
Hexgate's trying to get them close enough. Teleport coming in here as well. Saber, how much time can you buy in the Shroud? A whole lot, he says, so far, as the Crescent Guard does catch him. Zhang TP's in with the Warlander, but he's going to eat a full plate of bullet time until he flashes right after Savior. Flash match, but can't Savior kite back here because Zhang just has too much damage, and Baya has arrived to the fight. Marksman going blow for blow, but Baya is superior. Down falls LGD once more.
Oh, it looked like it could be a positive play for LGD, but boy, do we get that turned pretty quickly. That is a fantastic play from Jung and from Baya to be able to capitalize. Saber still going way too deep and way too aggressive to try to make that play happen. It is a shutdown over to LGD, but at the end of the day, is it really anything other than yet another dragon going over to the side of Ultra Prime? Jung got a prime number of kills on the bot side. He absolutely did. We get even more fun stats here. Prime time stats for Ultra Prime. Of course, as we get the replay here. Saber under tower does look like he's in a bit of danger, but pops the Shroud, and at this point, if he just waits a little bit longer, I'm pretty sure this play is just overly positive for Ultra Prime. Unfortunately, he does go in. Jung feels pressured to try to make the play happen, but at this point, look at the healing on Aatrox. It's just disgusting. You can't break this champion down with how far ahead the Aatrox is at this point. He just breaks through the entire front line. Baya at this point is so strong at being able to melt those tanks. There's really no fight to be had.
It's going to take a big mistake from Ultra Prime, and maybe it's Baya that's going to make it as he pops the Ghost, but he is completely flanked. It's the double TP Baya. He's going to try and trade Climber out, but he's down already. LGD make the snap decision on the flank. How much more can they get? Because Saber's teleported in. Junhao still wants to fight, but the Shockwave holds him in place. Zhang in a 1v1 with XQW. Savior goes down first, and once again, it's the solo lanes that really shine here for Ultra Prime. You can knock down Baya, but you're saying bye-bye to the rest of your base as only Sasa survives another escapade from Ultra Prime.
It's a desperation play coming in from LGD, and desperation often does not lead to success. Ultra Prime able to pick up a huge team fight win. You are absolutely on the money, Slayer. This is a solo lane gap in favor of Ultra Prime right now in terms of their output. This Akali and this Aatrox are unstoppable for Ultra Prime at the moment. It's been an absolute joy to watch these two get to play champions that they were known for, not maybe this year, but last year, which is really cool to see kind of these pocket picks coming back out and a more aggressive comp for Ultra Prime. For LGD, you know, I respect the effort. Like, you're trying to make plays. They're not rolling over and dying. We've seen some other Group Nirvana teams, you know, not going to name some names, but, you know, there have been some other Group Nirvana teams that don't necessarily play as aggressive when they're losing early on, and it's nice to see LGD.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you know, it could be anybody.
Allergies.
Yeah, allergies. I'm just happy to see that at the very least this game has been entertaining as Baron spawns here.
I think that's a great point to make, that you need to, as much as we are saying desperation is usually not successful, it's better than just wiltering away slowly but surely. So we'll see if LGD continue to try and get desperate here. Do have a catch on to Junhao of all people, and the Crescent Guard into the Shockwave burns him, but boy, oh boy, is the damage out of Ultra Prime so much more massive. They trade Climber back out, and it's Zhang on the flank again. Here's World Ender, here's Saber. His blade is too sharp for anybody in LGD to deal with, and he's going after Savior next. He's going to let him live, but it's a small win for LGD as they once again drop way too many members, and they have no more control left on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it is technically jungle for jungle, so we'll see what Ultra Prime want to do. They're not going to worry about it too much. They're going to be starting up the Baron here.
Yeah, who cares? We don't need a smite. We have a Varus with a piercing arrow that can do just about as good as a smite, if not better. Savior does have the bullet time. He's not spotted on vision just yet. Now will be seen by Zhang, who is holding both Sasa and Savior at bay. The bullet time is actually going to be used on Zhang, but my God, his Saber's damage is just disgusting by this point. You blink and Savior's off your screen, and making a double for Saber, who has retconned his losses of game one, blossom to a 10-1-10 Akali performance.
Slayer, my eyesight, it's going poor. I can't see Misfortune anymore. She's gone somewhere. I can't find her on the map anywhere.
Did you try to rhyme that? Did you try to rhyme that?
I wish I had that kind of skill set. My brain is fried by the fact that Akali is destroying the health bars of everyone I've seen on the screen. Beautiful stuff from Saber and Ultra Prime once again just capitalizing on everything that they can. Saber is in prime form. This lower third eye can 100% back up. This has been a really great game from Saber, especially after that game number one where we wanted more out of it.
Yeah. And you kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier, but our prayers really have been answered in the fact that we're getting to see the solo lanes playing champions that they stake their name on to get into the LPL. And now in Group Nirvana, this Akali from Saber and Zhang's Aatrox is going to have to be really marked when it comes to draft and accounted for going forward the way both of them have performed so aptly in this series. It's going through the motions now for Ultra Prime, waiting to see when LGD get desperate once again. Good 4-1 push they've got going. Zhang has free hit onto this tier 3 turret on the top side. This will be the base broken open for LGD. The question for them becomes, when is the next play and where does it take place?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just where does Ultra Prime want to put all of their resources into right now. Zhang, of course, a full presence on the top side, but this push on the bot side has to be answered soon. There is decent wave clear coming in from LGD. Obviously, that is, a huge positive here to be able to keep them out of the base, at least for now, but eventually they will be pushed in a little too far. It looks like they're going to try to capitalize on the Aatrox. That is not going to work for them.
One short dash gets him out of range of a depth charge and a shockwave. Junhao's going to go all in after Savior, who is left unaccounted for, and Saber takes down Savior once more. It's time for the dominoes to fall in place for Ultra Prime, as there's nothing for LGD to do but watch this game slip out of their grasp. We're going the distance in Group Nirvana today, and Ultra Prime are putting a stamp, a seal of approval doing so.
Oh, and Saber drives the dagger through the heart as he destroys LGD on this Akali and brings Ultra Prime to one of their closest series of the entire year up until this point. What a performance out of the solo laners.
Ultra Prime do not want to fall 0-4 again in Group Nirvana. And if Game 2 is any indication, momentum has swung the pendulum back over towards the Royal Purple-led squad of Group Nirvana. Wow, 2 convincing wins from either of our squads came in, and that really does hype up what Game 3 could be.
Yes, and I think most importantly, the caster curse has been fulfilled.
What are you talking about?
We have done it. Actually, I don't know. My brain was wiped.
Yeah.
Well, there are definitely no receipts on a VOD or anything like that. This definitely won't be going on YouTube, and you can watch it on Twitch after the fact or any of that stuff. That's definitely not the case.
Delete the VODs. Sorry, there's something in my throat. Yeah. No, nobody said anything like that. Nobody did that. Yeah. We all wanted as many games of LPL action, especially me, that we could get here tonight. But nonetheless, jokes aside, again, what we talked about after Game 1 and the overarching theme for Ultra Prime, I said it during that first bout, right? Came out where it was like, mid lane, we didn't really talk about either XQW or Saber because they haven't really brought a lot to the table for, mostly Saber for either of those teams, though. That game two, boy, I have never been happier to be shut up like that from Saber.
That was, I I hate to call it a vintage Saber performance because that feels like he's, been around the block a few times. But, when you watch the tape on a Saber player who didn't have a ton of tier 1 experience, you saw a lot of these melee mids. You saw the Sylas, you saw the Akali, you saw a player built in that mold, very similar to players like Zeka or Cream that we've seen have success here in the past. Had kind of transitioned away from that over the course of this year into the Rise and the Galio. Seeing him play something so aggressive that was kind of his signature before going into the LPL and really pop off on it at this level, it's a really exciting prospect for an Ultra Prime team that desperately needs a kind of player like that to step up.
An unfortunate reality for Ultra Prime, even talking about Zhang as well, is you don't get to go back to those comfort champions again. You can't say, oh, let's reload a draft and we'll pick for Akali again. We'll pick for Aatrox again. This is Fearless, baby. So you got to get more creative here if you're Zhang and Saber. Luckily for Zhang, I do think he has more reliable top lane carries he can go to. I still don't think he'll be getting the Gwen in this series, mainly because Ultra Prime are likely to go to red side now, so you have to ban the Gwen. But, K-Man, before we start rolling through these Game 2 highlights, tell me about more Ultra Prime, staple champions for these soul lanes, and maybe even further that you could hopefully see them go towards in this Game 3.
Yeah, really, I think for me, when I think of, what Zhang was able to do last year, I think of the Cassante being able to take over the game in a lot of major ways. But if you want something spicy, if you want something that, only
Always.
really he plays and, has brought out competitively, we're looking at a Riven player in Zhang, and he certainly is someone who's not been afraid to bring that out in the PCS in the past. Definitely something to at least keep in mind. I'm not expecting it out of this team, but, if you want a spicy call out, I think something like the Jax could be much more viable, but anything that really gives him that overarching sense of being able to take over in the late game, because he has that ability to win early. His lane dominance and his mechanics are just so strong in the 1v1 that give him something that he can snowball off of. He can really make it work. We've already seen it against Sasa in this series.
Yeah, so, speaking of the strong presence, you're going to see it for those soul lanes in this fight. This is where it really felt like LGD might not have a chance because they got the pick onto the enemy AD carry. I don't need to pull statistics up. How often do you see that really decide to fight on its own? Nope, not for Saber, not for Zhang. This is where the snowball turned into an avalanche for Ultra Prime, and they really never looked back.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable execution from Ultra Prime, and its aggressiveness. It's that willingness to make the play and to make the trade. I think there are a lot of teams that are even better than Ultra Prime that might be a bit scared losing their 3-0 and 3 Varus to continue to go in for an exchange. But this Ultra Prime team, no inhibitions, no fear. Everything's just going to get chucked at the wall. They realize that they're on comfort champions and that they can outplay LGD in a lot of these instances. Of course, the gold helped. The gold lead definitely mattered. Yeah, let's get that.
That's his Saber, guys. He's
yeah.
Cut him
There
down.
we go.
All right.
Cut
You know
him
what?
down. Slice him through. Yeah.
Somebody get this man a hype man. Do we got the budget for that? I don't know. He needs a hype man behind him. I
show
need
up.
somebody next time. Okay, K-Man, you show up, and then when he does the Saber thing, you need to fight him with your own Saber. But here's the important part. You have to lose, or the vibes are bad.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be able to win that exchange. I mean, look at the elation on him. The energy alone would take him across the finish line. But yes,
K-Man has
got to be
sarcasm.
feeling good.
Okay.
How can you not be feeling good after game number 2 if you're Ultra Prime? This game just went exactly as you could have possibly wanted it to. And LGD, for as much as we were giving them in game number 1 in terms of the positives, momentum's been stolen, completely taken away from you. You are now looking at a game where you're like, oh, we got nothing. We got nothing in game number 2, so we've got to bounce back, and it's a winner take all in game number 3 now.
And we'll get into what we would like to see that be for LGD in Game 3, but for like the 16th time in this single game, K-Man, we need to give flowers over to Saber mainly because he's both of our pick for player of the game, undoubtedly, correct?
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that. Saber completely popped off in that game. Special credit to Zhang. I thought he was really, really good on the Aatrox, but really kind of has to be Akali and Saber with that performance, especially in the back half of that game.
I won't be upset if it somehow goes to Zhang. I'll say that. But yes, I very confidently believe that Saber will grab one of his very few player of the games that he's been able to grab in 2025 for Ultra Prime. So that will be nice to see for Saber as the votes went in through quickly. And okay, so we've gave it to Zhang. Okay, okay. So remember I said I wasn't gonna get upset. I'm actually actively trying to stop myself from getting upset. You know what?
Sure.
It's a win for Ultra Prime. They haven't had very many of those this split. So that's the takeaway we need to have here, K-Man, as we get set for Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be mad at someone watching this game seeing an Aatrox's health bar just go from low to high to low to high in every single fight, never being taken down, and say that that was anything other than player of the game. I do understand the thought process behind it. I just want to give a shout out to Ultra Prime because they just played great across the board. Even players like Jun Hao that really struggled in game number 1, I think, had a nice bounce back. Xiaoxia, I think, had a couple of great moments on the recon here. Baya, of course, a better game. It was just across the board. Everybody playing well for Ultra Prime, and if they carry that into game 3, they're going to be the winners of the series.
We'll have to see if Ultra Prime can carry over back-to-back good game plans and execute on them, because that is something that has eluded this Ultra Prime squad all split 3 so far. LGD trying to bounce back into game 3 where all the marbles cash in, wipe the clean sleeve from game 2, get yourself a win to go 2-2 in Group Nirvana. One of those two outcomes is coming your guys' way after another extended break. We'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome everybody back to your full course meal of Group Nirvana action here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we have gone the distance between two teams on the bottom half of the standings when it comes to Group Nirvana. Ultra Prime taking our latest win, but it's been two pretty commanding ones came in across the series. So the question becomes, does that tee us up for an exciting finish, a climactic 40-minute banger, or what we usually get, the most one-sided game we could possibly get out of the series in Game 3?
Well, if by most one-sided you mean both teams running at each other until one of them wins, yeah, I hope that's what we get here in game number 3. I'm hoping for some action. We've honestly been kind of rewarded so far in terms of some of the picks, at least throughout this series. I hope that continues into game number 3. I don't want to see any, now we have to play it safe. It's do or die. Our backs are up against the wall.
True.
Keep your foot on the gas. It's do or die here for both of you in a good way.
And what's one way you can do that if you're LGD, is I'll continue to campaign this. Xiaoya, or Savior, Caitlyn or Draven, all right? You are not allowed to select any other champions. I'm sorry, I got the rules, the rule book. It's right in front of me. It's definitely real. You have to play Caitlyn or Draven in Game 3s.
Yeah, I guess that's just kind of how it goes. You've heard it from Slayer, and Slayer has not said anything that would jinx
I've not said anything. I've never been incorrect on this broadcast, ever, actually.
Not at all. Not at all
Sorry.
so far. Honestly, you've done a great job in draft. You've actually been incredibly accurate so far. I'll give you credit for that.
Part. That's the funniest part. I come out here and I'm like, no Game 3s, guys. 2 sweeps, that's all we're getting. That's what I mess up on, not the draft analysis where I'm just supposed to sit here and smile while you talk, man. Things are wacky,
okay.
But that's what happens when we do the LPL. The LPL is wacky, that's why we love it.
I mean, this is, the most fun league in the world. Like, that's why we signed up for this.
True.
The games that we get, it's action-packed. You never know who's going to win at any given time. You never know who's going to play bad at any given time. And that really is the appeal of the LPL. And that's exemplified by these teams as we are into draft. We are right in here. Some different bands coming up as teams swap sides.
Okay, man, one thing you also forgot to say that makes the LPL the greatest region, the most fun region, is there's no best of ones anywhere. You know who I'm talking about. Anyways, back into draft. We see LGD on their first blue side, and it's starting to really warp the bans here. Rise and Rel both come off the board. I have not seen a Gwen ban yet, and that makes me nervous for really mostly LGD.
Yeah, it's the Jax taking off the board. That would be the answer to the Gwen, but Ultra Prime just playing a little bit of chicken here and waiting to that last ban to get it off the board. As we talked about, a lot of things still left up, and Bess is going to be the priority here for Sasa, something he's found a lot of success on from a team fight perspective, specifically with those ultimates.
Was worth a Phase 1 ban in the first game we had here from LGD, or Ultra Prime, excuse me, on that blue side, so good to see that come back round for Sasa. Does that mean we get a brawling top lane? Because Rumble is up, and this would be a statement sort of Game 3. A matchup you'd expect to maybe see earlier on in a series with how prioritized mostly Rumble but also Mbessa are. So we're going to be slugging it up in the top side. Where does the rest of the engagement, sort of fight-starting capabilities come through? Puts a lot more pressure on guys like Junhao, Xiaosa, YCX, and Climber to answer that call.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the engage comes through, because that's really Ultra Prime's go-to is how are we starting fights. That's what really they were good at in the previous split, was finding engage angles, but it will be the Victor here, so some team fight prowess coming in. Equalizers, Victor in general coming in for team fights. It's definitely an identity early on for Ultra Prime, and it definitely kind of shows their cards early.
I would like Climber to lock this in, not just because it's an immobile mid-lane mage, but more importantly to take away Junhao be able to take this J4. One of the best J4 combinations in the game is Equalizer Cataclysm. So this is a really smart lock-in, not just to punish Saber, but to deny a key engage tool for Ultra Prime here, K-Man.
Definitely makes a lot of sense. Again, Climber, one of those players that likes to go in, likes to dive, and that's accentuated here. You've got a lot of go buttons already here for LGD. Yeah, it's all dive. It's Jarvan going in. It's the public execution. It's Galio ulting on top. It's everything, and we're seeing a lot of movement coming out. We're seeing the Mbessa, we're seeing the Galio, and Poppy's looking pretty good in this draft, and so that's going to get locked in here. Likely for Junhao, could be for Xiaoxia as well, though.
I wonder why a Poppy would enjoy being surrounded by walls. We'll have to figure that one out once we get into game here with a certain ability. But yeah, a lot of denials and punishing parts of this draft already. Something we didn't really get to see a lot of in the first 2 games. Both teams kind of handshaking, playing whatever style they wanted to, and daring the other to execute their draft better. This time we're getting confrontational, denying and punishing certain picks here. That'll be fun to track as the game goes on. Champion pools being punished now. That's going to go towards the AD carries as my heart burns seeing Ultra Prime give the respect Draven ban over to Savior.
Yeah, no Draven in Game 3, unfortunately. That's what we really wanted to see here, but there are plenty of options, aggressive options still available. You highlighted the Caitlyn in the pre-show. That is definitely something that is still on the board here for Savior if he does want to go for, you know, something aggressive. We'll see. You know, the 3 for 3 might be we might have to switch jobs if that ends up being the case. So see that ends up working out. It will be the Zeri taken off the board. So these more scaling oriented, you know, Ezreal kind of a safe option here that, you know, Baya's played a lot of. But if you want safety, you know, there are other options definitely still available. Plenty of AD carries can fit the mold for kind of a weak side ADC in the current meta, depending on how you want to play it. Also, you've kind of built out this team fight comp, again, with Rumble, with Victor. Even the Poppy really contributes to that. You want something that can not only hold its own and survive early on, but can contribute in those 5v5s, those front-to-back 5v5s later on in the game. And Xayah, as the lock-in, definitely can do that.
Also contributes to the kind of denial of space that you can punish with the fact you have a Featherstorm, you can throw in a Blade Caller with that Graviton Well as well. That kind of can punish this dash-oriented comp with the Poppy that we are seeing come across from Climber and Sasa. We'll see where the reverse locking comes in through for LGD. We're going to get a Thresh game out of YCX, so that's already pretty fun. Master of none, jack of all trades type champion. Can peel, can engage, can do it all. Puts a lot of pressure on YCX to kind of play a lot of those roles, but I do like it as a secondary engage angle next to Climber. What do they want to pair with it, though? They're here for LGD. They are going to lock in their own scaling threat here and make it clear to Ultra Prime that their entire goal here is to make sure Savior does not get excited.
Yeah, Jinx and Thresh are picking up a lot of popularity right now as a duo in a lot of different regions. Not surprised to see it pulled out here in a pretty pivotal spot. Gives you a lot of outs. Again, look at the setup here for LGD. My goodness, like you are looking at Jarvan diving in, you're looking at Mbessa diving in, but you've got a Galio for protection, you've got a Thresh for protection. Ultra Prime on the other side, they have their own sense of self-peel. You have things like Xayah Ultimate, obviously, but even just Leona is going to be really nice in that regard. Poppy is a very great defensive tool. A lot of team fight presence coming in from Ultra Prime as well. We've really set ourselves up for an interesting game number 3 here. I think we're looking at a comp that's really centered around protecting Jinx versus a comp with so many ways to start and create fights. I'm really excited to see where it goes.
I hope to see LGD go for a fight where I like to call it like a pump fake for all you sports fans. You know, get your defender up in the air, punish them, pump fake. You know, you get a pass off, get the defender flying through. Here's the pump fake here for LGD. You can dive in with Climber and Sasa and be like, oh, we're going for your carries. But they actually are the fake out. Even if they die, Savior then punishes whoever dives into him. And nobody is beating a excited Jinx once all the dust settles for that initial scrap. Very niche team fight to call out here, but we'll see if it comes across. Not the easiest thing to execute, K-Man, but execution is all that matters now because the draft is done, and we are going into our final game between Ultra Prime and LGD.
I cannot wait, Slayer. We are getting on the Rift shortly here. I really think there are a lot of tools here. I do worry a bit about the damage composition coming in the later part of the game here from LGD. I think there is a chance that they could, you know, rely too much on the Jinx. If you end up getting taken out pretty early on by the Leona, it's kind of doomed. I think that there's so much damage coming out from Ultra Prime throughout the back half of this game as well, from the Rumble, from the Victor, from the Xayah. You have multiple damage dealers. I think they scale relatively effortlessly there. I think one of the lanes I'm really going to be looking at is mid lane here. Can that Victor get shoved in on the Galio and kind of take away some of those early level 6 options to play around objectives? Because I think that will scale well here.
We'll have to see as we are stopped from going on to the Rift. Once you see the player cams in full screen, as much as we love to see the fits in especially the haircuts, I would say, because a lot of these guys love to dye their hair when they go away for a couple days. It's not a good thing to see before you want to get into game. It means we have some sort of technical issue going on, and that does really give more time for K-Man to break down how you feel this early game should be successful for either of these teams. I want you to start out here with, I would say, that the challenger in this matchup having no series wins, which is Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I think Ultra Prime have a more direct path to victory. It's kill Jinx. That is the game plan here. You have plenty of ways to team fight. I love the engage coming out from the side of Ultra Prime. I know it doesn't necessarily feel like it's as consistent as what you have on the other side with Jarvan and Galio diving in, even the Mbessa diving in, but I think your engage could be just as effective if you're looking at it from the right angle. Again, if Jarvan does go in, all of a sudden Poppy's value skyrockets throughout a lot of this game, and Leona is a fantastic secondary engager. If you get an overeager, rush through coming in from LGD, which they're known to do, it could actually be really catastrophically bad, and it really just takes one fight going bad for Ultra Prime, or for LGD, I should say, for them to be in a spot where it's going to be harder for them to win this game. So I'm really looking at them not only to generate leads early through things like Victor and things like Rumble that should have advantages in their individual lanes, but specifically by staying proactive with things like Leona and Poppy later on.
And you can start that proactivity out pretty early as well. If you feel comfortable that you have control in the solo lanes like you're talking about, K-Man. You can see a path here for Junhao, top to bot. Poppy is an extremely deadly, even if you want to just start bot side, skip your quadrant and rush bot level 2, 3, Poppy Leona, once level 2 comes online, it's a huge kill threat lane, even with flash up. So Savior, yeah, he's going to have to play to his new namesake. He's going to have to be the savior for LGD, but there are a ton of demons hunting this guy really out the gate if Ultra Prime want to move towards that kind of style.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we're putting it on Savior, because it is the Jinx that really does end up mattering a lot for this comp, really, at the end of the day, it's on YCX and it's on, XQW in the mid lane to be that protection, to be able to create that space for Jinx to operate. Savior could position perfectly. If he doesn't have the peel available to him, it's not really going to matter. So, it really comes down to some players that have had some questionable playmaking decisions, especially on non-carries throughout a lot of their time in the LPL. They're going to need to step up here. But it really is a Jinx game. When you look at this construction, it's hard to view it as anything else.
And with some extra time, we can start to understand the stakes and maybe the road forward here for both these teams as we wait to get to Game 3. You mentioned at the top of the show how Ultra Prime got kind of the short end of the stick when it came to the start of Group Nirvana, having to play the 3 teams now that are at the top. Their 3 losses are to the untouched EDG, NIP, and Thunder Talk, who are sitting at 2-1. LGD, after this series, I believe they get to play, well, actually, this doesn't, I was expecting it to get hard for them, K-Man, but it seems that they've backloaded their hard matches because they play, obviously, they are playing, or no, I looked at the wrong schedule. I just got baited. Okay. Next week is really easy for LGD, guys, just so you know, 8 to 10 days away from now, they get to play Ultra Prime and LNG. But that is not what they're currently looking at. They are currently going to have to play Thunder Talk next while Ultra Prime gets some time off. So if you're LGD, you really want to come out with the win here against Ultra Prime and then go into the Thunder Talk series knowing the winner of that, K-Man, likely holds control of that 3rd spot under the NIP and EDG we've been hyping up.
And 3rd spot's a pretty big deal. Again, I know we hate to reiterate this, but right now there are some teams in Group Ascend that are shaky, to say the very least. The number 1 spot feels like a pretty big deal with perhaps a team like Fun Plus Phoenix maybe not looking their best at the moment. Even a team like Team WE not looking their absolute best at the moment. There are playoff spots that could be open for good, informed teams in Group Nirvana. And if, a team like LGD is able to figure it out, if they pick up a win here over Ultra Prime, okay, now you're sitting at 2-2, you're pretty close to Thunder Talk. Well, Ninjas in Pajamas is only 3-1, and you've still got a whole 2nd rotation to go. Who's to say that this team isn't going to be able to figure it out by then? It keeps you in the conversation, at the very least, and I think that's the important part.
The more important part, K-Man, as eloquent as your point was, is that we are back on to Summoner's Rift. We are off the screen and just become the voices behind. As we are, I've gotten word we're going to get blessed here by another Rare Adam Masterclass.
Wow.
Wow. Why didn't we start with this one?
That's true. This is the true team-specific stat.
Primary education. I love that, too, because I don't know about everyone else's education systems, wherever you are, but if I'm remembering correctly, I would assume I learned about prime numbers for the first time in what I would consider primary school, which I believe, K-Man can back me up, that would just be elementary school.
Yes.
What we call it. So I hope I learned about prime numbers then. Or my education system needs to be looked at again.
We're too old, Slayer. We can't remember. It's just, it's unfortunately where we're at. We're grandpas at this point.
Oh, God. You went past Unk. I don't even get to be Unk. I have to be grandpa? Holy moly, my life is flashing before my eyes. All right. K-Man, don't give me existential dread at like 4 in the morning. That's not a good
Hey, if you're not constantly thinking about what is on the other side, then you're not thinking about living. And that's what it's about for these two teams right now, living up to their maximum potential, taking the best out of every moment that they can take. And that's what we're going to see in Game 3.
Yeah, because Game 3 is for all the marbles. On the other side is a loss or a win. There are only two absolutes in that truth here. As we're going to see both of our junglers start on that bot side with wards covering the top side clear. But my eyes still fixate on Junhao. Curious if he's willing to skip camps to really enable that Poppy's kit as early as possible. As he wraps up his blue buff now to take over to level 3. The wave is pushing in favor to set up conditions for this gank. Will Junhao jump on the opportunity?
It would be a very aggressive call. Would be quite surprised if he ended up going for it, but it definitely is still possible. We do see the ping coming down. Unfortunately, the cone is hit, and he is walking over to the top side. So no play is going to be happening, but a ward will be able to spot him on the Raptor. Same thing here for Climber on Jarvan as he heads towards his blue buff. Both junglers will be under vision. At least I believed they would be. The ward might have been a bit too early. We'll see, because the question mark pings are coming down, but either way, they should have a pretty good idea of exactly where these junglers are sitting, at least for the moment.
The warp down too early or the clear just a bit too late? Because Junhao is definitely behind pace compared to Climber. He is on his last camp, while Junhao is just now wrapping up his Krugs. So, bit of a timer for Climber if he wants topside gank, as the Death Sentence is going to land into that
nice
Chompers combo. The classic Jinx Thresh combination for now. Not lethal enough for Salsa, but does cost him his heal and very likely a quick reset back to base.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Ignite available for that play because no Ignite on YCX at the moment. So definitely a bit of a nice trade for LGD, but for now it's just going to generate some pressure for them. We talked about the Jinx getting ahead. Right now it could be Climber looking mid lane though. XQW.
Early flash there to try and get the knock-up combo. At the very least, he'll trade flashes, and that is big for XQW, I would say, because Saber is that artillery mage that without flashes is easy pickings for a regank on this J4. So hope to see LGD revisit that.
Yeah, really proactive play made there by Galio and Jarvan, a duo that is terrifying at dealing. But basically, if you're an immobile mage, like if you're Victor, you can't deal with that in the mid game. It's going to be very scary, especially now without Flash. As Zhang once again, almost coming away with the solo kill.
Man, we are forcing flashes in both of our solo lanes, which is going to make these lanes even more fun, especially once ultimates come back around. Zhang, though, another game where he is able to establish his will early game on the top lane. He's going to get this reset in pretty comfortably and teleport back to a better state, knowing the wave is going to crash back into him now.
We are just getting some action here. We wanted to see no passive game states here. That's exactly what we've gotten. A bit of trading going down in the mid lane here. Again, Galio into Victor should be Victor favored the moment he's able to shove out the wave as efficiently as he's able to. We'll see how that ends up translating. But once again, Climber and this first dragon, name a more iconic duo throughout this series because he is there at the moment of spawn. It's 5 minutes and he is in the area. We'll see if he wants to start it up. It will be Infernal as the first dragon here, and he will.
I can name a more iconic duo. Rare Adam and prime number lower thirds. There you go.
There it is.
I'm being told we have another one keyed up. This guy producing at a high caliber and also fitting in as many prime puns as he possibly can. Though you did call it, K-Man, with a little bit of help from mid and bottom lane. Climber secures his first dragon in a row. Junhao, kind of how he's done all series long, is going to be able to likely steal some camps away, or doesn't feel comfortable going for that Gromp just yet, even with Zhang getting the push in. So actually not going to be punished with a lack of camps there. Climber will for that Drake take. Is a great flake comes out from YCX to stop the Zenith Blade. It's part of the reason why you got to think he liked this Thresh matchup, even though he actually did blind this Thresh into Leona.
Yeah, his Thresh has looked very great so far, at least in terms of actual execution. We've seen quite a few Thresh players recently. The champions come back into the meta, and not every Thresh player is going to be on the same level here, but a hook landing.
All right, this time not going to use the choppers to try and get the full combo. Baya does enough punishing damage back, but YCX is getting into heating up for him. Don't want to see him keep hitting these death sentences because once you start that train, it rarely slows down.
Yeah, and Thresh notably has swapped over to Ignite now, so he does have that available to him for the next major exchange that may happen if he does land another nice hook. No Ghost for Baya, obviously, so definitely a little bit under threat, at least in terms of how this is going. But Climber doing a really great job in the early game on this Jarvan for being able to separate himself, not only generating a small CS lead in terms of the jungle camps, because Junhao was a little bit behind, but of course getting that dragon. You know, Grubs are spawning in a minute, and he has priority right now over the top side. We'll see if he wants to clear out as much vision as he can going into it, but pretty good start here for the Jarvan.
Now, the junglers will still be in the forefront because Grubs are under a minute away from spawning. Haven't gotten a ton of lane swap movement around those Grubs from either of these two teams. Doesn't seem like we're going to be getting that again. Sasa and Zhang did TP back up towards that top side not too long ago. Junhao able to grab Keeper's Verdict up alongside Climber's Cataclysm, and he will do another trope he's done all series long, which is hunt these Raptors, stealing them away at a torrential pace, and doesn't look like he'll be punished once again for going for them, as Climber is right over the wall, unbeknownst that he's going to be losing a camp there, and Junhao might just pay a gank mid lane as well here. XQW can get thrown into the Graviton well. The stun does layer. Does the early game victor have enough damage to get down with XQW? Yes, with the Keeper's Word knockup. Should get it done in the denial of the flag and drag. Junhao showing why Poppy may be the X-Factor pick of this game 3.
Poppy looking huge as a champion already with that gank. He needed to get Saber into a good spot. That more than does it there as the Grubs do spawn. Junhao immediately going to rotate to them. But again, very, very big play there made by Junhao. Just an over push by XQW. Understanding that Poppy can be in the area, but Junhao's not done. Could be looking top even here. Looks like he's just going to back off with the Grubs still here. Doesn't look like the rest of Ultra Prime are ready to be able to capitalize. So it will just be one taken and a back off for the rest.
Yeah, it's a safety move there. They didn't know where Savior and YCX were after they got the reset off first and left Baya down there to catch the next wave. So just want to be a bit more cautious nonetheless as we get a Junhao popping masterclass on the slow-mo coming your way.
Yeah, I mean, this should be relatively known for XQW that he's going to be in the area. He just walks forward for the wave. A really nice combo to push him into the stun here coming out from Victor. But just, yeah, there's plenty of damage to be able to burst through that Gallia. You're not quite unkillable yet. Great job by Junhao to be able to stop the re-engage coming in from Climber. But that's what the Poppy is for. That's where that champion ends up excelling. And that is something that's not going to get worse as the game continues to go along. If anything, that will only get better as we continue to go further along.
So how do LGD plan on remedying that issue? Well, it's still the same win con. No matter how the game has evolved through 9 minutes, it's Savior on this Jinx, who did alongside Baya itemize just to kind of farm out in this early phase. Both of them have calls that they are desperately trying to complete, with Savior actually accruing a pretty massive CS lead by this point towards his Cole, about 2 waves up right now on Baya as he collects a wave under his turret. LGD set up shop, though, for a Drake taking about 50 seconds, but Climber's getting a bit antsy. Wants to steal away the blue buff. Actually hits the Blast Cone Smite combo that I'm sure few of you know about as he steals away the Gromp. And now the fight over blue buff ensues. This is an LPL classic, folks, if we actually fight over a blue buff. It's seeming more and more likely as everybody is drawn towards the blue orb. But LGD aren't going to fall for that trap just yet and want to reclaim control of this river as the Drake is half a minute away.
Yeah, Junhao and Climber both understanding that many an LPL clip has been farmed at blue buff, and they perhaps do not want to be a part of the next one, so it will just be a disengage coming in from both of them. But again, it's a nice play from Climber to be able to pull back some tempo. You know, not overly important in terms of how things are going, but definitely a nice slowdown on what Junhao's clear is looking like. I want to give a lot of credit to Savior in the bot lane. You called it out properly. Not only is he up quite a bit in CS, but he has been really throughout this entire series in terms of, you know, just raw CS numbers. It's been pretty effortless for him to be able to generate 2v2 advantages. Now, the team fights have been a little bit more up and down. That has part to do with his team and part to do with him, but you got to give him a lot of credit for really showing up early on in games here.
Still looking to be his namesake for LGD Gaming with this Jinx pick that we have focused so much on. As Junhao is starting up this dragon on Vision alone. He will be able to get through that with time, but the head-scratching decision is, where is Climber prioritizing more over this Drake stacking that he's been so fond of? He's trying to make this gank on the top side work. The public execution landing for Sasa will start it out. Zhang has the flash, and the Cataclysm does come down, but he's safely just going to walk back towards his turret. Doesn't even have to burn his summoner or his ultimate. Climber comes up empty-handed as the dragon goes towards Ultra Prime.
Very questionable decision coming in here from Climber. This is a difficult dive to make work. Again, Jung still has his flash. They're going to look to redive, but there's no wave. There's no way to make this happen. He just has to back out. He spent so much time top lane while an objective was being taken, and for what? For nothing. The only thing that happened there is Sasa actually lost quite a bit of XP, and now Jung's in an even better position. No summoner was burned, and no problems were had.
Zhang just still ever so confident trading, knowing that he also has the ultimate advantage by this point. So, interesting map decision there coming out from the LGD jungler that we've talked about so heavily. Needs to be proactive.
Teleport from XQW.
Oh no, he doesn't know Zhang. Zhang has no idea that XQW was behind him. Oh, that is just a travesty. That flash is going to be used to get away from the taunt here. XQW actually can't vault forward. How does Zhang get out of that? He didn't even know he was in a 2v1 and he still doesn't die.
That was almost disastrous for Jung, but again, very lucky to be able to escape that. It's a nice teleport from XQW. I don't think he meant for it to be a flank, but it ended up turning into one, so at least they're looking for those kinds of plays, but again, Jung able to survive. We have a quote down on the lower third here from another analyst, of course, of the LPL English broadcast.
Yeah, all right. I'm curious to see what the adjective will be to describe this rumble if it pops off. So we have to wait for that. Obviously, stay locked to our socials here on the LPL English. Focus goes back towards what neutral will be going after next year for our two teams. It's still a bit of time before that comes around. And that's where you can see a lot of teams slow down. But XQW is back to his melee form ways, trading up against Saber. And while we still have some time before the Rift Herald comes around, can start to see the lane assignments ever evolving as mid laners have gone to the top side, bottom lanes in the mid lane, and Sasa matching up against Zhang in the bot side. We haven't had a lot of plate taking in this game or turret damage at all.
Yeah, it's definitely been a change of pace in comparison to the first couple games. Not quite game one in terms of Yorick and Nazir and you know, a lot of the split pushing threats there. So definitely a bit of a different kind of game, but overall still very neutral for both of these teams. It's still a Jinx game at the end of the day. You're still looking at Savior in terms of what he can accomplish, and especially with Rift Herald spawning in a minute 15, one fight could really determine everything. This game really is on a knife's edge, and neither team can really afford to make a gigantic mistake here, and so I'm going to be on the lookout to see where teams might want to put their resources. For now, I'm just going to be watching vision. Currently, LGD, a ton of vision on the bottom side of the map, as you can see in the enemy jungle. We'll see if they want to transition that up to the top side with those objectives spawning, or if they're comfortable just pushing in and creating space for Sasa down here.
Do start to see first items come through for a lot of these members. Mainly right now, Sasa does have his Eclipse over Zhang, who is still waiting on completing his first item, likely being that Liandry's. So those trades going to feel a bit more healthier for Sasa, as the Eclipse is such a strong first item power spike, and that's where I do give some of the edge towards LGD right now, hoping that XQW will complete his tank item on next recall. You've got the Yunpal, the Sundered Sky, and the Eclipse. Those are three of the top just raw damage dealing, just raw combat stats more so came in. Items you can get when it comes to power spiking off one item alone.
They certainly help with being able to fight out a lot of these mid-game skirmishes. We're going to have to see how exactly they use them. Again, it's really important for XQW to complete that item. We will see. It doesn't look like that's going to be coming through, as Herald has spawned. Climber will be in the area. It looks like he's going to start it up, but you know, they might be at a bit of an item disadvantage here, even with the Roa not fully stacked coming in from Saber just yet. He'll be on the top side, just going to clear out the wave, but should be in no danger. We do still see both top laners on the bottom side of the map. Right now, at the very least, it will be Baya that is shoving in the mid lane, but we're going to have to see where the rotations come in and just exactly who is going to be the one to step up first.
There's a bit of a window for LGD to maybe try and force a TP out of Zhang if they want to start the Rift Herald and drop waves, as you called out. Sasa gets the wave in towards that bot side. Does go neutral, though, and the one advantage that comes out for LGD is, one, Sasa will be here towards the top river first, and also he'll be able to preserve his TP as he's arrived. Ward sees the Rift Herald being taken, but Ultra Prime, they're going to exercise caution, something that I am still kind of aghast at from these Nirvana teams, that they are not willing to ooga-booga run into these early objectives that they have no business fighting for. That's been a trend all series long, and I'm kind of happily proud.
Yeah, you know, this is not a bad decision from Ultra Prime. Usually I'm not too fond of teams giving things up for free. Certainly not an ideal playstyle to get away with all of the time, but John could be in trouble here.
Oh, the death sentences continue to stack up, and YCX goes on a hot streak with those, and the damage is more than enough with the rocket coming in to steal it. Perfectly set up to get the Super Savior Jinx, the first kill for LGD.
Would you say that that was perfectly executed, Slayer? Would you say that that is, maybe how that went down? I'm so sorry.
We had an Akali game.
Oh.
You know what's funny is I did accidentally call. I do it every time. I called one of those Akali ults Killer Instinct. It's always there's too much about
Slayer,
executing in killer form. Like my head gets spinny.
You know, honestly, so far you've taken the reins of the color commentary and the play-by-play. Let's all give a round of applause for Slayer.
Oh
what a day going on for Slayer. It's just the start. We're only in Series 1. Things are already so big. But look at the player gold here. Savior in a really good spot. He is by far at the top of the charts here. And you can see that in terms of the difference between him and Baya in the bot lane as well. Xayah is going to be a problem as this game continues to go along, especially her safety, her ability to self-peel. It is going to be pretty important towards the dive coming in from LGD, but this Jinx is still the most important part of this game.
I have 4?
Oh, no.
I can only think of 2 off the top of my head. I had the fighting over the grubs, and then then fighting over Rift Arrow, and then I'm fighting over Octagon. Actually, I thought they were gonna fight over Octagon.
There you go.
And
there
then the 4-0. Okay, this is I don't see any clip proof here, so I don't think any of this happened until I see proof of it. And
That's
no
true.
matter how many lower thirds Rare Adam throws up, he can't throw up a lower third playing the clip of me exposing myself. So at least I have that.
Now, if our lovely fans, our lovely spectators would go back and watch the VOD and, be able to check out some of the things, maybe they'd see it, maybe they won't. I don't know. I don't know what's in there. Anything could have happened throughout this broadcast, but...
Are you turning against me, K-Man?
No, I would never. Just, the VODs are an important tool for historical recollection, but...
That is true. We do all watch VODs here at LPL English, mainly because we need to keep up with how many games we play. With so many games we play. No. Is that really the link to the tweet of me saying a 4-0 day?
That's maybe the coldest
all right, here's the
third
thing,
I have ever seen.
Here's the thing, though. Nobody's going to type out that link from that. They'll probably go to socials, but I appreciate the effort nonetheless, because we're not getting a lot of effort out of these teams right now. They're kind of just locked in stalemate, answering waves constantly. And again, who does that favor? Kind of both teams, because you're allowing Saber to scale up on this row of Victor, and Savior on the other side is getting towards that Infinity Edge spike on the Jinx. So we have 2 baddies coming to play for these later game fights for either of our sides.
Yes, I think that's a very apt way to describe it, Slayer. I really do think it's just on a knife's edge. As much as we can talk about 1 or 2 of these teams having pieces, if the Victor wins the next fight and gets super fed, it's probably Ultra Prime who's in favor. If Jinx wins the next fight and gets fed, it's probably LGD who's in favor. It really just comes down to execution. Yes, no, I think we can all agree with Rare Adam in terms of this lower third and how things have broken down this game. We want a little bit more action. We didn't want a passive game 3. It looked like it was going to be action-packed at the start, but here we are.
So what can we look forward to starting the action? Well, maybe the most overpowered buff currently in League of Legends, which is that Thornbound Octagon that is spawning on the top side as we speak. So that one hits the Rift. We'll see how that kind of forces the teams to shake up their strategies. You do have the advantage there for LGD. They have the long lane towards that top side thanks to the Rift Herald play they made and their only kill they've grabbed in this game so far. But it's actually Junhao that's going to start up the Octagon just a little bit outside the vision of LGD. So whose job is it to try and figure that one out? Seems like it'll have to be YCX's, but just like the observers, none of us really know how low this thing is getting. Teleport coming in the background, already below about 6,000 HP. Can Climber get in here with the flag and drag in time? It's going to have to be a steal from Climber, and oh my god, that is the worst pause I've ever seen!
Oh, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster, Slayer. I have no clue what the problem could be here, but we were in the tensest moment of this game. It felt like we were finally going to get that action coming through, and absolutely right. It's just the worst time possible, but I'm sure if there's anything going wrong for either of these two teams, then you definitely need to check that out here. Oh.
That's got to be illegal. Can we levy bans on stage? I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, because this is we need to open this can of worms. Isn't it better to have played out the issue if you have access to Chrono Break? Because they do have Chrono Break. I would assume. I don't know. That's a whole like sportsmanship thing, K-Man, that we could dive into. All I'm saying is the worst part for us here on LPL English, K-Man, is we're probably not going to get to know why this pause came through. And it's going to eat at me because I really want to know what if it's like I spilled my coffee on my keyboard, yeah. But if it's like, oh, there's a bug with my flag on the flag and drag, I can't see it, then oh my god.
Yeah, it really is just the most inopportune time possible. Hopefully we get this resolved quickly because I would definitely not like to see these two teams be on the edge of a team fight for, quite a long time. We had the teleports coming in. XQW, I will note, if we're going to talk at least a little bit of the setups here, the Galio very late to this play. The teleport will not finish channeling by the time that this Otacon is taken down. Obviously we'll see how that ends up flipping in terms of potential smites and just where the junglers are set up moving forward, but this was a really nice setup overall for Ultra Prime to try and catch LGD off guard, and I think they did so. Yeah,
I would agree with you, but this pause literally happened, like, the flag is down. Like, the steal attempt is going to happen, guys. There is going to be a Jarvan flying over that wall. I think the last time I saw Otacon, because obviously I'm staring at it at this point, is about 2.8K. So, yeah, we're about to flip this thing. Like we're flipping burgers. So, and this is really going to decide a lot of the game. Because Climber is either going to go in, steal it, and then all of LGD are going to leave with this huge Otacon buff. It's at 2K. Great. It's even lower than I thought it was. Thank you, Rare Adam.
Right.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, we're back in. Oh my God, and Climber steals it! How anticlimactic! And now the rest of the fight breaks out here for LGD as they start to target the carries on the back end. It's desperate fallback for Baya, but he gets shut down by the might of Sasa. LGD with the tack pause might have just won the game off the back of it.
Actually insane, Slayer. The pause immediately comes back and we get the single most pivotal point of the entire game. Not only are they able to steal away the Otacon, that's 2 kills over to Jinx, over to Savior. We might have just seen the nail in the coffin and it came in 1 millisecond.
I do want to preface by saying I do not know if LGD paused the game. We don't know who paused the game right now, but the winners are definitely LGD of the pause as they come back in, and they come back in swinging. Wow. Only in Group Nirvana, folks. Only in Group Nirvana. That's why we love it here.
This has to be the strangest game of the split so far. Quite frankly, I don't think that there is any other way to quantify what has been happening. Dragon is being taken here by LGD. That's going to stop the Dragon stacking from Ultra Prime. That would have been sole point for them, so it is worthwhile. They're able to pick up this bot lane tier 1 now as well. It's just everything on the map going in favor of LGD. I told you, Slayer, this was on a knife's edge.
How do they do this replay?
That's true.
Okay,
I guess
it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't even interrupt it, okay?
Included, but Climber ends up getting the steal off. Junhao ends up knocking the Mbessa out of the play, but still perfectly within range to be able to land the ultimate onto Saber. Once the Victor is down, this fight is over. At this point, Sasa, XQW, they can dash in, and they're really not under threat of anything. Meanwhile, Savior is just picking up kills throughout this fight, and it's massive for LGD. Again, not only is it the Otacon swing, not only is it map pressure, but it's kills on the perfect target. This game just flipped in one instance.
And the critical items that come through as the war chest for LGD. Obviously, you focus in on the fact that Savior is now on his way to getting an LDR completed, but I think the biggest item I've seen purchased really is Sasa. I want to highlight this Ma build. This is a huge spot to go Ma, second item. Love this itemization for Sasa, knowing that he's going to be flying into a Rumble and a Victor as his primary targets, with the Xayah having that self-peel ability. Great pickup there from Sasa as LGD look to continue this snowball.
It's proactive play, something Sasa's been very good at throughout his career so far in the LPL. We've seen so many reactive choices made by him, but it could be Baya who's under threat here.
Okay, doesn't have flash. Yeah, they're just going to try and get Baya off the wave so Savior can get the turret. One more rocket should do it, and now he gets excited, hits the zap as well. That forces 2 ultimates out. The mere thought of Savior running forward with getting excited gets the Solar Flare and Feather Storm out.
It's huge for LGD, and again, that's the fear of this Jinx that has been created through these past couple of plays. You could not allow Savior to get rolling in the way that he has so far in this game, but now, with a 2k gold lead on the Jinx, you properly highlighted some fantastic items being built to really shred through not only the front line, but the back line as well of Ultra Prime. We could be in a very dangerous spot as we continue to see Tier 3 boots coming through now for LGD and just overall upgrades continuing to pile in. If you're looking for a way for Ultra Prime to get back into the game, you've got to look at a pick onto Jinx. It's still possible. You have so much engage, but Baya could be the one that has to play under threat. No ult available.
No ult, no flash, just Ghost. Problem is Climber doesn't have enough damage to 100-0 the Xayah on his own. And Junhao doing a great protection job that I don't even think he's really aware of by this point. Speaking more on how much harder of a game this gets for Ultra Prime, I do want to revisit that team fight style I talked about in draft, because I think now is no better opportunity to kind of do this fake out that Climber and Sasa can do. Maybe not even be a fake out with Sasa's damage. We'll revisit that point in a second, as we may see a dive come across onto this Tier 2 top lane turret. Vision going to drop here for Ultra Prime, so they don't have really that good of a clue where LGD could be hiding in their own jungle. YCX is looking for a Death Sentence angle as the wave does come in, but Savior's a bit late to get onto this turret, and Ultra Prime will put all 4 of their members under the top lane Tier 2 and keep it alive for another wave.
Yeah, there's a lot of resources being put here by LGD, but that's because the Baron is spawning now, and so you want to make sure you have as much control of this space as possible. Right now, this is a minefield for Ultra Prime to be able to walk into. They cannot step up. They do have a ward on the Baron, which is saving them at the current moment, but it could have potentially been disaster with Sasa.
Yeah, that one is going to be down, so another LGD tool comes off the board, and they're really investing a lot of time to knock down this Tier 2 turret. It's got to be a dive or a back off at this point, guys. They've got waves in their favor as well, but Ultra Prime are just not budging. As Zhang going to eat a half-health trade there, and that is going to set up the Cataclysm. Zhang has to immediately flash out as the Keeper's Verdict does boot out Climber. Climber's out of the fight. XUW does have to flash away from the Equalizer. That's holding Savior off to the side. So a great ult from Zhang actually makes sure Savior can't step up and deal the damage, but the turret will finally fall.
Slayer, unfortunately, that was almost a perfect play coming in there from Ultra Prime in terms of a disengage and a, avoidance of a bad problem, and yet they're still walking away out of a Tier 2 turret on the top side, and really without any sort of pressure on this side of the map either. It really feels difficult to find an avenue for them to play aggressively in any facet, but at the very least, they avoid something that could have been catastrophically bad game ending there.
But stopping game ending is only a small win, because this last 5 minutes, LGD, the gold lead has been so preposterous. They are up 6,000 gold almost at this point, and looking to really flex their muscles, mainly being Savior, who does get the LDR done. This is a 3-item Jinx that you have to kill off quickly if you're Ultra Prime, or you don't have a shot at this game whatsoever.
Yeah, this Jinx, they live or die by the Jinx. That continues to be the main win condition here for Ultra Prime, is somehow getting on the Jinx, but as Savior just goes to solo the Dragon here, setting up for Soul Point, we end up putting ourselves in a position where it's just hard to imagine Savior ever being in danger to be capitalized on. As long as the rest of the team ends up collapsing well enough, Savior should be able to survive long enough to allow things like Galio and Thresh the opportunity to peel that off. It's all really about if there's a major mistake coming in from LGD, and you can never put it past a team at this level to have a major positioning mistake or to make a really bad read, but it's going to require something massive in order for LGD to throw here.
Slowly but surely. That's also true. That is also true for LGD, though. So
that is true.
Oh my God, are we in Prime Day? Actually, you know what? I'm not going to give free sponsorships away at this point. But
no,
we are seeing LGD set up the waves in the side lanes first to try and go for this Baron take. South has to be really careful about when he decides to try and clear out a lot of this blue-sided vision. Get some decent wards down on the outskirts, but LGD are going to be in a spot here to just continuously make Ultra Prime play the least fun guessing game that you can't buy in stores, which is when is the Baron getting taken?
It's just so difficult for Ultra Prime, man. How are they ever supposed to expect when LGD are going to be death pushing versus when they're going to be starting up the Baron? Luckily, they're able to maintain some vision, but this could be it.
YCX, good flash, get away from the initial engages. Climber's gonna hold Baya in the Cataclysm. The Featherstorm and flash has to be used, but Sasa's in the background. 1 versus 5,
Sasa?
and he will not relent. The rocket over top. There's nothing for Ultra Prime to do but fall across the line to the might of an excited savior. There's the dynamite going boom. There's the series wrapped up. LGD going to 2-2.
Oh, it's just disaster for Ultra Prime. What looked like they might have found something to play off of just ends in their demise. It's LGD punching their second win across Group Nirvana and unfortunately sending Ultra Prime to a 0-4 start. But what a great look from LGD, who could be a true contender here in Group Nirvana.
Everyone's talking about EDG and NIP at the top of Group Nirvana. But the question we come away with this series in is who can pose a fight back in Group Nirvana. LGD might be one of those, as they will move to 2-2 with the next matchup against Thunder Talk that will decide who is right below Edward Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas.
And congratulations again to LGD. Credit to Ultra Prime, they tried their best today. Obviously, the pause was at such an inopportune time. You never really want to, have a game be decided on a play like that. But LGD ends up making the play when it matters the most, having a bit of an easier win condition with the Jinx in terms of how things ended up working out in this game. And they're in a pretty good spot. Again, remember, you just have to be top 4. You just don't want to be bottom 2 in Group Nirvana. LGD in a great spot to do that now.
Yeah, especially knowing that now at the bottom of Group Nirvana, those bottom 2 teams are a combined 0-7 between LNG and Ultra Prime right now. So, unfortunately, as much as we've hyped up, which has been a more fun Group Nirvana, double round robin, more fun teams getting pushed down here in NIP and Thunder Talk, it is starting to really already see a pretty big separation between the teams into the play-in and out of any more competition for Split 3, and 2025, mind you.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a split. I think that is a fair way to put it. Bottom 2 are struggling at the moment, but luckily, again, it is double round robin. It's not the same format as we had in Split 2, and so it's not over when you lose to a team. They will get the chance to play again. Ultra Prime will have another shot to be able to take down LGD and tie up the series 1 apiece in the Group Nirvana split here, but unfortunately for them, it's really going back to the drawing board at this point. It felt like they felt comfortable on their picks, but what do you have after that? That really is the question. The Aatrox and the Akali looked great. Once they started playing these more standard comps, it looked a lot worse, and so definitely need to see some improvement coming in from Ultra Prime.
And on the improvement conversation, the flip side for LGD, we've been calling for it for, I think, every Nirvana team outside of, well, even NIP, because they made so many changes, which is, Group Nirvana to me is a place where you develop talent that you want to bring up for the LDL, but the second point for me is developing identity for getting wins, because that's what's most important when you go play those Group Ascent teams. LGD this series have shown that they have a really unique patient playstyle in early games that I'm a pretty big fan of, especially knowing that they're going up against a Thunder Talk team that can sort of panic early, trying to make up for a comp that they've drafted that needs to win in the mid-game.
Absolutely. This is really what separated LGD in split number 2 in terms of them actually being a team that could compete near the top of Group Nirvana. Was the patience and, quite frankly, the map understanding that they had was just at an advantage over a lot of the teams at the bottom of the standings. These teams can really struggle with inexperienced players understanding exactly where to be and when to be there, but LGD really had no problems in terms of being able to figure out when to pull the trigger and when to go, and of course, obviously picking up a crucial smite when they need it the most. Climber had a very great series today, and I'm excited to see that development in particular.
Because again, Climber is at the forefront of all these LGD conversations. Came into 2025, the Demacia Cup, after, having so much success in the LDL under LGD, winning the LDL in 2024 summer. To now come in here, a rocky start in Split 1, gets replaced by Nayo, who everyone thought would lead the team throughout Split 2. Climber gets subbed back in for their biggest series of the entire year, their play-in stage game. Doesn't really meet the mark up against a Group Ascent team. Still ends up with the starting spot as Nayo goes for greener pastures. It is a interesting, that's the fun drama about Group Nirvana, is when we get to see Nayo and Climber go head-to-head, like we said, more than once.
That's the fun part of Double Round Robin. We do have the potential to see those matchups more than once throughout the regular season, but we get the damage graph here. Maybe a bit shockingly.
Can you see where the Otacon win was, by the way? Can you see on the
yeah,
graph
I think I can spot the moment that smite ended up going through. Pretty crucial little indication there, but Really want to give a big shout out this game to Sasa, who I thought was really excellent on the Mbessa. Not the first time this split. He has been really great on Mbessa and really important in game 3s, in particular for LGD. Sasa is a player that I think has shown a ton of promise already in the LPL, and this is an organization that's had some top laners be able to come through the system. You know, JDG, you know, people forget, but, you know, their current top laner, Xiaosu, obviously came through the LGD system originally, and so definitely can't count somebody out from being able to work their way up in the system with LGD.
As we look back through these highlights, I'm waiting for the moment. It'll come a bit later, as we did have some. This was hilarious, by the way. Savior has 100% kill participation, and it's because of that rocket that he gets it. If that rocket doesn't land. Remember, there was a pause right before this flag and drag. I want to make sure nobody forgets that, because the highlights are going to show it. If you came in late, there was a pause with a 2,000 health Otacon and all 10 members standing in front of it.
I would argue to even specify that point in the middle of the flag and drag, we had seen a bit of a pause. The flag was down. The flag was already in place. Like, we were mid-combo, we were ready to rock and roll. So definitely a bit of a chaotic mess towards the end of this game, but it ends up being LGD that capitalize on the chaos, and that's what we want to see out of a team in Group Nirvana. Chaos is inevitable in games like this, and if you're going to be a team that can thrive under that kind of pressure, look at Sasa just eating up so much pressure in this fight. If you're going to thrive in that situation, I'm going to look at you as one of the scarier teams in Group Nirvana, regardless of the talent you have.
I will always go back to the fact that Sasa had the best maw buy I've seen in a competitive game in a while. The only reason he lives 1v5 there is because he has a clip shield on top of a maw shield into a Rumble Victor. Such an awesome pickup, and hopefully part of the reason why he is deserving of the player of the game, though, K-Man, I see you nodding in approval. We don't have a 100% hit rate on this pick.
Yeah, don't count out Savior. Don't count out Savior for getting it here. 100% KP was, you know, big in terms of what he ended up delivering on most damage in the game. I think it's pretty reasonable to consider Savior the main character on the Jinx in terms of how this draft ended up going. And if they wanted to give him player of the game, I certainly wouldn't necessarily, you know, push back against that. I think Sasa's plays were maybe more individually impressive, but you could definitely make the argument that Jinx was the most important champion.
We'll have to see. It definitely seems like the vote may be close. Usually when you have such a one-sided vote, they are awesome on-scene LPL casters on the main broadcast. We'll throw to it quickly. Man, they got some swanky ties. I don't own a single tie that looks that cool. That's like a, oh my god, that tie matches the purple-blue aesthetic. Yeah, you know what? These guys have been out dripping
the Spirit Blossom tie is coming in here from the wonderful LPL crew, but.
Where's our fashion budget? All right, here we go. Here we go. Sasa. All right, so Sasa gets it. All right, so one top laner got a player of the game that we think deserved it in this series, but that aside, it's Sasa grabbing his second player of the game of the Split 3 function so far. And speaking of twos, LGD, their record reflects that completely. They won this series 2-1. They are 2-2, and to, I'm sure, Rare Adam's grin, those are all prime numbers, as we will bid adieu to Ultra Prime as they move down to 0-4. We talked a lot about junglers put in a focal spotlight to try and lead their team to newfound success in Climber. Well, boy, do I have a similar story for you in our Group Ascend matchup, as Wei and IG take on Fun plus Phoenix. We're moving up to the main course after another break, folks. We'll see you on the other side for that matchup. Welcome everybody in who missed the Group Nirvana series because they don't watch Group Nirvana. Shame on you! But welcome you in nonetheless here as we get into our Group Ascend matchup, our big time matchup here between IG Invictus Gaming taking on Fun plus Phoenix. We'll get that situated on the lower third soon, but let's start talking about this matchup, K-Man, as this is such an interesting spot for both of these teams in both of the same position in jungle for different reasons in some aspects.
Wildly different reasons, I would argue, at least in terms of just where the junglers have gone and the quality of jungler that might be coming in, especially from an experience level perspective. But yes, both teams making big jungle changes going into split number 3 at the very least for now. And, you know, one team having a lot more success than the other. Invictus has really thrived off of their jungle change. Fun plus Phoenix really struggling to find their form right now, trying to adapt to some younger players coming in.
Let's introduce one of those junglers like you were talking about. We'll start with Invictus Gaming, the 2-in-1 squad here. The former super team of the start of 2025 that's made that big change, and you'll see it in the jungle. We'll start though with the top side. The Shy, as always, up there trying to command lead after lead that he can find. Way! The new addition in at jungle that has maybe solved some of these IG problems, definitely helped out his mid laner. And Rookie look back in form as he was the player of the week through weeks 1 and 2 in the mid lane. And then Gala and Mako also seemingly finding some better form to try and help Invictus get over the hump of lower bracket woes.
Yeah, it's funny. We're talking about this team, correctly so, by the way, as a team that needs to figure out its form and kind of, you know, go back up. They finished 3rd in the split number 2, so you can't exactly go too far up from that. But if they're going to continue to get better, which is what they have been so far, with Wei coming in, really stabilizing that jungle position, really allowing for much more tempo play to come in from players like Rookie and Mako, if that's going to be a lot more consistent coming in from Invictus, you're looking at one of the scariest teams in the LPL.
Without a doubt. And as we continue to highlight how Wei has really kind of started to elevate IG so far, I think most of that comes down to the mid-jungle duo and what he's been able to get out of one of those former world champions in Rookie. It's been exciting to see what a, you know, sort of facilitator kind of role looks like that Wei's taking, kind of doing all the little things behind the scenes to prop up Rookie, who has just looked fantastic coming back after that 3rd place finish in Split 2.
Yeah, Wei has been a player that's always really excelled at playing structured, tempoed League of Legends. And that's not to say that he's bad outside of that, just rather that he really thrives under a really good game plan and being able to execute on that. And Rookie, as a player whose mechanics can really thrive under any circumstance, to be able to live in that structure, to consistently be able to set up for him to carry games, it's really shown dividends already early on into the split. And even just as a duo, seeing a lot of the early plays that they're able to make mid-jungle, you know, even pre-level 6, it's been impressive. But you see team fights like the one you're seeing on your screen, where it really is up to Rookie and Wei to be able to do a lot of the heavy lifting, with, you know, a lot of other players being zoned out or perhaps not being in the best spots available to them. You know, it's kind of up to these players to really kind of secure wins for Invictus Gaming, and so far, so good for this roster change.
I like that word you used, and I'm going to refer to it a lot more going forward, because I think it is what props up IG now and what was a shortcoming of IG in Split 2. It's tempo. This team, a team with the Shy, with Rookie, you know, with those occasional Gala pop-offs in the marksman role, team fighting has rarely been an issue. The reason they lost a lot of team fights, lost a lot of games in bad spots, was because of the tempo they had going into those spots. So, you know, the respect given, understanding when they are allowed to go for those team fights that IG have been so potent and so deadly at. So Wei might be that missing piece to get the cog moving once again for IG in that tempo department. And if that is the case, 3rd place may just be, you know, a floor to build on for IG. And I'm glad that you pointed out that they were a 3rd place team, but here's the facts of a roster with the Shy and Rookie. 3rd place, no Grand Finals appearance, is still too short of a fall for players like this.
Absolutely, and it's not just them, it's every single player on this roster that's expecting a top 2 finish. These are some of the most decorated players in LPL history. You know, you have a lot of players here receiving a lot of criticism, rightfully so. I don't think Mako played particularly well to start this year, and I think it's taken him kind of a mental reset in order to get back into the form we expected of him. Gala's been under fire a lot at the beginning of this year for some misplays that he's made in the back half of games, some oversteps. I think there have been a lot of good plays to kind of counteract that, but a lot of the bad plays end up standing out in people's minds, and we need to see those weeded out a bit more. This team can still be very inconsistent in terms of how they set up, but the floor and just the sheer mechanics are definitely there.
And that's what has made, this IG team be put under such a microscope and so much pressure on them, which has been alleviated some for Split 3, funnily enough. Third place finish this split would set them up well for a Worlds appearance, and that is, at the end of the day, what IG should be hunting for first and foremost. But speaking on expectations, Fun plus Phoenix have newfound ones that they are really struggling to meet, and part of that comes down to the roster configuration for this squad. But let's introduce them in their current iteration that might be seeing some changes past this series. But for now, it's Sheer in the top side, IYY stepping in to try and patch up the jungle role that's been vacated by Shadow, Care in the mid lane, Jachi and Jue to round out one of the most exciting bottom lanes for Split 3 that we should have in Group Ascent.
That's really the highlight here for FPX, isn't it, Slayer? It's the bottom lane here. Jiachi and Jue, I think, are really the two players that you have to look at and say, okay, that's your upside. That's your potential to win here. And I know we're talking a lot about an FPX team that, okay, well, this roster might not look the same moving into the rest of this split as it does in this series, but the core of this roster is going to look the same. As much as I would love to say one player could come in and fix a roster, no player is good enough to come in and fix a broken pile of bones if that's what you're building off of. And if Jiachi and Jue are going to be able to step up and create a nice structure for other players to potentially come in and improve the team, that can maybe lead to something more, but they have to show that baseline before I can believe that any one player can upgrade the team that much.
And, I do want to make it aware to all of you what K-Man is alluding to when it comes to what FPX could look like in the future. For now, in this series, we're going to try and focus in on IYY, locked in for FPX, and what they could do here. We are very much aware of a player synonymous with a certain candy bar or a potential galaxy that we may live in that could be coming in for FPX, but the point we want to make in this series alone is that said player cannot fix a team that doesn't have a good baseline. So what we're looking for here for FPX against IG, while they stare down an 0-4 start to Group Ascend, is where does that baseline come from? We are going to hype up a lot Jachi and Jue as this bottom lane that should be the baseline, but it also is the solo lanes that we really need to see a lot more from as well. Okay, man.
Absolutely, and these were the players that were kind of doing a lot of the heavy lifting in Split 2, at least at the beginning of the split when things were looking a bit better for Fun plus Phoenix. Sheer, in particular, was a player that we were all getting really excited about because the upside on JDG last year was incredibly high. We saw some great performances out of him. It come into 2025, it looks okay for the beginning of Split 2. So far, limited action, of course, but in their 0-3 scoreline, he's been one of the weakest top laners we've seen in Group Ascend. He is especially important to step up here.
Yeah, it's a big spot nonetheless. And while FPX have, been taking some stumbles through Group Ascent so far, one place that they have found some new resurgence, some hotness they've brought to the board apparently is our man Care that we're going to be spotlighting. He was getting pretty steamy. Ooh. And I choose that word because that's how it was explained to us. These are labeled steamy Care picks. What do we do at FPX?
Oh, we are getting some steamy Care picks coming in, but it's not just Care. Oh, we've got some big things to spotlight, but we've got some spoilers coming in here. But Care, he's been a little bit cool on the Rift. He's been steamy off the Rift. We need to start seeing this hot form come into some mid lane gameplay. But FPX certainly coming out and showcasing their franchise player here.
All right, so FPX bring steamy to the table. But IG had an answer, as they might have very much so in this series. So I'll introduce to you Steamy Care and Steely Look IG here, as they are bringing just chiseled jawlines and the latest in men's fashion. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some models going on here for Invictus Gaming. It's not just a Steam photo shoot. I would argue that Invictus right now, in terms of these photos and the magazine spreads, they're hotter on and off the Rift. And if that's going to be the case heading in today, that is a big one for IG.
All right, enough ogling IG and Care in their steamy steel-based photos we saw. It's time to see how they play on the Rift, and we have we have dawdled around too much that we've jumped right into draft. Our teams are on the stage, and we are into Game 1 draft. FPX on the blue side. K-Man, what coveted B1 champions do you see not hitting the bans right now? I'm going to call it the Gwen I see immediately so far.
Yeah, Gwen is definitely the big one. Vi is another one that I think this team really likes to go for early on in drafts. Even something like a Rumble, if the Gwen is taken off the board, would definitely be on my radar for, FPX to take away early on in this draft. But there are plenty of options. Even something like an Azir. We've seen so much Azir priority from Care throughout his entire career. I would not be surprised if he was just willing to be one in this particular instance. That's the fun thing about a game number one. So many champions are still left up on the board that there can be plenty of options. It's really just about the playstyle that you want to index into. It's the Trundle taken away, so a lot of things are left up on the board. A lot of power picks available.
Yeah, all of them topside. A lot of them topside. Yeah, all of them topside, actually. Every single top lane champion you'd like, you can pick here if you are FPX. But it's always a double-sided coin because you're matching up against one of the most premier 1v1 laning top laners in the Shy on the other side. So Sheer is not going to take the Gwen. And I think that was a mistake, and we should see Gwen locked in very shortly for the Shy.
Yeah, I will say, just of note, Sheer does really like the Rumble in this matchup. He does play the Gwen as well, but the Shy also favors the Rumble, at least in terms of the pick patterns over the course of this year. We'll see how that ends up playing out in terms of just where these teams want to go in direction-wise. I think both of them right now would probably understand that Gwen is a little bit stronger, but it's the Vi locked in. We pointed that out as a really big priority for both of these teams. Not surprising to see that taken for Wei. This has got to be like one of his most played champions of all time. Just in terms of his entire pro career, he's really loved Vi throughout every meta she's been available in, and it sets up for some pretty easy combos. It also takes away the combo with specifically Talia on the other side for that mid-game pressure.
And it plays into what we are going to keep hammering home here, K-Man. Tempo. Vi is a tempo champion, and that's what Wei wants to be here for Invictus Gaming. And why not a classic? We go for the ball delivery system with the cease and desist into the shockwave, hopefully hitting the heart of FPX. But what does the answer look like here for IYY? This would be, I think this is going to get locked in. By far his most comfortable champion in his limited play time. He's been looked most proficient on the Wukong, and expect Jue to pick something to kind of set up as a primary engage next to this Wukong.
Yeah, we'll see. The Gwen finally does go off the board here.
Yep.
Yeah, it felt pretty obvious that this needed to go in first rotation. We'll see if the Rumble is the answer. It's generally been a huge pick for the Shy, not only over the course of this year, but just across his career. So we will see what the Shy wants to prioritize. Maybe he wants to go for something a bit safer. You never really know. Sometimes early on in series, he can definitely be a bit more defensive, but I really like the bones of the composition here for FPX. Why pick compositionally when you can just pick strong things, but, throw everything I just said out the window. He doesn't want to play it safe. He's taking that Aurora into the top lane as the answer to Gwen.
That's a lot of AP packed into IG. Curious to see where FPX kind of round out their front line to try and play around this. I think Alistar is a huge ban to throw down for either one of these teams if they don't want to deal with it on the flip side. Itemizing pretty magic-oriented. I would expect supports to be kind of the feature bans here, because we got Mako on one side, who, is just has a plethora of champions he can go to, and then Jue, who I still think is the pivotal pilot piece for this iteration of FPX. So we'll see what sort of supports start flying off the table, and markedly where these 280 carries want to go to, because I do want to bring that up very quickly, K-Man. We talk all the time about LPL Kai'Sa. I would argue that Gala and Jachi have had some of the most thrilling Kai'Sa moments of the LPL in 2025 so far.
Yeah, I mean, Gala is known for the Kai'Sa. It's his signature champion, and Jachi, at least in his short amount of time in the LPL, has certainly made a name for himself on that pick in particular as well. It'll be interesting to see whether either team wants to prioritize it. Kai'Sa has taken a bit of a dip in terms of priority for a lot of teams going into this patch and going into split number 3 across the globe at the current moment. We'll see where the priority wants to land. I think specifically for IG, this comp has so much engage already with, Vi, Orianna, even the Aurora being able to dive onto the backline and create a lot of space. I would expect something that can perform well in team fights to really be the priority for Gala here on R4. Save that counter pick for Mako on R5. Either that, or you could just really double down if you have an engager of choice that you're looking for. But with all of these supports coming off of the board right now, would just make a lot of sense to save that support for counter pick.
I think those are great points about Kai'Sa has fallen in priority.
There you go.
Ban still comes through, because I was going to say, this is a perfect Kai'Sa comp for Gala, like you're pointing out. There's so many ways to follow through. No Silas to be picked here in this matchup for FPX, so I think Mako picking the Alistar up is a fine idea. I think any tank in this game is going to grab incredible value, because we have both solo lanes all oriented towards magic damage. So Mako in a great spot to be an unkillable tank in this one.
Definitely looks to be a bit scary overall for FPX in terms of breaking through that big front line. Of course, Gwen does a pretty good job of being able to at least negate part of that in the back half of the game and, be a big problem if she is able to generate resources. But the AD carry choice is going to matter a lot for FPX in terms of what their comp looks like. You've already got Wukong Talia, which wants to play aggressive in terms of skirmishes. You've got the low-range Corki coming in. I see your face, Slayer. Let me know, as the AD carry player, what are you thinking of this?
I think this is, you're just asking to die every fight. I think you're asking to die every single fight. Summoners, it's a tough spot for Jackie to play in. I think this is a game where an Ezreal would have been a much safer play, or maybe even like, I don't think a Sivir works too well. Well, even with the, and you know what, next to the Gwen, like that's a lot of scaling threat you have, just denial of waves that doesn't allow for IG to set up. So I'm wary of this Corki pick. It does work very well next to the Rel, and I'm very glad to see that Jue locks in the Rel, because again, I'm not going to stop talking about it. He was our second, I was my second team. I
believe he was third team, technically.
He was third team.
Yes.
He was yes, he was an all-pro support in the LPL from us here on the LPL English last split, mainly because of what he can do as a primary engage tool, and it's good to see FPX leaning into that once more.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a lot of responsibility on him here. It's the Senna that's locked in for Gala. That's terrifying. We talked about a scary team fight composition already generating here. That just got worse, and the scaling looks, pretty darn good coming in from the side of Invictus. I'm going to be honest, Slayer. I'm pretty worried about this FPX draft in terms of how things end up breaking down at the end. I'm really not a big fan of the end of this, the Corki and the Rel coming in. The setup here with Talia and Wukong kind of signals to me that you want to try to be proactive into the Vi and the Orianna. Corki can't really express that. Rel is notoriously countered by Alistar. It's not a good matchup for the Rel to be able to actually push forward in the mid game. If you're going to look for ways for FPX to stay in this, it's almost entirely going to have to be through Jiachi and Jue just overperforming maybe what the expectations are for them. And IG have so much engage and so much range coming out with the Senna as well.
Yeah, I think the Senna's perfect here. It's the safety you have, and also Dawning Shadow adds just an unbelievable amount of value to a team that is taking damage to run forward. But if you're an Invictus Gaming fan, gotta be happy that against an opponent that is weaker in Group Ascend. Even if you wipe out their 0-3 standings, you just look at Group Ascend now, FPX would be one of the weaker teams, that they are going for the throat early on here. Like you talked about, immediately once we saw the Shy lock in the Aurora top, that few of these top laners in the LPL will play, but a guy like the Shy will go for. It's game one, IG versus FPX, two teams on opposite sides of tempo going into split 3 so far, but all that goes to the wayside. It's all about who takes who's nexus first to establish tempo in our series. I think we're a little too early for the Jayos, but you know what? Oh, here we go. Group Nirvana fans, unfortunately you missed what we were about to hear, but I was going to do the Jayos for Group Nirvana. We should have, but we don't have to now that we're in Group Ascend, K-Man. They will fly in right on cue. Oh, no.
Oh.
Where were those guys? K-Man, where could those have possibly come from? After we've already played a series, where did all those Jayos go during Nirvana?
I think there might just be a tad bit of a fan base difference between two teams that have won the World Championships before, and unfortunately, Ultra Prime and LGD. Maybe they can get there with some nice play in Group Nirvana, but for now, we are in Group Ascend, and that means some big action coming in here. FPX trying to avoid an 0-4 start for Fun plus Phoenix is definitely not what they're looking at here, especially after being a team that was very scrappy in split number 2, actually had a lot going for them. I think when you look at the early game here, not really a lot of level 1s to worry about when it comes to Wukong and Vi. It's really just about where the tempo ends up generating in some of these lanes, but watch out for the solo laners. Could be very scary for FPX.
Especially this Aurora top for the Shy. There's a lot of game plans you can do going into a Gwen that's been such a feared pick in the LPL, and one of them is go at him early. And the Shy is set up to do just that with the Electrocute in the top side as well, going for those burst-based champions. But it's Jue starting off the play on a Mako early, who's a much weaker level 1 champion. Both supports expend that heal. And as expected, the Corki lanes can get control of the wave first. Level 2 comes across. Agal was way too far up, not respecting the abilities coming online for the FPX bottom lane, so they have to pay another summoner toll.
That is a pretty big mistake from Gala. No reason to step up there, especially after Mako gets chunked out. That's going to be a lot of lane tempo. Not that he was ever going to have that in the first place, but it's going to be a lot of that going over to the side of FPX basically for free there as junglers continue their clears onto the top side. It shouldn't be too consequential, but it is the Ghost, as you properly pointed out, that is popped. We'll see if either of the junglers want to make their way down here eventually for that summoner. It doesn't look like that's going to be a priority, and for now, I believe it's going to be, just kind of a, hopefully we can get to level 6 while the Shy pushes in top lane.
But back on that bottom lane, Gala and Mako, the one biggest credence that people had with their play in Split 2 was their laning. By far one of the most punished teams in the 2v2. But 2v1's coming in the mid lane is Jue. Don't know if he was trying to, maybe trying to bait a flash there out of Rookie, but he's not going to fall for it.
Man, we've got a lot going on with our lower thirds here. I can't even get into everything I see on the screen here. I'll leave the question up to you, Slayer. Does the extra letter matter?
I'm trying to think of creative J words that would make it more important. What I thought was funny that I'm glad our producer has pointed out. Last series we had Savior and Saber, and now we have Jue and Wei. So that's fun for play-by-play Slayer to go on with. That's what I took away from that lower third.
That's the main takeaway, I think. Nothing about J-Man Rocks being one better than K-Man Rocks. That's not what we need to really talk about here. Not really something that needs to be mentioned. But yes, we do have a very interesting matchup. And it's ironic because it's the two players we highlighted. So they are kind of the key points here. But both bot lanes already swapped up to the top side. Something we didn't really see in the previous series here, but it's become very commonplace in the LPL to fight over these grubs. Still over 3.5 minutes away from it, but want to get priority and an easy laning phase as quickly as possible for them.
And with both TPs off the top laners, curious to see how Dragon priority goes. Is we are actually looking to swap right back. Jhachi takes the base, and he's going to go right back towards the bot lane. Maybe showing a bit of FPX's hand and what they prioritize more. The Drakes over the Grubs as Jue is, I mean, he's got at least 2 prongs of the tent set up in this mid lane as he passes right back through, just to make sure Rookie knows that he's lying in wait and to steal away this pink ward. But with Jue and Carrot roaming down, you'd think that they'd go for a Dragon start. But IYY had to clear his topside camp, so he'll just reset over, and we'll get some wacky lane assignments as the Shy finds himself in a 1v2 that he wasn't expecting. But I actually do like this for FPX. They want to get Sheer into the safest lane he possibly can have.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal here. FPX is doing whatever they can in order to get this 1v2 procced. Obviously, we'll see how it ends up working here for FPX. Jue has now ganked mid more than Wei. Obviously, hopefully that doesn't end up carrying through. Mako has made his way down here now, though, so will still be the 2v2 lane. IYY is actually down here on the bot side. Dragon priority should be in favor of FPX with the Corki being in the area. We'll see if the Shy could be in danger, though. The heal popped.
A good heal for Mako with the invisibility. It's really hard to lock down the Shy, especially once he ticks over to level 6, which he will get off of this wave, by the way, even with Mako here. So that Between Worlds is going to come across here for the Shy. It's Wei. I don't think, Adam, we're not counting this as a gank. He's just hovering. I don't even know if he got spotted on vision, but it is Wei signaling that maybe IG will be the first ones to take a crack at this Dragon. Oh, hold on. Between Worlds for the Shy. He's trying to jump Jhachi before the support teleport comes across. Unfortunately, kind of whiffs out on the Q and runs out of mana completely. So Jhachi maybe just a little bit shocked, get the heart rate going a little bit, but not going to have to pay for it with his life as we start jockeying over vision control. Tricks are going to have to use from IYY to get out of the pit. Does not get rid of the pink ward that Wei has planted, and everyone's kind of stuck in no man's land, shifting around the Drake in the lane.
Yeah, Jhachi's a little bit low here, half health, and so if there is an exchange around the Dragon, that is something to note, but the Shy obviously burning that ultimate in that fight does decrease some of the combat power available to Invictus if they do want to go for an all-out exchange. Gala?
Gala, why are you ever that close to a Gwen with ultimate? He is asking to get dropped down, but Shearer doesn't keep pushing out the needle work. He instead clears out the wave, and Gala's aggressive lane positioning not going to cost him yet.
That's where the early boot spy, I guess, comes in, where he feels like he can dodge a lot of those One of those ultimate procs coming in from Sheer, but will be Invictus Gaming, who's starting up on the Dragon. It does make sense that they were able to generate priority after Jiachi was, of course, forced out of that bot lane exchange. We will see how the rest of FPX want to take care of this. IYY is in the area, so is Jway. They can contest this.
Are we in Nirvana still? Why are we 50-50ing these grub takes as Mako gets knocked up by the Cyclone? IYY steals it away, gets the second bound. The Cyclone down, is going to hand feed Carrot kill. No, he takes it for himself. Group Percent, Group Nirvana, who cares? It's the LPL, and we are coin flipping first Drakes all night.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really nice play for FPX. Quite frankly, Wei was a little bit out of position. They really didn't have the backup there. Rookie's out of mana. He wasn't really able to compete in that fight at all. And IYY and Jway do a great job of establishing the space beforehand. They're able to get there in time and secure the Dragon. It's obviously a 50-50 smite, as far as I'm aware, and IYY ends up landing it, but it's definitely a win for FPX. And at least before 8 minutes, we can see FPX, maybe not so much in gold, but definitely in terms of tempo, taking the advantage as they make their way to the grubs now.
Yeah, Jway locked at the hip with IYY, and something we didn't get to touch on too much in the pre-show was that is where FPX have looked most potent in some of their fight wins. IYY, though, does not have the Cyclone. Ultimate advantage is going to be on the side of IG, with Rookie having that big-time shockwave, but Wei, without cease and desist, is not going to look to push too far forward. They'll just take one of the 3 grubs away. Still a win for FPX, though, dominating the neutrals in this first game.
Yeah, it's actually really great positioning from FPX. Really not a lot to complain about in terms of the start that they have here. We see another FPX wave also crashing in the bot lane. The Shy's not able to pick that up. It's just victories across the map in terms of these small advantages for FPX, but it's all about what they do with them from this point onwards. It's all well and good to get that first Dragon and to get those 2 grubs. Let's see them continue to put the pressure in on the map. You have Talia in this instance. I understand that you're going into things like Vi, which can make things a bit terrifying, but if you can get out on the map and continue to make plays, this could still be a very good situation for FPX. And
that's the hope with this Talia, and especially knowing Jway as one of the best roaming supports we have in Group Ascend, in the same tier as guys like Kyle, I would consider, with how he can play the map on these engaged supports. Linking up the Talia, Jway, and IYY's Wukong. The recipe for success is FPX trying to continue to make enough space for this Gwen to scale and press their lead even further with Jiachi's Corki, as Gala is continuing to farm these stacks off of the Corki now that he gets that first range upgrade. Not much more on the map, though, to play for, except maybe some plates. Gala going to prioritize the stacks and the plates, actually. He picks up both of them. So Gala's aggressive stances in some of these lanes yet to be punished, and actually finding some pretty big benefits.
Yeah, Gala is good at these little small trades, but we will see if that can translate into some bigger moments throughout the rest of this game. Worth noting, obviously, the gold is still in favor of Invictus Gaming, even after a lot of these takes, but almost all of that gold is in the pocket of the Shy at the current moment. That's really the big lane advantage, although, 200, 300 gold lead in favor of Rookie and Gala as well. But really, you're looking at this Aurora in terms of combat power as to where things are going to be set up for Invictus in a lot of the mid-game here. We'll see how much they want to play around the Aurora and just how much they can get out of playing towards Sheer, potentially as a weak side top laner, but objectives are a little ways away. Still 2 minutes on that second Dragon, but the Shy could actually be the one getting collapsed on here.
I thought he definitely saw IYY on vision. He still gets right in the face of Sheer. Now it's used Between Worlds defensively, as both top laners do end up trading their ultimates. Not going to cost anybody too much, as the Shy will just collect the wave. Maybe buying pressure, though, for Rookie to try and Shockwave out care. One more auto. He has to flash away from Rookie. And that is why the IG mid laner was the forefront of the players of the week through weeks 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's the Rookie we've been seeing so far in Split 3. He has been so aggressive, constantly looking for these positive plays to make throughout the mid-game, and it's yet another Summoner spell burned by Rookie. Again, the flash from Care. That severely dampens the potential aggressive plays that FPX can make with the Talia. That's supposed to be the big playmaker for the team here. Sheer, potentially, looking forward here, but we will see exactly where FPX want to put a lot of their pressure moving into the mid-game. Again, with Talia having no flash now available, and, Rookie, his cooldown on Shockwave is going to be up soon. See where the pressure lies. Sheer potentially getting collapsed on here.
Setting a bit of a trap here for Sheer. Flashing away. Sees assist. Still going to go under the turret as Mako is going to take it up with the Unbreakable Will. Great layering of turret aggro. Smart execution there from IG to get their first kill of the game.
Yeah, really difficult dive to avoid. If you are Sheer in that instance, you kind of just have to take what you can get. The flash is burned as well, though, so could be repeatable throughout the rest of this early game, and specifically the kill going on to the Shy, I think is really big for Invictus. This Aurora needs to be in a really good spot moving forward, and I think they just made a really smart play in order to do that. Yes, we can see that. Gwen is Sheer's most played champion in Split 3 so far. Of course, small sample size, but Gwen, you know, really kind of being let through more specifically against FPX. This champion is banned a lot against a lot of different teams. Sheer has been allowed to play it quite a bit. It's been more up and down on the champion than others, but still definitely familiar with the kit.
IG, though, back in that gold lead, I've been really impressed by how they've not only, set up those dives, but they just have huge tempo on these side lanes, mainly Rookie. Look, he's got 2 plates solo, constantly shoving wave after wave under whatever solo lane kind of tries to match him. IYY trying to stem the Bleeding Summit with the cross map. He is going to pick up Dragon stacking. Cloud Soul uncontested. So right now, IG's game plan is, sacking some of that neutral power to get gold on those primary carries, mainly that Orianna and Aurora, but it really comes down to how they set up to execute on those gold leads. There's a great headbutt. Mako hits Jway out of his crash down, and that kind of shuts down the whole play. So Mako doing a really good job bodyguarding Gala, who is now trying to limit tests with no more cooldowns available for FPX. Has to be careful how many autos he gets down.
Yeah, he's actually just gliding on them at the moment. He's landing a lot of autos, and with that static shiv completed, he is going to be putting in quite a bit of damage. He's actually winning the 1v2 quite handily here, but that goes to show you why we call Alistar a counterpick to Rel, because it's really easy to disengage from the Rel engage for the Alistar, and Mako does a great job there of really dissuading any sort of aggressive thoughts. A lot burned on that play from an ultimate perspective, specifically, again, the Weaver's Wall from Care. That is a huge, huge cooldown for FPX in terms of their playmaking potential. And, we got the lower third earlier about Sheer being a Gwen player. Maybe it's not quite gone as well as he was hoping so far at the beginning of the split.
Still time to make up for that in this series as well, despite the fact that he is representing the biggest gold gap between the Shy and himself at about 1.4, and I think it may get higher. Luckily, this dive will fizzle out because Jway is guarding Sheer this time, making sure he can collect as much CS as possible. And
there's Mako's here.
Oh, they're going to double wrap? Okay. 2 plays happening on 2 different sides. Rookie's going to get hit up by IYY. The Cyclone knockup does come across. Rookie with the phase rush runs away, flashes, but IYY is going to follow. Unfortunately, the Shockwave does have just enough damage for Rookie to go 1-for-1 on his side of the play, but here comes their revolving bot lane dives. They once again go after Sheer. Unbreakable Will trying to make sure Mako takes up all the turbo. Jway holds them all in place with the Magnet Storm. Ceases comes across, but Sheer is still alive. Way has to flash out. He's take 2 turret shots. The Shy's going to take a big one as well, and here comes Chachi on the flank. More than enough damage to get rid of Way. The Shy going to have to go in. He's going to flash back to get the kill. Fancy footwork from the Shy, but I think he's going to have to pay the price as Chachi picks up the double kill.
Oh, it's chaos all over the map, Slayer. Everything happening. Top lane, bot lane, who cares? We are right back into the thick of things. And Invictus Gaming certainly not scared of trying to make a play. I want to give Rookie his props first and foremost for outplaying that, gank on the top side. IYY attempting to make a counterplay on Rookie, but he ends up being able to trade 1-for-1. That's huge for the Orianna to be able to accelerate some of the gold going in her pocket. But what a great turnaround from FPX. Invictus Gaming looked like they're in a pretty good spot for a dive. And we're going to get that replay in just a moment. But again, here for FPX, it's a really nice engage on Rookie, who's just a tad bit too far forward, but don't underestimate Orianna damage at this point in the game. And getting that kill specifically onto Rookie is huge. I get the Care pulls it back as well, but the Orianna, you do not want getting accelerated. Victus go for this dive onto Sheer, but it's very difficult to pull this off with the Rel in the area. Jway with a fantastic ult to be able to lock Mako in the area. At this point, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and it's probably best to just back out. Chachi, of course, coming in and able to trade back, but the Shy just has to, go in and get that kill. It's a beautiful play from him on Aurora. He does trade his life to do so. It'll be interesting to see how that Corky gold is used with 2 kills coming in, but now a teleport for Rift Herald.
Okay. It's going to be Rookie here. Shockwave online. Cease and desist not. So IG have yet to capitalize on this mid-jungle combo that they're looking to threaten Chachi with. Jway has to hop back over the wall. He's trying to set up a flank. The Herald gets dragged out of the pit, likely to reset. TP coming through. Sheer has arrived. Look at the Shy off towards the top side, trying to get the waves in order as FPX take their crack at the Rift Herald. in the pit, trying to burn through it. IG, they have to make a decision. Do they go for the fight yet? Cease and desist is mere seconds away. 5 seconds until Wei can go for the ball delivery system. They knock down the mid wave. Sure, they're probably going to have to drop the Rift Herald. The Shockwave going to hold IY in place. He still flashes, smites away, and gets the Herald, but now he's far too low and has no protections in the pit. The Shy in a 1v1 against Sheer. Mako holding Kara in place, but Jachi gets rid of Wei first, and Mako flies in a bit too late. There's nobody else to follow up on the damage. The Senna is not doing enough for Gala. Finally gets 1 kill back, but he's face to face with IYY. Gets himself a triple kill. Jachi's going for it all. Can he find the pentakill? The Shy trying to kite back. The quadra kill for Jachi. Can he find the kill onto Rookie? He's punishing out all the damage, but he's gonna fall flat as Rookie shuts down the big bad Corki.
Oh my goodness, Slayer, what a chaotic exchange. I know I said that before, but this game is just chaos incarnate in terms of how these fights are breaking down. Both teams looking like they're on the edge of danger, but it's FPX once again who comes out on top, and Rookie is no longer safe. Care is here.
An aggressive back, and Care sees the vision. He's not steamy anymore. He's fiery with these rocks to the forehead of Rookie.
He's gonna pick up the solo kill. He's going to be able to get Rookie off the map. We're going to get a replay of the action here. It's good setup by FPX. They are able to get the Herald down in time, which is huge overall, but Wei ends up diving in here by himself. By this point, there's still so much CC available for FPX that they're able to just destroy the Vi. This is the problem when you don't execute the combo, when you're not with the rest of the team. Mako then ends up diving in after everyone else is gone. Gall is in a bad position because he has to cover for the rest of his team, and from this point onwards, Jachi is taking over. He pulls out the Quadra. And if you were a little bit worried about the Shy trading a kill on the bot side to get Corki a little bit further ahead, here is, unfortunately, that worry coming to life, as we do see IG trading a Dragon, but see if that Rift Herald can be drifted up to the top side.
When do we kick this game into, like, the 7th gear? Mid-turret goes down, Drake responds, Jue fails to crack the tier 2 turret, so Rift Herald's going to die out. We are at a torrential pace by this point, but maybe in a second to breathe. You talked about Jachi, who is far ahead of expectations. He's near the Moramana, actually, getting to 2 items so rapidly. And it's part of the reason why FPX have themselves the gold lead, albeit a small one at this current juncture. Oh boy,
yeah, I mean, it's all on Jachi, and now
Here
Care
we go.
making a play yet again.
Yep. It's that map pressure that they wanted to utilize. Shockwave going to hold 2 of them in place, but Rookie should go down. Dawning Shadow's just a bit too late coming out from Gala. Wave Vault Breakers forward, gets the season assist down, but they need the Senna damage, or they're not going to be able to capitalize on these kills. IOI, knock up, flash out, he gets out. Jue will be the one to sacrifice himself, but you'll take that. FPX trade their support for a mid laner.
Yeah, Jachi is here as well. There is no more plays to be made from Invictus Gaming. It is just a 1-for-1, but you're absolutely right. Support for mid laner is always worth it in favor of FPX in terms of the map pressure they're able to get. Now, what do they do with that? We will see. Otacon spawning in 5 seconds. That's the next major objective for both of these teams to play around. And we are really, really on a knife's edge right now in terms of where this game is at. A 600 gold difference between these two teams at the moment. The Shy is still in a very, very strong spot on the Aurora. You've got 3 kills on Rookie's Orianna, but this Corki is looking dangerous.
I'm glad you pointed out the Shy, because when we go towards this Opticon next, as the big next objective to play for, the Shy has himself a clear lead. On the flip side, it's Jachi. Gala is not even at 2 items by this point. Senna stacks likely to crest 60, so we're nowhere near like this very scary Senna. That's usually the 100 stack marker that we talk about that with. So you have clear scaling players that are behind on both teams, and 2 snowball-based champions on 2 items that you need to focus on as the setup around Opticon begins.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, you know, for all the people who just like to look at the number at the top of the screen, see the gold difference here, you know, you might see a little bit of an advantage for FPX. Not quite 1K, but very close to being 1K. You can throw at least a bit of that out. There's a 1K gold difference between the supports, and you're not really looking at a major item difference. Merc Tread's obviously completed, which is, you know, consequential, but in terms of combat stats between a lot of the carries, you could be seeing a relatively similar damage output, and that's why Invictus Gaming, despite being down in gold, do have a bit of control over the area. Sheer still on the top side in terms of pushing in that wave. See if he wants to commit anything. Rookie up there to stop the push. Both of them have their teleports available.
We are 22 minutes into this game, K-Man, and we have yet to see the cease and desist Shockwave combination. That is what is paying me the most about IG's approach to this game 1. Never capitalizing on their ult timers that they drafted so potently for. This was their R1-2 pick.
Yeah, I completely agree. You have to start finding those avenues. You see Mako potentially caught out here. IYY taking a lot of damage, though.
Between worlds. The Shy has to be really careful about jumping forward, though. FPX are daring him to. So that ult just kind of gets zoning damage. But as you called out, IYY below 50% HP. He's going to try and channel a recall. IG are not having any of that, IYY. You've got to stick around and find newer ways to heal. The red buff, the really only thing to save you, is they have no vision on the health bar of this Otacon. Scrying Orb's going to spawn out about 9k. They TP Sheer in here. Get ready, folks. Here comes our first 5v5, and it's going to be another likely coin flip as IOI tries to get pesky in with the Wukong, but the fight's going to break out first. Weaver's Wall sections off the Shy and Rookie, and Zway goes in with the 3-man crash down to set up Sheer for a huge combo. The seismic shove. Rookie is down first. Where is the rest of the damage for IG? And it's all crumbled in front of them as Way falls to IYY. Otacon will take him down, and now things start to get real dicey. It's Gala and the Shy. All of the big damage left for IG, and a smiteless FPX trying to burn down the Otacon. This is getting awkward. Snare gonna land. It's gonna pick off Sheer. Oh. What a great find! Down goes Care, and now the Shy and Gala feel comfortable stepping up with their range advantage. That one pick just sealed Octagon's fate to survive another couple of minutes.
Oh, Slayer, we keep getting back and forth action. It looks like it's a huge win for FPX. Jway looks like a superhero on the rel with that engage. We're going to get a replay of it here. The Weaver's Wall cutting off Rookie and the Shy from the rest of the team. Jway senses the angle, understands that Mako will be in the position. He flashes the shockwave into the engage here and stuns up the entire team right into the seismic shove coming in from Care. It's a phenomenal combo, but FPX just don't have the damage to be able to continue this fight once their entire combo is burned. The Shy and Gala, you properly pointed out, the big damage dealer's still alive, and you want to count on someone in these big moments. You can count on Gala, you can count on the Shy. Unfortunately, Care gets hit by the root coming in from the Senna and gets bursted down. It's just so close. It's so thin, the margins that we are playing on right now.
And as this game goes on, the burst-focused comp of IG will begin to evolve. I want to point out that Gala is a BF sword short of the IE. That is where Senna really takes off, and IG have access to their sustained damage. Sheer still just way further behind that mark. Not even at 2 items in this point as the scaling threat for FPX. Fourth drink of the game being started off. Dre's going to spot it up, going over the wall with the Hex Flash. The Weaver's Wall again, going to cut IG in half, but maybe the Shy likes his side of the fight this time as Care gets chunked into his Seraph shield from one combo out of the Shy. FPX, Soul Point may just be a fleeting hope, but IYY, it's got the pesky Wukong, not gonna go for it, but Jachi gets it! The Phosphorus Bomb gets FPX on a mountain Soul Point!
Oh, what a huge steal from Jachi. He comes up again in the clutch. Not only is he winning these team fights for FPX, he's saving the game from an objective perspective. Wei just can't get the smite down. There's no way. But Jachi ends up being the one to take that. And you're right, it's Soul Point. That is a massive get. That is a game-changing take there from Corki. I have to see how he ends up being in position to do this.
Oh.
Yeah, he just ends up...
Oh, it's a rocket!
The rocket ends up just landing on time. And the Corki ends up securing it. That is huge. The gold is completely even in the game, but now FPX have an out.
It's a backbreaker, but if any team is going to be able to find resiliency, it should be this IG team, this super team that was able to get 3rd place in Split 2 and have bigger international aspirations already being tested in this series that we came into feeling very confident about IG. They still have the scaling threat. This game is still anyone's to take, but the shortcomings of tempo that we thought Wei had somewhat cured are starting to rear their ugly heads again, but Wei's trying to remedy it, drops the season assist into the headbutt pulverized combo. Wei, the main engage tool, off the board for FPX, the first time that's happened this game.
It's a really nice pick for IG. It opens up the map quite a lot for them to be able to set up wherever they want right now. It looks like mid lane is going to be the target. The tier 2 could be on high alert. We will see how much attention they want to put into it. It looks like they just want to get pressure.
The Shy trying to bait in IYY. He does take, he goes for the Cyclone. Weaver's Wall on the backside of the fight, but Rookie and Mako could just exit stage left. and 2 ults are off the board. FPX now have to be on the back foot. The Shy is hunting, traps Kara between worlds into the shockwave. There's the combo we wanted. It might not have been the Vi. It's just the Shy that sets up the ball for the huge shockwave, and now he's trying to route the escape for FPX. Jotchi flashing away from Mako, who is daring them to get too close. Headbutt pulverized down onto Sheer. Can the Shy get close enough for the damage? No, but it's Rookie looking for the burst. Sheer not the target anymore as the fight splits off. IG going after multiple members, but now Rookie will finally finish off the Sheer as the Shy tinkers with a dive, but Dway wants his revenge and just catches out the Aurora.
So much is happening. I'm not even sure this play is over. Wei is making his way topside here. Dway is trying to cover, but we could be seeing more action. It looks like the recalls are going to finish. I'll add on top of that, throughout all of that happening, Wei took Otacon. That is off the map now. It is in favor of Invictus Gaming, and so, you know, that is just a straight-up win for IG. FPX looking to try and salvage what was a pretty bad pick onto Dway by overcommitting in the mid lane and really paying the price for it. You know, luckily they didn't give over the shutdown that was, you know, they didn't give over Jotchi or any of their main threats in that exchange, but still a big turning point for IG that could have saved them the game.
Was Jotchi 6-0? Or was he? I thought he was 6-1.
He was 6-1. I don't believe he gave over the shutdown. I don't think he.
So he just lost it. I'm shocked that this guy doesn't have a shutdown. He is still 1.5k up. Okay, don't look at top lane, everybody. Well, actually, IG fans, I'm sure you're already typing about top lane. How many times have you seen a 4k gold lead? We're getting close to that.
Yeah, this is miserable for Sheer. He is just in a completely unplayable spot on this Gwen. It's basically a 4v5 from this point onwards in the game, but it really is all still about setups. As much as that play was huge, it's still just a 1k gold lead for Invictus, and even if that was a swing, you still got the kill onto the Shy, which is quite a lot of gold, you know, in the pocket of, I believe it was, I actually don't know who picked up the kill there, but the Shy is the entire gold lead for IG. IYY getting it is pretty important for the Wukong. I would actually counter, the Shy is not just the entire gold lead for IG, he is more than the gold lead. He is keeping them afloat in this game. It's a 400 gold lead, he's 3.5k gold up. He is the only one keeping them in this, so it's really going to be up to the Shy whether or not he can make it work in the back half.
All right, well, he's got more gold, knocks down a standing turret. This is what I like to see IG settle a bit more into because the Gwen is so far behind. They actually have a lot more pressure on the map by this point versus, you know, with Aurora and Orianna being able to clear out a lot of these waves. And as we are about to crest the 30-minute mark with Baron on the board and the big win con for FPX coming, I want to make sure everyone is aware. Gala is 9 stacks off 100 with the IE done. So sustained damage for IG is finally here in fights where Gala has been largely ignored most of the time from FPX. Oh, IYY. He's looking for the flank, gets spotted out. Wei gonna try and zone him with the Vault Breaker. Knows how catastrophic that Cyclone can be. Seismic Shove onto 2, stuns up Wei. The Shy is sheer marked off to the side as the Dragon does spawn, but the fighting has already started. A couple members chunked down decently low, mainly Sheer and Mako. The most hurt so far coming out of this fight. Gonna burn the barrier to refresh himself with a new summoner. IYY gonna handle the aggro for now. Rookie standing in front of the Dragon. FPX need this Mountain Soul for their big win con. Sheer's trying to set up a flank on this very deflated Gwen and has to back off to the Shy once more. It's a chess match going down in this Drake pit as both teams try to move their Bishops and Knights into position. The Dragon sniffing a bit of damage under 10k, but likely to reset. Neither team wants to be the first one to step forward for a fight.
Oh, it's so tense, Slayer. The Dragon just kind of in the middle between these two teams, the proxy line, and we could be seeing the line get broken here.
Snare gonna land on IYY. Not enough for IG to go in. They're waiting on the Shy off to the side. As the Sheer starts the fight off with the needlework. He has Between Worlds drop, but he's not gonna use it to get over the wall. It's Dway that goes in for the engage. Locks up Wei, but Gala and Rookie are largely untouched on the backside of this fight, so Dway sacrifices himself. The Mountain Drake is not low enough for anybody to steal it away. Down goes both supports. Now it's the 4v4. IYY is trying to burn through the Drake. Can he spite away? Yes, the Mountain Soul goes over to FPX. Can they win the fight on the back end with Wei way too low to try and find an engage? With his cease assist up, he's not confident to fly in because he knows he'll just get popped. Channeling the Vault Breaker off to the side, but still just too wary to really go for the gank, and IG have to let FPX walk away with Mountain Soul.
absolutely massive for FPX. Being able to grab the soul there while also going neutral in the fight is huge for their chances moving forward. Unfortunately for IG, we highlighted it. The Shy is their gold lead. He is the one that is pushing forward for this team, and he just could not get into this fight. Let's see him on the flank angle here. He really wants to try to get in on a flank angle, but Sheer is there to back him off. The Shy has to use the ult early. Jway ends up still being able to engage onto maybe not the biggest priority target, but Wei, who needs to be in the pit. He has to flash out just to survive. If he goes down, this play is over. Mako has to trade his life. Both supports end up trading, but at this point, Wei can't re-engage. It's a free take for FPX. They have the soul now. They are in full control of this game, and it's Mountain Soul for Wukong, for Gwen, for Rel. This is going to be such a difficult frontline to break through.
What the head-scratching part is here for IG is knowing that they have the comp that should really feel comfortable about looking for a lot of these engages. You have a Rel Denial and Alistair. I know the Wukong threat with the Cyclone is big, but again, you drafted Vi Orianna, and we are 33 minutes in, and there has not been a single combo threat of that on a Jachia Corki that we were worried about ever since draft for that very reason.
The one thing I was going to point out before that big fight broke out at Dragon was, yeah, the one avenue now, you're getting Senna at 100 stacks, and Corki is very short range. No matter how much gold he has, if he can't survive a Senna combo, it does not matter. And if the Shockwave lands or if Vi ult lands onto the Corki, it's a problem. But right now, it's not an issue as FPX start Baron.
All right, Rookie's pulled off the bot tier 2 play. Respect over to this Baron call. FPX wisely going to back out of the pit. Love that. Forcing Rookie to TP off a bot wave. And they don't overstay to try and burn the Baron down.
Yeah, this is very smart from FPX. Reset, get your feet under you, force that summoner out, force a lot of that map tempo out, and, reset here. Jachia needs to be careful. He could be engaged upon. This tower is not safety at this point, but it is just going to be mid-tier 2 taken for IG, so for now they're just going to back out. You might look up and you might see an IG win. Should be safe here on the Wukong. But you might look up and see IG up in gold and see a gold lead. It's one player. It's a 1.5k gold lead where it matters. On to the Corki versus the Senna. The real damage coming out here. Even though Orianna is completely neutral, it's all on the Shy. He is everything that IG has going for them. 4 items on Aurora, 6 kills. This is his game to win or lose. If he can get on primary carries, they can still win any fight. No Death Push is going to be fallen for, though, by Jway this time.
Too smart. Player that was so massive in FPX's run into the playoffs, winning series. Reminder, this very squad, plus Shadow instead of IYY, took IG to 5 games last playoffs round, and a lot of the MVPs in that series went over to Jway, who has not lost a step so far for FPX, despite their series scoreline, and needs to continue to be that main engaged threat. You've seen it all game long. FPX winning fights. Start off with Wei. Maybe this one is with IYY as he flash forward for the Cyclone. They're going after Wei again. This time he gets out, goes back in with the cease and assist. Where's the Shockwave going to come through? There it is for Rookie. Hits onto 3 members. Mako flashes his way back out in the Shy. Drops down the Between Worlds. He's dipping, dashing, and dodging all around FPX. And guess who gets to step up through the fray? It's Gala, untouched through this fight with a limited range, trying to bap down all of the FPX members. Sure, the Shy does die to the Sheer, but it's a win for IG as they get control of the Baron pit, and we somehow split kills 2-2.
Oh boy, Slayer, this game is just going to be back and forth forever, isn't it? We're going to see these two teams continue to compete at such a high level. This time it's Invictus Gaming who capitalize on FPX overextending for an exchange. They really try to get onto Wei, and they do end up killing the jungler, and that does delay everything, but they spend so much doing so. We're going to get a replay here. They obviously see the angle with Wei having used the Vault Breaker onto the Crab. They want to be able to get in. IYY does a good job to try and set up for this, but they're not able to stay on the Vi, unfortunately. And now the Wukong is in a very scary spot. Huge ult from Gala to be able to cut through the entire team. Wei does fall first, but you trade junglers in that exchange, and from now, the Shy is a major problem. He ends up, ducking and diving, as you said, as much as possible, but it's actually Sheer in this exchange that comes out on top, despite being down so much gold. That's the power of Gwen as a champion, and despite all of that, for IG, FPX is back out on the map, and they're back in control of the river.
They're setting up their own Death Rush that forces Unbreakable Will out of Mako. Key protection tool off of the main peel and engage for IG. It's going to be down as Baron is up, and Elder is less than 45 seconds away as well. We're setting up for another fight. IG control the mid-late wave for now, but FPX have first track towards that Baron. That Scuttle Crab doing a lot of disservice to FPX, though. They can't actually threaten that Baron because they'll be spotted. They know that IYY dashed onto this Baron. Wave's trying to set up a huge wrap as they try and pincer move onto FPX. Still have access to the Weaver's Wall, and Sheer off to the very top of your screen, setting up the mother of all flanks. As Gala takes a bit of poke there from Jacci. Has to be even more careful. The Baron going to reset. Gala going to heal up. Lands the snare onto Jouet. Nobody going to jump forward, but look at the damage Gala puts out with 2 autos. Jouet's down about below half HP. Weaver's Wall going to go down, separating IG, the Shy and Wei on one side. But FPX, they don't want to take the fight there. They're too wary of the damage Gala's putting out and the shockwave threat, and they've been bullied, out-muscled away from the Baron pit.
Gala has definitely come online, and it might be even more of a problem than they think, because I believe they've started Baron here. They have. It is started up for IG.
Sheer doesn't have TP. Care does. Or no, that's Jouet coming in, but Sheer has to run his way all the way up here. IG don't know how the Sheer reset, though. The Death Bush is back up, but they are on a ward, so FPX know this. It's just a standoff until Sheer finally breaks forward with the needlework, but he gets exhausted, thrown back into the team. There's a between where the Shy does get out. Wei commits a cease and desist onto Jouet. In goes IOI towards the backside, but Gala is still protected. Wei gets engaged on with the crash down. All the damage pumped out from Jacci. Gets down Jouet. IG in a man disadvantage, but they have the health bars on their side. The Shy trying to get enough damage onto Jouet, but he gets back out. The Mountain Soul providing so much value for FPX as IOI flings himself into the meat grinder that is IG. He's down next. Both junglers off the table. IYY not able to participate. This fight with Jouet goes to the flash combo, the crash down. It picks off the Shy. Down he falls. And it's into a 2-on-2 once again when we finally have a fight decided these narrow margins. Maybe it's the TP from Sheer. Weaver's Wall's up. He's going to go for it off to the side. Can he cut off the escape route for Rookie and Gala? They're desperately kiting back towards the enemy jungle. The side of the shove pushes Gala away, but not close enough to Jacci. He doesn't have the range to ever touch Gala. And that's what's slowing this fight back down.
Way up
Scuttle
in
Crab
5.
taken. Way up in 5, and we still are not having a climactic team fight.
Oh my goodness. Throughout all of that, we are in almost the exact same spot we were in before. The gold lead is completely even between these two teams. IG look like they found a good fight. FPX end up playing it perfectly. Jouet with a phenomenal re-engage that really separates things, but you called it earlier. The Elder Dragon is the prize now, and Invictus Gaming are here.
Gala, 120 stacks, 4 items deep on the Senna. FPX, you need to change your game plan up to prioritize Gala. We'll see if Jouet can make it work. The Shy TP's in. Elder's
so
below
low.
5K. Kumeko's trying to make sure IOI can't get close enough for Hero Steal, but he gets it! It's smited away by FPX, and now they've got the big bad Elder to roll through the fight. 3 kills in an instant, Baron in their sights, and Rookie getting chased down by Sheer. He was pummeled down all game long, but now he stands tall and proud. Forces Rookie to TP back out. FPX are gonna have Baron and Elder at 40 minutes.
No way, Slayer. That is the second steal of the game for FPX. This time it's IYY that comes up clutch. We have to get a replay. How is he allowed into this pit? Mako goes to push him out, but it's way too early. Jouet ends up getting in, and Mako just can't keep him out for too long. The flash comes out, and it's just a 50-50. 6 HP. You can't even really fault them at that point. So close. The margins are so thin, but that's what it takes at this level in Group Ascend to pick up a win, and FPX are the ones to make the big play happen.
In a day where FPX's headlines are dominated by a new jungler coming in, it's their Rookie that need to pick up the pieces of a fallen FPX roster that has put them in position to knock down IG in a series no one had them favored in. And they start their assault onto the IG base. Elder and Baron, but there's still a decent amount of wave clear here for IG, who are now just in full turtle mode, trying to wait out both of these buffs.
Oh, goodness. And now it's fully in favor of FPX. Not only do they have the Mountain Soul, not only do they have Elder, they have Baron, and they have full control of the map as well. Even those miracle engages that we're looking for are going to become a lot more difficult from here on out. Again, you were already fighting at such a statistical disadvantage with Mountain Soul, and now just the pure amount of stats in favor of FPX make it very difficult. Gala has to be careful in this area. Should be relatively safe with his range, but he is still the piece you have to look at if there's any way to salvage this game. It's the Senna. Importantly enough, in none of those exchanges, the Shy was able to use his stasis to be able to keep himself alive. Has had that Seeker's arm guard for the last 2 fights, and in none has been able to utilize it as far as I am aware, so we'll still have that available for this final one. Could potentially matter, but FPX is making a game-ending push, and they have every tool to do so.
And the burst of IG's comp has been so nullified by this Mountain Soul. The Shy and Rookie just can't hit hard enough, and it's forced IG to really adapt their own game plan, adverse to their composition, trying to play these fights as slow as they can for Gala, but it's just not working. Luckily for now, they've been able to hold their base intact. The Elder has fallen off FPX by this point. Now they only have the purple banner, but even that is slowly ticking down, 75% over, and IG's base still stands, bruised, battered, but up. Kara's gonna throw down the Weaver's Wall, gets a side shot flick on the Gala, in goes IYY with the knock of the Cyclone, it's enough! Down goes Gala, and now IG don't have a chance in the world of protecting their base. Wave falls as well, here comes the final push, Fun plus Phoenix, looking to take the series lead.
An unbelievable engage from FPX. They see the angle,
they got the
and
Shy.
they capitalize on it. Jway, they got the Shy.
Into the seismic flick, out of the Seeker's arm guard. The combos are so clean from Care right now. And IG, it's desperation, it's sadness as they watch Game 1 slip out of their grasp.
Oh, Slayer, I'm going to have a heart attack just from one game of these two teams playing against each other. Back and forth, unbelievable League of Legends. It was chaotic, it was sloppy, it was clean, it was everything we wanted out of these two teams, and somehow, someway, IG are on the back foot as we head into game number 2, and FPX looked incredible doing it.
Whew. That, I mean, they show the gold graph at the end of the game. That was an LPL gold graph, which means it was anyone's game to win. And that's why IG definitely feel like they got to be kicking themselves somewhat. There was so much to unpack about how this game unfolded. The way the last 10 to 15 minutes went, I like totally forgot about the Octagon fights we saw, you know, the multiple Octagon fights, like Octagon given for free. Okay, man, there was so much to even try and recap throughout this game, knowing how the game ended.
Yeah, I mean, even going back as far as, like, the Rift Herald or the Grubs being exchanged 2 for 1, or that first Dragon that was stolen by IYY, essentially just walked up and took it because of positioning. So much happened throughout this game. This was one of the most chaotic games we've seen so far this year, and that's where FPX can thrive. You want to take advantage of a top-tier team? Get rid of that structure. What did you mention in the pre-show? What points did we really hammer on? Invictus has thrived under tempo, under structure. Throw that all out the window with these chaotic fights. Let FPX just be able to step up and play solo queue, play front-to-back 5v5s, and you know what? It kind of turns out pretty well for them.
And it might be the first game that I can confidently say this new FPX bottom lane delivered. It was Jachi, who is also a part of the Steel Club, by the way. They don't get Mountain Soul that early if he doesn't steal away the 4th one. And Jway, just so on point on this rel in a matchup where he was counterpicked. Okay, man.
It's just unbelievable. This was a bot lane masterclass from both of them, from both Jachi and from Jway. Jachi obviously the one to really accelerate and keep FPX in the game, in the mid game, when the Shy was really spiraling out of control, and even Rookie was getting quite a few kills on the Orianna. It was that Corki that really stabilized a lot of the fights, the Quadra kill in particular, really keeping them in it. But every single fight in the end of the game, who was the one that was making the biggest play? It was Jway. It was the all-pro on Fun plus Phoenix that was consistently front and center in terms of the playmaking for a team that just took down a Titan.
And while, you know, there are still, you know, a ton of rumors surrounding this team, if they could get this series done, they could take the series over IG, which they are now statistically in great position to do so. I mean, K-Man, our baseline test for FPX may be passed in one single series as we can take in that LPL gold graph and nearly 50k damage from the Shy and a loss. That sounds like classic IG from Split 2.
I mean, just what do you even say about this gold graph? I mean, this is the LPL. This is what we live for here in the LPL. This is game 1, Slayer. I have to remind you of that. This is the first game of the series, but I mean, what resilience from FPX, just the mental fortitude. Like, it's all well and good to be able to keep your composure and win a lot of these fights when, you know, going up against other competitive teams. You are going up against 5 international champions, 5 players who have won international tournaments, Worlds or MSI. You have a jungler who's playing Tier 1 for the first time right now. He's played a couple of games at the Tier 1 level, and he's pulling off huge steals. You have a bot lane that's played together for what? A month maximum? And you're able to go toe-to-toe in the late game with these players? It's unreal. It's got to be such a confidence booster for this FPX team, and quite frankly, it could be just what they needed in order to start getting their floor under them.
And I know, especially for Invictus Gaming, and our awesome historians, you know, led by Kelsey Mosier at the LPL, yourself as well, K-Man, at this point, I would deem in that same category. IG has like a ton of very historical rivalries, right? But I find the most fun out of the rivalries born in a single calendar year in this format. And FPX and IG are shaping up to create their own little rivalry right now that is so fun to watch. I mentioned the fact that FPX team with Shadow in Split 2 playoffs, they forced IG to 5 games. They could have knocked IG way far away from a third-place finish in Split 2. But IG came out on top. And now, in their first series of Split 3, they are battling like it's a Game 5 playoff match in Game 1 of their first time playing each other in Group Ascent.
Yeah, and let's not forget, these two orgs at least have a little bit of history. Back-to-back
100%.
world champions. IG in 2018, FPX in 2019, so they've both been at the top of the mountain here in the LPL and globally, and both have had, you know, kind of rough patches, at least in terms of their own expectations in recent years. They both feel like they could potentially compete to get back into the top of the standings, but it's FPX at the very least in game number 1. Now, we can, you know, talk all we want about, oh, you know, FPX looked great, and IG definitely, you know, had a bad end game. We've got more games to play, at least one more game here, and IG definitely are going to be coming back with a vengeance. We'll have to see if FPX can keep that momentum up, because this was definitely a draining game number 1, and for players who might be a little bit less experienced in playing on-stage best of 3s, perhaps that could be something that plays into account or is a big factor here.
Moving forward, though, like you talking about moving us forward towards Game 2, before we get there, I think we're both going to be on the same page here with the MVP pick, so I'm going to start about the players that I think deserve shouts that aren't my pick, and you could tell me if I'm wrong in your mind after this. I think the first one is IYY, because this is a game where he steals Elder, he steals away a dragon that gets the Mountain Soul. When you steal away those natural objectives like that, you're obviously going to get attention from voters. Second one is Jachi, gets the steal factor himself, pumps out ludicrous damage. He had nearly 40% of FPX's damage share in this win, so stats-wise, he's a great MVP pick. But if I do not see Jue flash up on this goddamn screen, I'm very angry.
I'm right there with you, Slayer. How can you watch that game and see anything other than a support masterclass from Jue? I mean, this is, you know, we've been talking about players that we want to break through. There have been very few players outside of the top 6 or so that have been able to break through.
All right.
Throw it all away. I'm gonna stop talking. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna do this anymore. You know, I don't need to start talking about Jue. IYY ends up getting MVP here for game number 1.
It hurts because, like, you mentioned it. This is a rookie asked to do the impossible, get his first LPL reps on stage and perform. He starts out 0-3, is quiet in all these series, not having enough impact, and the first game he makes a huge splash. We're angry that he gets the MVP. So, while we don't agree with it, I do want to congratulate IYY on his official first MVP in the LPL. Amazing job keeping your team alive, stealing the Elders. It's a win for FPX, and that's what the main takeaway should be for Jue and the rest of the company. They are in a position that many didn't think they'd be. Up 1-0 on series point against Invictus Gaming. Do IG have a punch back? We'll have to find out that and more on the other side of another break. All right, some of us here on the caster desk and producer team have recaffeinated because we needed it. We have only gotten one game in to our Group Ascent series and taken up about 45 minutes on the Rift. Multitude of kills, Elders, Barons, Steals, all in one game. And guess what? We have more of a series left, unfortunately, if you're an FPX fan. You got to win 2 games to take this upset against IG. How are they going to do it? That's why I've got this guy here.
Hi, yes, so there's a lot to build off of for game number 2. Great transition, Slayer. You know, I don't need anything else other than that. A great, like, honestly, you got to build upon the fact that you were able to keep pace in team fights, because really what ended up keeping FPX in this game was the ability to play around the Corki in the mid game. You can talk about all of the big steals in the back half, and obviously credit to FPX for being able to pick up those steals. You don't get there if the Corki is not online enough in order to be able to stall the game out from that point and to force IG to be more careful around a lot of these objectives. If you can continue to funnel gold into the right spots and identify where your carries are, specifically this bot lane, the bones of which we questioned at the beginning of this broadcast and are really coming through, I think that's still the avenue for success for FPX.
No matter what the top side looks like for FPX going forward in Group Ascend with all the rumors, it is integral that they find some stability in those other lanes. And it's really nice to see that what we talked about in the pre-show, myself and K-Man really tried to highlight that it should be the bottom lane for Jachi and Jue. And through one game, they both effortlessly kind of handed off who was going to take the reins in that game besides IYY and his MVP level steals. So let's see FPX try to build upon that, and we'll see what their draft looks like for that approach as IG does go on to the blue side here to try and keep this series alive.
Yeah, I think it's important to remind people of just the context surrounding this series. As much as it can feel like, oh, this is IG doing it again, this is another time where they're just going to underperform with this super team. They were really clicking before this series. Their only loss was to Top Esports, and it was a very close game number 3, where a couple of different positioning mistakes from Gala, perhaps you come out on top. That was their only falter at the beginning of this split. They really genuinely looked like a top-tier team in the LPL. If they can get back to that form, they can take the final 2 games of this series, wipe it clean. They're definitely still on the radar, but if FPX have their way, like, they have shown the pathway to victory if they can get there.
And that's why we want to see FPX come out with something strong in this game too, right? There's a lot of times where if you're a team, on an upset potential or an underdog, you win the first game, you kind of like try to relax. I've seen a ton of teams like fall into super scale comps to try and play too slow. You don't want to do that. I want to see them come out swinging. I want to lean into the comfort of IYY, this rookie who has now accomplished such a huge feat, stealing an Elder on an LPL stage, taking a game off of the, international championship gallery that is the IG team on the other side. Stay with that sort of tempo. We'll have to see if FPX meet that mark as we are flying through the bans here. Remember, Gwen is off the board, so you're not going to see that ban come out by this point. Maybe you see a Rumble ban come across, or I suspect the Shy just slams this one B1.
Yeah, I would be stunned if that's not the B1, if it is available to be picked here. You mentioned a lot of comfort coming in from FPX. Unfortunately for them, a lot of comfort picked in game number 1, specifically the Gwen and the Wukong on the top side. That's really the one that I'm going to be looking at. Wukong has been a really big kind of stabilizing pick for FPX and for IYY in particular at the start of this split. We'll see how he ends up adapting going into game number 2, but the Rumble is left up on the board, and that has been a real big favorite of the Shy.
Yeah, it was kind of a pick your poison moment for Fun Plus Phoenix. It was the Shy Rumble, or do we give Rookie his Azir? So they go with the latter option, but IG do not want to pick the Rumble here just yet. They are going to lock the Poppy in, so a super flex start to this IG draft.
Kind of rare you see the Poppy on B1. Not necessarily the spot you typically see the champion in, but it makes a lot of sense. Poppy's just generally good in the meta. I know a lot of people see her as a counter pick. I think she's just really good. She basically matches up against anything you might want to go into, and again, we'll see what the development ends up being here. Is there aren't a lot of champions that that end up being comfortable for IYY, but we'll see how this ends up going.
Don't give Rumble back. Just don't give Rumble back. Don't give Rumble back. We talked about it last time that Sheer and the Shy prefer like the Rumble Gwen matchup, and now they both have Rumble going up for them.
Rumble is
don't overthink this.
Sheer is most played champion this year.
Okay, that also all right. So this is good. locks it in. Sheer gets comfort. So when you talked about the top lane pool being somewhat dicey with the Gwen off the board, Sheer gets gifted the Rumble. I do want to shout out the fact this is a sick respect ban. It was Care that broke out the Echo for the first time since 2021. So I'm glad IG paying respect to that pick nonetheless. But here comes the Shy with an Ornn pick. This is something that I've been kind of peddling a bit, K-Man, is that like these flashy top laners have been a mainstay of the league for a while, like 369, Bin, the Shy. I would argue they're the most deadly right now on tank picks, and the Shy is no different for me in that category.
You're definitely seeing that. The consistency that tanks offer in team fights right now, ironically, kind of gives you a little bit of a mechanical ceiling to be able to hit. If you can execute better than the tank on the other side, that's probably just a game-winning kind of effort. We've seen it a lot, specifically out of Flandra, for anyone's legend throughout the beginning part of this year, and obviously the Shy wants to be able to follow in those footsteps, but the team fight comp is assembling for Invictus as they lock in the Victor in the mid lane for Rookie. Definitely comfort, a champion he's played a lot of over the course of his career, and I've talked about this a bit before in these casts. Rookie has generally looked better this year on these more stable control mages than he has on maybe the more aggressive, Sylas, Aurora type of picks, and so I think it makes a lot of sense to index back into something that really worked for them at the end of last split.
I love this, though. Care picks the Sylas. He sees, I would say, 2 very valuable ultimates to steal. Arcane Storm also never going to hurt if you can get the resets. So Care trying to dip into that melee magic. I do want to correct a fact error that I said. It was actually Saber that we saw in Ultra Prime's last series that brought that first Echo out since 2021. So it wasn't Care. But hey, you know what? I'll take half a brownie point because he still lands on a melee champion in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're probably seeing it in scrims. Echo's probably popping off in the scrim circle right now, and just need to get it out of there. It's very strong in solo queue for those of you watching, if you need a little bit of a tip. But yes, we see the Kai'Sa taken off the board. We already talked about it. That's the bread and butter for both of these AD carries, and you kind of have to give it as a respect band to Gala at this point in his career if you're not planning on picking it, just for how deadly he can be in those moments. But I expect all of the other bands to be support-oriented. That being said, who knows? Maybe they just flex the Poppy down to the support position. It's not guaranteed that this is going into the jungle for Wei, so it really could go in a lot of different directions. Interested to see exactly what FPX want to round out their comp with, though. I think I'm really looking at Xin Zhao Sylas as a duo here and saying, okay, that's more aggressive. That's something that can really fight a lot, specifically through the Xin Zhao, definitely more than Ornn Victor as your 2 solo lanes. So if FPX want to go for maybe a more scaling AD carry, that could perhaps hedge their bets, or if they want to go for a more skirmish-oriented AD carry, I think that would indicate that they do want to play fast.
I want to see what Joue's thinking too, because I still think FPX could use a bit more non-committal engage. I would love to see IG throw a Leona ban down here. I think Joue could really help this comp out a lot if you can get the Leona. And if you take Leona and Nautilus off the board with Alistar and Rel gone, you're starting to really take away the playmaking ability Joue can go for with just his champion pool. They'll go for the Sivir instead, which is, I would say, a little bit head-scratching. I know Sivir's very strong, and every LPL AD carry by this point has played a lot of Sivir, but again, not really a champion that I'm confident on when Jhachi brings to the table with this type of comp. Instead, going to hover the Xayah for safety. The Lucian lane would be pretty fun, but I think the Xayah is going to come across knowing that there's going to be a Poppy and an Ornhorn to play for. No, the Lucian. So Jhachi playing a kill lane.
Yeah, it really screamed to me Xayah Rakan. I think for Joue, you love to have him on playmakers. You love him. You were talking about, oh, if Leona gets taken off the board, not a lot of playmakers remain. Rakan would definitely be one that I'd be looking at that Joue really appreciates, but the Lucian is the pick here. That signals to me that this will likely be Braum in the support position. I imagine that would file out the comp a little bit more efficiently. We will see what direction they want to go in, but it's the Ezreal locked in for Gala. I know he gets a lot of credit for the Kai'Sa. Gala Ezreal is also something that's been super effective, and you want to talk about a 2v2 answer. The Ezreal Karma gets locked in as the poke duo coming down in the bot lane. We've seen this lane have so much success globally. It really popped off at MSI, and we're seeing it translate here to the LPL. I quite like this as a round out for IG.
It totally locks up Joue. It makes it such a tough spot for him to be in because picking Braum here makes the lane like a death sentence. It's impossible to function as Braum into Karma Ezreal. So you take that off the table. He started hovering some fun things. I'm glad he doesn't land on like a Nami and try and just play boring Enchanter because that's not who Joue is. So he finds a way to make it work and he lands on the Jack of all trades and Thresh.
Yeah, I think this is well rounded out by FPX. I agree, you can't really go Braum in this situation. It's completely taken off the board, and IG definitely kind of spotted that. But, you know, there are definitely two kind of diverging comps, we'll just say, in terms of where exactly they're putting their pressure. I think there's a lot of pick potential coming in from the side of FPX, specifically off of the Xin Zhao and the Sylas. A lot of ways to be able to find engage throughout the mid game, and I think that's really where they're going to be putting a lot of their pressure. The earlier they get on the map, the better. For IG, you know, I already called it kind of at the beginning of this draft. This is a team fight comp, but I think even more so, the range on this comp is really, really wide, and the wave clear on this comp is really good as well. So you could be looking at, you know, a comp that maybe wants to play it a little bit even slower and perhaps just look for some siege and some poke in the early game.
I think it's a great call, K-Man. Wade should really exercise a lot of caution because FPX do have to dive in. They are playing the Lucian with a melee mid laner and a Xin Zhao. So they're going to be, and a Rumble. So they are going to be going at you. It's IG's task to, once again, go back to tempo. We know IG can throw down LPL Ooga Booga style and try and just muscle their opponent out of a game. But that is not proven to work against FPX, as we are into game 2 with them on the cusp of going down 0-2 to an FPX team with a 0 in the series win scoreline. Big test here for IG, even if it is a spot we didn't expect them to be in. And now we get ready to head onto the Rift and sing in the
Gyos.
Yeah, the group of Senjayos. Loud and proud, the IG fans singing through as they always do. But you could hear nerves behind some of those.
I'd be nervous. IYY showed up in game 1 with the Elder Steel and player of the game, IYY Lamau. Definitely a good lower third there. LMAO indeed. I really like the way that IYY played the mid game. You know, as much as we can clown on the fact that, you know, Jue was our choice and, you know, maybe we wouldn't have given it to IYY, he still had a fantastic game on the Wukong, and he's going to have to show that he can repeat that performance, because it's not really just about being able to create opportunities. It's being able to push the go button when you have to. So excited to see what exactly the direction for FPX will be. Like I stated before, you know, I think they're a little bit safer in the back half of the game. It's not particularly different, though. Really just about where the gold ends up landing.
I think this is a big execution game, especially for Rookie, if you talk about this game going long. But don't want to focus in too much on that, as we are just about to crest the 2nd minute of our 2nd game in this series. Both junglers starting on their top sides, but vision and information advantage over to Wei, as he knows a bit of an idea of how IYY's clear is going to go from top to bot. But the focus is going to be on the bot side. The double range, the poke threat of Mantra Qs and Mystic shots is something that Jachi and Jue have to be very worried about as every wave comes up.
This is the power of Ezreal Karma. This is why we saw this bot lane so effective at MSI and really throughout the beginning of split number 3 here. It's because the lane power that they have is just really unmatched. It's hard to really deal with it under any circumstance, let alone playing something like a Lucian that's much lower range. And so Gala definitely going to have some push here. We'll see if Jachi can just, you know, weather the storm. That's kind of the goal here for the Lucian. Eventually, in just a couple of levels, he should be just fine in terms of being able to trade, but you know, standard starts overall, I do want to highlight Rookie, as you pointed out, because already a pretty big CS lead in the mid lane, 10 CS up onto Care, obviously. That should equalize out for the Sylas. Eventually, this should actually become Sylas favored, but it certainly isn't right now. Wei definitely has a lot on the line here moving into game number 2. Didn't have the most clutch moments, so see how that translates to this 2nd game.
He's got some pretty good lanes to try and prop him up. And we'll see if he tries to put this Rumble behind. I don't think that's a bad game plan for IG, especially how much playmaking Poppy can make early on with their kit. It's more jungle pressure, I feel, on the IYY side of this matchup, trying to help, you know, get Care some more space to farm up and maybe help this bottom lane out into the double range potent damage they can push out there. As you see Gala actually arcane shift forward to get extra damage down, burns the barrier just to kind of stop the burst coming back through, so aggressively drops his summoner, Maybe trying to set up this dive. Yeah, Wei spotted, though, trying to wrap around for this dive. IYY is pacing at torrential speed to try and get down here to cover this dive, and Wei going to cancel his recall, try and get on out, but the Death Sentence will follow him. The Steadfast Presence goes down, and Wei has to flash.
Yeah, that's a really nice counter engage here as we see another trade in the mid lane. Care really struggling with this early laning phase. He's kind of getting poked out by Rookie, but that is a huge punish coming in from the side of FPX. Really proactive play from them to be able to get Wei's flash early on in this game. It really kind of eliminates a lot of aggressive plays Poppy can make. IYY unfortunately spotted on a ward. Rookie should know this play is happening.
Rookie, you know he's close by. IYY's still going to go after him. Graviton Well's going to come back down. No Wind Becomes Lightning. No knockup for IYY. Just a bit of a, like we talked about, alleviating pressure so Care can try and keep up somewhat in this CS department.
Yeah, eventually, like I said, this will get good for Sylas in terms of just how the trading patterns go. Obviously, early on in the laning phase, that's just not the case. The melee matchup is a lot more difficult to play out. He will have enough healing and enough trading power to make this worthwhile. But I think even more noteworthy, Ornn with a pretty big CS lead on the top side. It's only 9 CS, but that really should not be happening in the Rumble matchup. That's to the credit of the Shy with a lot of push going in that lane. And, you know, even with Gala being able to generate such a big lead, this is kind of going in favor of IG in terms of the individual matchup. So much so that we're already looking at around a 700 gold lead.
Yeah, it's huge numbers with no kills on the board. It's, again, what the potential for this IG team can be if they are respectful and smart about how to play their lanes out and finding themselves more superior drafts. I'm glad you keep pointing out that, you know, for Jacci, for Care, this does get easier, but it's still pretty big to surrender a couple hundred gold just off of CS leads. Now it becomes how do IG capitalize on this tempo, mainly this wave pressure they have. Dragon is already up on the board for the taking on the bot side. Hui is down towards that side. And Grubs are 2 minutes away from hitting the Rift as well. Descent's going to land through the Arcane Shift. Great pick from Zhui again. Gall has to burn the heal. The Lantern to get Jacci closer. The PTA, it's again the Zhui masterclass. No matter what the champion, this guy sets up his team for kills.
Oh, it's huge for the side of FPX, but the fight's not over.
Care.
IG's making a play mid.
Arcane Storm, hijacked Arcane Storm. Care's going to try to heal off Wei and then flash over him. That's good, but now we're just fighting in every single lane. Again, all these ultimates coming off the board. Ornhorn from the Shy forces out the Equalizer. Sheer using that defensively just to keep himself safe, but this lane not going the way that FPX thought it would.
Yeah, a lot going on. A lot of ultimates burned around the map. A lot of summoners burned as well. Care, ult, and flash burned on his side. Rookie burns his ultimate as well. We saw the trade of ultimates in the top lane. But overall, the only kill going to Jacci in the bot lane here, I guess on the top side, with this Lucian for FPX. That's massive for this team moving forward. I talked about this lane getting a bit easier moving forward. Now when you're talking about the skirmishes, something Ezreal really excels at, Lucian's actually going to be in a great spot to equalize a lot of that pressure. We'll see how they end up playing around it, but with some objective spawning, Dragon is up, Grub spawning in 50 seconds. You know, we'll see how they want to play around that extra kill.
It's head scratching though, right? Because we just talked about the resolve, the patience that this IG comp kind of demands. But the woes of this IG bottom lane, which has been the laning, again, we thought it was clean and polished. Mako is really doing a lot of strides for Gala and himself in their first 3 series, but in this matchup in particular, they got picked off a couple times game 1, and now they've got the snowball rolling on this Lucian, who, as you talked about, has a lot more breathability. Still, though, focus is in the present, where Hui is taking down this Chemtech Drake by himself. The lead that Rookie has accrued about 500 gold means that he's constantly having lane prio, and Hui going to capitalize on it in this aspect to get the first neutral off the board.
Pretty difficult to ever contest this if you're FPX. Just in any situation, if you want to set up for Grubs, you kind of have to be here now. And so IYY definitely making the call to just be on the top side to try and stay with the strong side of the map for him with the Lucian. As a reminder, they were down about 500, 700 gold before that kill, so all it's really done is equalize the gold in favor of FPX and, you know, let that bot lane be more of the power side of the map. And obviously, if they can continue to play for that, that's huge. Right now, they are going to be picking up the Grubs. Wait, looks like he's making his way here, but it's going to be very slow.
They don't know where.
Look like FPX want a full commit.
Yeah, they have no idea where Wei is, so they don't want to overcommit and get booted out of the pit or force a bad engage with Care not being able to come off this mid wave really to try. He needs to constantly try and answer this CS. Good on FPX to at least get one, but the pressure Rookie is generating in this mid lane is really starting to slow them down and hamper them. Even though Care does get a full combo into Rookie, the River's the main attention. Way's going for a flash hook play, and Mako has to immediately answer it. Way gets away with one grub, but the flash forward comes across from IYY. They want Mako. Keeper's Verdict does boot out IYY with a calling from Jway with enough of the piercing light. Going to get the kill. Hijack Keeper's Verdict. Doesn't hit anybody out. Way flashes in. Gets the crash of the wall. Jway is down. Jachi's out of mana. IYY's trying to rejoin the fight. Golic hiding back, but Care's far too low to look for the regain. It's going to duck forward. Does get the amount of damage down. Jachi flashes after dashes and knocks down Gala. And now, once again, we're in an awkward 2v2 with IYY desperately looking for a knockup, gets it onto Rookie. The barrier from Jachi is clutch. Jachi popping off for Fun Plus Phoenix.
Slayer, we highlighted him over and over and over again as the player that needed to step up, and he gets away with it too. He would have gotten away with it too. In fact, he did get away with it. 5 kills on this Lucian. Jachi showing his dominance over Invictus Gaming. We wondered whether or not this bot lane had the bones to be good enough to carry this team. Right now, they're not just carrying them, they are elevating this team as we see in this replay. Honestly, this is really well played by FPX. It's a great flash by Mako. If he gets hooked there, this fight is immediately over. IYY flashing in to make this play happen as quickly as possible, but the Poppy ult is actually right on point. The perfect member to get out. Care even misses his own Poppy ultimate, and from here it looks like a great re-engage. Jachi has basically no mana to be able to trade with, and Gala should be able to just outdamage him throughout this fight, but the problem is Care lives just long enough. He gets just enough healing that Gala can't quite finish him off. Rookie has to spend the last of his real big damage taking out that AD carry, and or I guess cleaning up for his own AD carry, taking out the mid laner, and at this point, Jachi has just enough alongside IYY to clean up the fight. This is huge for Jachi moving forward. This Lucian is in a commanding position.
I mean, he's got Essence Reaver and a Cloak already done. And for a player who showed such bright flashes in that play-in series, I will distinctly remember Jachi on that Kaisa, willing RNG to a game win that against another opponent they were an underdog in. There were flashes, and with RNG's unfortunate exit from Split 2, it was disappointing to think that Jachi would be out of competitive play for all of 2025. And now, after some growing pains, you mentioned how little time this bottom lane had to gel, he is finally showing up just like we saw flashes from a couple months ago on RNG, and nobody could be happier than us here at the LPL English.
There were a lot of people out there that were questioning whether or not this would be an upgrade for FPX with the way that this team finished in split number 2, with the way that generally their bot lane had gone, with Jway having such a dominant split, but lo and behold, Jachi has been more than what you could bargain for here with FPX, as he ends up being a huge positive. It's his 3rd highest kill total of the split.
Yep.
And we're 11 minutes into the game, so that's a pretty good sign that he's in a good position to take over.
Just shows, got to give some growing pains to even some of these, Group Ascent teams that we don't have the highest expectations for. I'm sure, including myself, a ton of people are going to continue to cap for anyone's legend coming off of a torrential, amount of games they've played on different stages in the LPL recently, and how that's factored in how slow they started. Give some credit towards this FPX bottom lane. FPX as a whole, maybe, as they are in position to play through Jachi. Here's the dive, though, coming across. Care trying to cancel out Rookie, who tried to run through the turret. Keeper's Verdict comes out from Way. But Care started to get some of his own bite back after a rough lane.
Yeah, it could have been a very scary play there for Invictus. Care did have that Victor ultimate locked and loaded, and that could have been a lot of damage coming down pretty quickly with IYY making his way up, but a nice disengage coming in there. Overall, it's still a really good map state for FPX, but it is still worth noting that just like we talked about with the Shy previously in last game, all of the gold is in one place for FPX. They have a 1.5k gold lead in this game, and it's really only a 1k gold lead, and 1.5 of that is on the Lucian. Rookie actually up 1k gold on Care with how many resources, how much has been put into taking this Sylas out. So it's certainly not over yet. This game can definitely still be played for IG, but Dragon has started here for FPX.
IG working their way forward. They're going to spot the Drake take with that scrying plant. The Shy over into the pit.
Oh, another flip.
Way needs to get revenge for all the steals from last game, but he won't this time. IYY secures another. The Crescent Guard making sure no damage come through for the Ezreal, and a great Lantern out. IYY is safe, but Care, the same can't be said for him. Trapped in the pit with a 1v2, but they re-engage on the way on the backside. FPX picks up the first kill. Care lives for a very long time, forces Rookie to step up and get that first kill, but now Gala's trapped in the pit with no arcade shift out, and Dway will send him there with a gray screen. 2-for-1 kills here for FPX. Another scrappy fight, but another win for Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yeah, it's another big win for FPX. Very well played there by IYY. It was going to be a flip until that Crescent Guard ended up taking the Poppy out of the pit just in time for the smite. So really big pickup there for FPX. They also play the fight really well. As far behind as Care is, he sure does live a really long time in these fights and take a lot of resources to break down, but Sheer is in danger here. IYY potentially to protect him.
He's got another read to shut down IG. There's no Graviton Well. Rookie just going to have to sacrifice Mako, but Care has the double flank. It's a double wrap. Supreme coming out from FPX, but the Graviton Well keeps Rookie alive once more.
Yeah, that's, if the Sylas had a little bit of damage there, then perhaps that play goes a tad bit differently. Luckily for Rookie, he's able to get out alive, but it's another play that IG look to make that they immediately get capitalized on. It just feels like they're behind the 8-ball in terms of decision-making right now, and that's going up against FPX, and so you gotta give a lot of credit where credit is due, but we need to see Invictus kick it into gear because this is a team that should not be making these kinds of mistakes.
As much as we want to see IG kind of weather the storm to fix these mistakes, it's FPX that need to keep their foot on the gas, pedal to the metal, and they feel big enough to go after the big bad tank. Dway, you will not be sidestepping any death sentences from him, but the Keeper's Verdict does knock out the main damage dealer. Sheer doesn't have the sauce that the 6-0 Lucian does. So immediately you're seeing the value of this Poppy rear its ugly head once more, but FPX will turn their attention towards the Rift Herald, and grabbing this would secure feats of strength behind Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yeah, obviously it's well played by Wei at that point, but still not a particularly positive play. Care once again going to be the target here, but it's just Mako and Rookie chasing him down. He should be able to get out of this.
Does get rooted, doesn't have flash. The Graviton Well is going to stun, but Rookie with this Blackfire towards first build doesn't have enough juice to kill off Care.
Yeah, and if that's going to be your counterpunch to all the action and magic happening on the top side, it's just not going to be enough as IYY and FPX secure that Rift Herald. And now we're looking at a pretty big lead. It's already about 2K for FPX. That Rift Herald will effectively make it a lot larger whenever it's decided to be dropped. Sheer is here to collect the wave with the Equalizer and perhaps try to keep this turret up as long as possible. A lot invested here from IG. 3 members of IG on the bot side trying to get this bot tier 1, and it still will be up. So we'll see how much they want to continue to invest. But FPX continuing to win on the map.
We talked about that big punch towards the grub pit for Jacci. Doesn't knock IG out of it, but you could see, just like after the round 1 bell rings, IG feel a little like they're a little dizzy on the map. They are slower. They are being read perfectly by FPX at every turn, and now that gold lead, even being only a couple hundred, despite the big lead for Jacci, is now okay. All right, IYY. All right, man. Holy, we are way too deep. Come on, man.
Oh boy. Yeah, you know what? We can scrub that one. We don't have to look at that one. That might have been that was a heat check. We call that a heat check.
Okay.
You know, unfortunately, it airballed. Completely.
I don't think that airballed. I think that hit a poor lady in the face behind the backboard. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, that was not too good from IYY, but at this point in the game, it's not too detriment. No.
Oh God.
Oh my goodness. That might be the most. That might be the strongest lower third we've gotten all night long here.
Oh my lord!
I don't even know. I don't even know, but certainly not a play that you are going to keep in the FPX highlight reels.
No. We'll see if we get that one at the end of the game. Hey, you know he was 0-7 by this point. Full kill participation. As much as I don't want to talk about, I didn't want to focus on the jungle combo around FPX. It's hard not to, but for a different reason. I thought it was going to be hard to not talk about because IYY was going to kind of get gapped by Wei. It's low-key been the reverse this series, game man.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous watching IYY just outplay Wei. And especially in terms of, we highlighted it, tempo. Like, that's what IYY has been really good at so far in this series, is being able to establish that tempo, being able to push the game forward when necessary and slow the game down when he needs to. It's been really, really well played from a player that we had very low expectations for at the beginning. Obviously, bad time to bring that up, but he could redeem himself here. It looks like they are setting up around this dragon. Would just be second Drake for both teams. Care at half health, and so he would likely need to base in order for a play to happen for FPX.
I think if you're FPX, you might just need to sack this. It's a hard ass to get near this pit right now, and walking into rookie, a keeper's verdict, you know, an Ornhorn at any point is a bit treacherous. Jhachi's taking a decent amount of poke in the mid lane as well, just trying to get the wave in order.
Is on the flank.
Yep, Care's on the flank. He has a hijacked Ornhorn that he could sing his own song with, and there he goes. He's going to actually cancel the keeper's verdict out of way, but he can still re-channel it. His way is very low health. The poke from Gala is starting to hurt. The Graviton Well's going to separate Sheer away from his own jungler. He has to flash himself over the big blue wall. So it definitely costed a bit more, and FPX do end up succeeding that Mountain Drake.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a greedy play from FPX. No real reason to contest that. They really are behind in terms of tempo to be able to set up for that play. Now Care could be caught way too far forward.
Okay, he's going to have to avoid the steadfast presence slam into the wall. He's going to flash again with the heal. The slows from Mako. That turret's very low. The Ornhorn after this is not needed. Rookie picks up his first kill of the game. And IYY, he's desperately hoping this turret stays up, but it doesn't matter. Mako slams him back down. IG playing through their superstar mid laner have got him in position for them to go for a win, and they might go for more here with jungler down. Otacon swing, and just like that, we're back even, maybe with IG looking to push themselves ahead.
That's the entire lead for FPX, completely thrown. Jway and Jhachi are going to try to make a play happen.
Man.
A teleport coming in from Sheer.
All right, Jhachi's got a ton of damage. That Coling burning through the main tank here. The Equalizer down over top. All of IG are burning alive, and it's going to be the Otacon stolen back under the nose of IG. They teleport back in Rookie, who needs to be the superstar again, but the slows are stacking for Sheeran. It's just a heist, a jewelry heist, with the crown jewel being the Otacon for FPX.
Back-to-back throws going on here. It looked like it was going to be disastrous. Jway's not done. He's continuing to walk up, looking for things. The hook not going to land, but it looks like that could be the game completely thrown from FPX. And I'll be honest with you, that's certainly not looking good for FPX in terms of where they were 5 minutes ago versus where they are now. But they are able to salvage it a bit by looking at the low health bars of IG and being able to push them out. Sheer with a huge ultimate. We're going to get a replay here. Again, like IG just a little bit too low. Way, the one tanking up the Otacon in a position where he's actually capitalized on. The Shy ends up getting burst down really quickly. He's a lot less tanky than he thinks he is, and so when this Equalizer does end up dropping, Gala, of course, needing to immediately get out of there just for being in such a bad spot, and Rookie and Mako are just not in the position to be able to capitalize, so it is just a free pickup. That being said, gold is basically even in this game because of the catch earlier on in that fight from IG, so really, really big stuff from both teams.
You know, you said the Ornn isn't as tanky as he thought he was. That's mainly because I don't think the Shy was accounting for a 3-item LDR Lucian at 21 minutes. So you got to factor that in a little bit, IG, after the monster you've created on the other side.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for Ornn to just kind of get shredded by a Lucian at 22 minutes into the game, but you know, that's the world we live in right now. Jhachi is still ginormous for FPX. So is Jway. Both of them are playing great. Jway has had a phenomenal series so far, but we'll see if they're the targets here.
Okay, man, what have you done? Your caster curse
into
Jays. Yep, Jway's down first. Coling comes across. Way gonna knock out a Crescent Guard-led IYY. And the pick on Jway does not cost anybody their lives.
Absolutely ginormous there again from IG. I caster cursed Jway into oblivion. I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to cause this gigantic effect. I didn't mean to slayer it up in this cast here with another curse coming in. But, you know, I just had to get a part of the party, I guess. For now, though, this game is completely even. There is nothing else to say. Yes, it's a 6-0-1 Lucian, but don't forget game number 1. We were in the exact same scenario with one member of the team having all the gold. We're gonna get a replay here. They're just pushing up too far forward with no vision and ends up really costing Jway. Luckily for FPX, it doesn't cost Jhachi his life because that would have been a disaster, but a huge Poppy ultimate here at the perfect time to save Jway's life to get IYY out. So
I like the idea, though. He's trying to... Thank you for the caster curse update.
Thank you for the update. Thank you.
I like the idea. Crescent Guard tries to knock him out of the Keeper's Verdict channel, even if it would be for a couple of seconds. but it's still just so much on Jacci. And you just saw the one maybe pitfall is he doesn't have the best range, but it's actually IYY that's looking for Mako. Has to flash out. Rookie also flashing on Jways over the wall with the death sentence. Here comes the play on the other side, though, for IG. It's back to the same well called Punishing Care, who is out of steam. No matter how many photos are taken of him, nothing left for him in this top side as he falls for a 4th time.
Really nice pickup again for Invictus Gaming. They're just winning across the map right now in the mid game. You have Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, a very big objective. It's soul point for Invictus, and so you really want to make sure you're prioritizing this. That is a huge out for you later on in this game. Not only is it soul, but it's mountain soul for Ornn, for Poppy. This is huge for Invictus to be able to win this game, and they should be able to set up here relatively easily. Teleport coming in from the Shy.
Jacci just has to be so careful about every step he makes as the hook does land onto Rookie, who doesn't have a flash and eats the whole Coaling for breakfast, but it bites down back onto him. Knockups come onto Jacci, but he flashes away from Way before the seismic shove can come across. Hook onto the Shy, mid-flash forward. The turret will take him down as Jacci makes his grand escape. But FPX are still way more hurt, way more bruised from that fight with so many members low on health bars. Gala arcade shifting forward, desperately trying to get Jacci cut down, but the TP comes back through for Care. And he's going to be the one to try and lead them through for this Mountain Drake.
This is such a risky proposition. Ezreal is still alive and can still make a difference. He is still at half health, but no jungler available. They're going to start this up. See if IG want to contest. Looks like they can't get into the pit. Care at full health is going to be zoning them. And at the end of the day, is still a win for FPX. Beautifully played to keep Jacci alive in that fight.
But who else again? The ultimate protector, the ultimate X Factor for FPX as we get a look back.
Yeah, this is a huge hook coming in onto Rookie. With no flash available, this is the victor gone from the fight. He still is able to drop the ultimate, which is huge for pushing Jway out of the initial exchange. And right here, it looks like Jacci is going to be toast. He ends up getting knocked up from the Poppy ultimate, but it's the hook that comes in from Jway. As clutch can be to keep Jacci alive, and that's what keeps the play from being a disaster for FPX. The gold, may I note, still completely even. 200 gold difference between these two teams at 25 minutes.
What a test this series has already been. Just 4 series in for both of our two teams. Where do we go next? Baron Nashor. Spawned on the Rift about a minute ago. Turrets being taken on both sides as IG trying to threaten this mid-tier 1, and Jacci's got to respect the range and stun threat that Way brings to the table. IYY is going for a wrap here. But you don't have either of your solo lanes that close by, so it's a bit of a fake bluff out as we were just trading turrets, trying to set up for the Baron that's on the Rift.
Yeah, this is the pros of Invictus's comp. Their range is very long. They are very easily able to siege down these towers in the late game with Ezreal and with Victor, especially because Ornn and Poppy are pretty free protection for them in a lot of these instances. So really nicely done by Invictus to basically gather that mid-tier 1 for free, but you're right, Baron is the objective here. Whoever's going to be able to get a lot of pressure around that first is going to be huge. Gala has really started to come online. 3 items completed for the Ezreal. Rookie is 2.6k gold up on the Victor in the mid lane. Care has been completely neutralized on the Sylas. He is a level up, though, and that is worth noting. Rookie pretty far away from that level 16 power spike. Care about to hit it because of the side laning, so really a lot to...
Right?
Yeah, and the Otacon as well. Great call out. So there really is just a lot going into this fight, and you know, all of these minor details with how close and how thin the margins are in this series could be the difference.
And what does kind of resolve Care of his deficit a bit is that the Sylas is more of a playmaker now. All this damage is oriented on Jacci, so what can you do to buy him space, steal clutch ultimates, maybe pick off Gala? Your burst on the Sylas isn't as important as much as the facilitation you bring to the table by this point. Nothing facilitates better for FPX than these death sentences. The Jway misses just a bit far, and that does force them out of vision duty that IG will quickly clean back up.
We will have to see Rookie's 68th career Victor game. Oh no, not 34 and 33. That's that implies something. Oh, but we will see how this game ends up ending. We will see if Rookie can keep his positive win rate on that champion as things go along. IYY posturing himself around this area. Nobody wants to get caught right now. That could be the entire game.
Margins are thin as they come. And so much of the pressure on both sides for such different reasons. FPX wanting to wrap this series up before they have to deal with staring down an 0-4 start to Group Ascent, and IG, again, a team It's shown so much promise to start their split. The first 3 games, their first 3 series, they looked like they finally were playing up to what their roster advertised. One close loss to TES being the only difference between a perfect start for them, but it's been a comeback down to reality. The woes of split 2 again for IG, but can be rectified if they can win that one clutch fight here in game 2 and bring all the momentum into that deciding bout.
It's all going to come down to who is bigger in these big moments. Is it going to be the international champions, or is it going to be the young upstart team? Who's going to show up in the clutch? Is it going to be Rookie up 3K gold? Is it going to be Jachi, who was picked up by this team just a month ago as the new addition? Is it going to be IYY, as we saw with Smites in game number 1? There are so many storylines and players to follow. I'm so excited to see how this ends up playing out. No matter what, it is a good story, but you can't afford to get caught now. Gala stepping up.
Oh, he gets knocked out of his arcane shift again. Crescent Guard goes down, but Gala flashes right into Care. He hijacks a true shot barrage. He sends it the other way. Gala's knocked out of this fight, but Rookie's still safe. And look how much damage the arcane storm's doing with the true shot barrage. Ringing across the whole fight. Call of the Forge God does land its mark, and Jue takes the hook back in. The Rookie goes into the stasis for it. Jachi goes down to the Shy. Call the Shy to rescue IG, and boy, has he done that and more. 3 kills picked up. IG back in the driver's seat.
Oh, and that could be everything for Invictus Gaming. Dragon spawning in 7 seconds. Baron is on the map as well. IYY immediately going to Baron to make sure that that's not going to be a problem, but the Dragon will be gone. That is a huge fight win for Invictus, and it's all because they overextend onto Gala. It's IYY, the player who stepped up in game 1, who makes the critical mistake just by overreaching. We're gonna get a replay of the situation here. Gala, is pretty far forward, but this is an Ezreal, and the Xinjiao doesn't have nearly as much damage as he thinks he does in the back half of this game. The ultimate is dropped, but Gala is pretty safely out of there with Wei in protection. At this point, Care's wraparound is not particularly useful. A huge Ezreal ultimate, and then the Shy coming in to clean up. Perfect dash in right onto Jachi, and there's your damage. It's gone. And what that means for the game moving forward is that all of that momentum that FPX have been generating, it's all gone. IG have full control of the map now, and if you want to try to fight into Ornn, and if you want to try to fight into Ezreal, you're going to have to check Darkness.
It's FPX now that need to really throw some caution to the wind, knowing that if they want their Lucian to really sing, they have to be the ones aggressing. And the big strategy that IG brought to this draft of being able to play slow and tempo-based has gotten them back into this series, and now they're looking for the killing blow in game 2. Starting up this Baron. The wrap coming out from FPX. TP is coming across. They're going to get here before the Baron can really be finished off. But Gala is still slamming home. Wei going to channel the Keeper's Verdict here. Who can he knock out? Keeper's Verdict is going to land, but he only knocks out Jue, and they knocked out Wei. The jungler gone for IG before the Baron can even be taken. 5v4 on the table. Jue going to rejoin the team as well. And Wei's overstep cost them their entire Baron power. IYY, though, stepping up, eating a huge chunk from Gala. Arcane shifts back to safety as Death Sentence does go wide. Jachi hitting onto the mid wave to try and get the more tempo, swinging themselves into the river, but it's just so hard for FPX to get close to either one of these ranged damage dealers.
There's no way to step up. Care continuing to look aggressive. He's got the Karma ultimate available, but Wei still down for 20 more seconds. FPX could look to start Baron themselves.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. They need to capitalize on this window, find themselves a punch back after they've been knocked down. And boy, do they knock down Baron with ease. It's going to have to be an interrupt on IYY Smite because Baron is going FPX's way, and there's nothing Invictus Gaming can do about it. Are they going to try and fight their way back out? IYY certainly wants to scrap as the hook flash comes across onto the Shy. Jachi can push out all the damage to just nuke the Shy. The Shy falls, the Ornn's down, and Care's running amok on a Rookie. Abscond Duck is going to go wide, forces the flash on a Rookie. Care goes after him, but maybe a bit too far forward. IYY going to protect him with the burn. Burns down Care. And now the True Shot Barrage hits its mark. Gala has to be really careful how far he pushes forward, trying to dance around the Ezreal's rage, carefully pushing in Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot. Heal comes across. Jachi has to burn the barrier and dash back. Now it's FPX on the back foot. They have the Baron. There's no reason to overstay, but in goes IYY after Gala. Gala goes down. Now it's Wei's turn to shine, but it's Jachi that gets the double kill. Another IG FPX banger.
It's as cold as ice for Jachi. The smoking FPX team ends up coming out on top in a huge exchange. They pick up the kill on Wei's overextension. They pick up the Baron by rushing it down. They pick up the fight with a beautiful engage by IYY. And as the pendulum swings, it swings back in the favor of the Phoenix.
Whew. I'm gonna need a replay on that entire sequence. Mainly so K-Man can talk more.
Yes, no, I am ready. I am ready
That
to
was that had
analyze
to, like,
this,
that was
man.
like an entire minute, right? Just oh my lord.
An absolutely crazy exchange from both of these teams. I want to give a huge, huge shout out to IYY in that exchange on the Xin Zhao because his positioning was gorgeous. Jue was pushing this team forward, the equalizer from Sheer, everything really coming together in that exchange in order to make FPX succeed. We can see it in the replay here. This is after the Baron had been taken, and they are forcing them out. The Shy, gets the hook landed on him. He's unfortunately the target to hit on that, and he goes down. At this point, Care is going so deep, but Rookie completely outplays him. Gala completely outplays him. They end up surviving, dodging most of his damage, and he goes down for nothing. At this point, Gala lands that True Shot Barrage, and it does so much damage. Jue is so low. I'm so scared for IYY. Somehow he sees an angle to get in on Gala, though, once he Arcane shifts. And from this point onwards, once Gala goes down and the damage comes out with that Crescent Guard back up, it is over. Jachi once again coming in clutch, and we wanted to see the bot lane step up. Here you go. This is not just a step-up performance. This is not just a showcase that he can be a guy. It's a showcase he can be the guy for FPX.
Trying to put the rest of the league on notice. And how poetic. Glad you highlighted it. IYY with a handful of LPL games against Wei, who last game just went over 500 in the LPL. And IYY has no fear in his heart. He's got steals. He's got clutch engages. He finds angles when there's nothing. But still, he needs to bring more. He needs to find one more fight behind his squad to get this game done and dusted. And the first step, deny the Mountain Soul. But Wei is going to knock out Jue once more. IYY going to re-engage with the Crescent Guard. Care off to the side. The Equalizer doing a good job to create spaces. The Shy goes below about half HP. IG, they're kind of scrambling. They don't know if they want to chase Jue or go back towards the Dragon, but the Dragon's already gone. Picked up by FPX, and now there's no reason for them to overstay and fight. The hook can be canceled by the Shy. He goes unstoppable, but he's going to lantern in Jachi, and now the Shy's got a flashback out. Rookie's going after Sheer, goes into the stasis, but Jachi gets onto the back line. Shy goes down first. It's a trade of two front lines. As the best 6 shots are starting to land, another Dark Passage comes out. But Wei, can he find the angle onto Jachi? No! He doesn't get stunned! And now Jachi's trying to fight his way back out! But he won't find squat! 4 kills to IG, punishing FPX for their Dragon take!
Absolutely no way. I called it a pendulum. This is a roller coaster between these two teams. Up and down, up and down. Nothing is consistent for them. You have minions pushing into the base of Invictus while they contest this Dragon. Neither team has soul at this point. Both sitting on soul point. It's Invictus that pull things back for themselves. It's not a complete overwrite of what happened in the previous fight, but it's certainly pretty darn good. This is a really good start for IG because Wei gets hit by the ult but doesn't actually get popped out because of the interaction. And so when this equalizer is dropped, Wei is still in a pretty good position to zone out Jue, who's not a part of this fight at all. Jachi is, of course, untouched on the backline, which is huge, but at this point, they're not in a position to fight. FPX health bars are too low. IYY, Sheer, they get chunked out. And so even when Jachi gets on the backline, it doesn't really matter. The Shy gets blown up, and Rookie is now taking down Sheer. Look at the situation for these two. Jachi tries his best to pull things back, but it's a bit overly ambitious for Jue to lantern him in. He was better off running away with the rest of the team, and unfortunately, he's not able to pull anything back. We continue to be on a knife's edge, Slayer, and I couldn't be more excited.
Jachi is full bill. This is the maximum output this Lucian is ever going to bring without Elder. And it still has to be such a big impact. It's only 3 items on Care, but will it matter as IYY is getting poked down by Gala, whose damage is starting to get disgusting. Keeper's Verdict is going to get canceled because IYY is low enough to just go after him. The redemption heal is big, though. Care on the back line is going to force Rookie back. Hook onto the Shy. He's trying to hold the front line with his big, bad health bar. IYY flashing back over towards enemy territories. Jue's Death Sentence goes wide. IYY desperate to get health anywhere he can find it as the calling finally comes down from Jhachi, forces Mako to heal, but look at this call from Care. He's going after the base. No way. It's going to be a base race.
No way.
FPX won it all. They're going after the Nexus turrets. This is the way that they can upset IG. It's Wave first back with the Keeper's Verdict. It's going to miss. Sheer gets out. And look at Jhachi. He's stalling all the backs. FPX, they're going to do it. They're going to knock down IG 2-0.
Oh my god, Slayer, we just saw the craziest 2-game series I have seen in a very, very long time. How could this possibly end with anything other than a base race backdoor? FPX making the decisive call. Who cares about the fight? Who cares about our health bars? Jhachi stops the backs and they take the base and the win.
I have never wished I could speak the lovely Mandarin language these men do speak, because I need to know. Cayman, I need to know. I'd use a genie wish on it. Who makes the call in the middle of that fight to run at the base? Because whoever did, get him a pay raise, something. I don't know.
Oh, man. That was insane. You were absolutely right. Whoever made that call was genius. And it was a beautiful, beautiful game, but let's not discount everything FPX did to get to that point in the first place. A phenomenal series. They didn't just win and beat Invictus, they 2-0'd Invictus. In the clutch moments when we needed them to step up, they were better.
Whew, I cannot wait to go back through these highlights. I mean, we only got 2 games between these two teams. It felt like we went back through that best of 5. These two went through for the playoffs. Oh, man. My brain is scrambled eggs trying to really understand. You know what? Here's the takeaway, K-Man. This could be the last time for a while that you see this 5 represent Fun plus Phoenix. 2 things to take away. 1, K-Man. Jhachi and Jue are the floor this team needed in this series. 2, no matter what happens to IYY, you could go out holding your head high because you ran circles around Wei in this series.
Yeah, I think that's saying the absolute bare minimum for them, because this wasn't just one of those performances where they showcased the potential or the upside or what could be for FPX. They showcased what they are, and what they were in this series were the better team. Period. End of story. IYY was the better jungler. Jhachi was the better AD carry. Jue was the better support. That's it. And I don't know if that's going to be the case the rest of the split. You can have your question marks about whether or not this form is real. But all I know is that every single moment in the back half of both of these games was a high-pressure, high-octane, clutch moment. And in every single one of them, it was FPX who stepped up.
I'm going to steal your statement you made about this multiple times. In those late moments, in the most pressurized scenarios, it's not the 5 international champions with thousands of games under their belt on bigger stages. It's a rookie jungler with a dozen games in the LPL under his belt. An AD carry who thought he might have been done playing competitive for the all of 2025 after his exit with RNG, and one of the most phenom-based, fantastic support players to watch in Jue having an impact. And this game is most poetic because the entire time the Shy was getting leads in an Ornn Rumble matchup. Rookie was up 3,000 gold over Care, like 2 whole items at the end of this game. The solo lanes got gapped, but FPX's core, their foundation, that I hope that we can now continue to watch blossom no matter how the roster configures the rest of the split long, was just better. MVP thought came in, or no, we're not even, I don't even think we're into MVP. Have they even run the highlights? I'm completely
We're
I'm
all out of sorts. Our
off.
brains are fried from those games. We are toast. We are just not doing so hot. You could say we are smoked, if you will, in terms of just how that went. Credit to Care. Hey, man, we set him up in this series to potentially not have the best of storylines. You know what? He showed up when it mattered. I don't know who made the call to end the game. All I know is Care was the first person in that base when they ended up taking that Nexus. So credit to Care, man. We're throwing up the images again. He deserves all the smoke, all the praise. So, show it to Care. But
wait, throw that back up at him. All right, top left picture is Care after that base race. That's the fans right there.
I am your king, FPX
Yep.
fans. Yes, absolutely.
I mean, look at rookie Care damage. I mean, how is this ever a rookie loss, bro? Free my man Rookie.
Mid-diff,
like honestly,
mid-diff, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
And look at that gold grab. This is the most absurd series.
That is
so
just absurd. This almost feels like a joke. You know what I mean? Like, and Jachi was huge that game, but like, even then, Gala, Rookie, they're the ones pumping out the most damage. It really was a team effort from FPX, and it was the mistakes coming in from IG. You know, we've heard some rumblings. A lot of people aren't super sold that Wei is the full-time jungler for Invictus, that obviously Jeje is stepping away for off-the-rift reasons. You know, I'm not going to say that this is a feather in the cap of Jeje, but I did need to see more out of Wei today. I don't think he played his best series. He's been very good up until this point. I will definitely give him that, but you know, we need to see that consistency come through. That's what he's supposed to offer IG.
So we can go back through the highlights and kind of just soak this game in. And what you'll see as this game evolves through the highlights is kind of the draft gap that really showed through against FPX. You saw in the damage numbers for Rookie and Gala, but once you got past the rough laning phase of this Ezreal and the lead that Rookie had, like into Lucian, Silas, Xin Zhao, Rumble, there's zero range. Gala and Rookie should have had the ability to just constantly free hit, and a lot of the shortcomings, I hate to say it, have to come on to Gala. He should never be in a position to get touched in any of these fights, and it was problematic.
Yeah, I think that there were some early game skirmishes in particular that really set the tempo behind. Obviously, the 5-0-0 start for Jachi really made this game difficult from the jump for IG. I will give Gala some credit. You can kind of cherry pick some fights here or there for either good or bad. You know what I mean? There are some that you can pull for, I think, an example of both. I agree with you, though. The bad is what's keeping him back. The best AD carries in the world, they don't have those bad team fights. You can't cherry pick the bad ones, and that's what Gala is supposed to be for this team.
Okay, man. I'm going to interrupt you very quickly. Our awesome team has confirmed to me that Care made the call. I don't know how that's been figured out, but that needs to be put on the airwaves.
Absolutely.
Care makes this call that you're going to see to end the game.
Wonderful. Well, then I can say without any hint of irony, mid-diff, in terms of how this game ended up going. There you go. There you go. Care ends up winning the game for FPX, but, you know, if you're going to talk about Gala needing to step up, it's not about the good plays. It's about the bad plays. It's about the fact that there are bad fights, and we absolutely saw them today.
His positioning, the only way I describe it, a lot of times, it's just disrespectful. And I understand that, like, Gala, when he's at his peak, it's like the most disgusting clicks, and he's just gliding on everybody. But that you still have to bring some resolve to your laning, like you talked about, and then these later fights, as you see the very end of that awesome base race, an unforgettable end to a series, another climactic LPL finish that has FPX as animated as possible, and they deservedly do. All right. K-Man, as much as like we know that Care made that end call and you could argue that should be the MVP pick, there's no way he gets it. So where do you lie here? Because Jachi's easy. I think it has to be Jachi. I actually don't know if I can.
It kind of has to be Jachi, doesn't it?
It has to be Jachi,
it kind of has to be. I think, you know, you got away with going IYY in game one because he had the Elder Steal, and he had a couple of other steals in that game as well that really ended up separating FPX. Jachi showed today that he's not only an AD carry that I said could elevate FPX, he can be FPX. He can be the guy that carries them into being relevant at this level. He outplayed Gala. Quite frankly, he outplayed almost everyone on Invictus Gaming here today. And, you know, for my money, if I'm thinking of the takeaway, you know, I'm thinking of Jachi.
It is going to be criminal that Shui is not going to get an MVP in this entire series.
I know.
But again, you know what? I'm just so excited. I'm hoping that I don't even care about the top side of FPX anymore. Well, I do, but I care less about it. I just am ready to go to war for the Jachi Jue bottom lane after this series. I know it's still IG. Like, IG, like, shot themselves in the foot. They gave FPX the position to do this, but this is what this bottom... Oh, okay.
I'm kind of excited to be wrong here, to be honest.
Yeah, you know what? as much as Jaji was awesome in this game, Jouet needed an MVP for this 2-0 win. It wasn't the game we thought he'd get it on, but he gets one nonetheless. His second MVP of the split. He was the frontrunner in MVPs in Split 2, by the way, for any of you guys wondering. So already adding to his resume here. Oh, K-Man. All right. Before we get those final thank yous out, K-Man, takeaways on the whole day before you dive into another region.
Takeaways on the whole day are that we just got one of the most fun days of LPL action we've gotten all split long.
Yeah, we did.
Up until this point, there is a huge, huge power structure forming at the top of the LPL right now, and it's anyone's grab who can take it in terms of just where these teams are at. As much as I'd like to sit here and tell you FPX is guaranteed top 8 or top 7 now, you know, Invictus is also a team I'm not writing off. How many times did we see this last split? And that was a worse version of IG. You never really know what this team is going to look like when they really figure things out. Any given day, IG can lose, and any given day, FPX can step up. But for now, it's certainly so much more interesting than we gave it credit for.
And the biggest thing as well that I'll leave you all with, 4 series is such a small percentage of the amount of series both these teams still have ahead of them. So, not in the grand scheme of things, this series will kind of fade into the existence of many, but it was still a resounding win today for FPX, who get one final. Congratulations. Okay, thank you, Adam. A unanimous MVP pick, by the way, for Jouet, so that's awesome to see. As we congratulate FPX on their 2-0 from IG, I have one final thing, and that is another special thank you to throw out here. Thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, Forrest Without, and owners of a Silmaril. A Silmaril. I'm going to get flamed by Lord of the Rings fans. Yeah. I'm so sorry for that one, but thank you to those awesome people. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. As you know, I mentioned it earlier, you can go into, if you're still hanging around, go into the chat. You can subscribe to our coffee. We greatly appreciate it. But most of all, we greatly appreciate all of you at home that come into chat, whether you're on YouTube, on Twitch, help participate and help our unofficial broadcast for the LPL English continue to grow day in and day out. And it's been awesome to see the growth. Honestly, looking back at the whole calendar year that we've gotten, and a big thing that has allowed us to do is bring on amazing talent to help us bolster our ranks even further. The awesome K-Man, it was an absolute pleasure to go through one of my most favorite days of LPL action with, is a part of that. And also, our lower third connoisseur, Rare Adam, producing for the first time. Big shout out to you as well, my friend, taking your sleep schedule alongside with all of us. That does it for our day, folks, but like you know, the LPL keeps rolling on, so tomorrow we'll have more Group Nirvana Group Ascend action for you. But until then, I bid you adieu. See you later.